looks unreal, but you definitely get to see the criticalness of what's going on a little better from the judges' angle. So Stratton's taking his sweet time out there. He'll have first priority, no doubt. Oh no, Dobbin still hasn't caught a wave either. Still no first or second priority. We'll have a little look further down the draw while we're waiting for that number to drop, just to let everyone in on who's coming up next. Saxon Reba, he did pretty well here last year. He's in the very next heat. Made Mahendra, Winter Vincent, big standout yesterday, everybody. He's in the very next heat. Second best wave of yesterday's outing. So Winter Vincent, young 18-year-old, take note. Nyoman Artana, so Megatron, is coming up in Heat 7 out of Bali. Elliot Prada-Reid, owner of the best wave yesterday, is also in Heat 3, so he's on a tear. Micah Marginson, I can see in the 4th heat of the morning coming up. All these heats are pretty stacked. Benny Spence, West Oz, Heat 9. There's a lot of names. I'm not going to mention any more because they're all really good. And we'll pay them the respect they deserve, and we'll see them surf a little bit later on.
All right, Zane Sync's second score has dropped in.
Here we go, Zane, second wave, 4.33. So nobody's really gone blockbuster yet. Even that really long ride of Rayon, a 5.67 for green. That featured about 8 or 9 manoeuvres. So once again, the judges are expecting and will reward the real heavy top to bottom hits, the full commitment, the high risk stuff. That wave of Rayon's was lots of good surfing. At this level they call it average surfing, so his number dropping in at the 5.67.
Best wave of the heat so far.
It is, so he'll be happy with that number.
Zane Sync with a 5 and a 4.33. Josh Stratton, who I believe had a birthday yesterday, yet to open his account, same as Tane Dobbin, who we saw in action in the round of 128.
Well, there's one thing to be patient, there's another thing to put yourself under pressure, and it's a fair paddle out after waves, so I imagine Stratton and Dobbin will be pretty anxious to make the most of the next set. Green's chosen a whole different tactic. You can see him just paddling off screen. Takeoff area is huge out there, so why not? If you're in 4th priority like Rayon is, you might as well try something different. Bust away from the pack, stay out of the hassle-a-thon up the point. Boys are sitting pretty deep here this morning. All right, so here we go. This is the tactic I was just talking about. So let's see if this factors in. There's a little tube. All right, it might have been brief, but it definitely looked like he was in the hole. We'll have another look from the camera, the judge's view in a moment, but a pretty decent ride on a long piece of reef.
It's not done yet either.
No.
Oh, that is looking rather shallow.
Yes, totally. He caught one of those little side chops created by the reef kind of bottoming out. You can see him standing on the reef, so Rayon's milked that thing for all it's worth. So let's see how that little barrel, that little brief kind of tube looks from the judges. There it is.
Ah, cute. Yeah, you walk around the event site, there is a lot of bandage work going on amongst the competitors. It's been a hard week of surfing over shallow reefs, up and down the coast either side of this wave.
Wow. Oh. He might have donated a bit of skin himself.
And Rayon just ran out of water.
Basically. Alright, so that'll be a second number, so a decent lead will start to feature now for Asic and Fadul. But I think Stratton and Dobbin, half the heat has, you know, pretty much ticked off the clock. I've got to be starting to feel a little anxious.
Yeah, in a 4-man heat, I'm not sure if dropping the anchor like this is necessarily the go-to. You get to this position as well where you're like, well, I've waited this long, I'm not going to go until it's a bomb.
Yeah.
And then you often see the wave that you pull the trigger on it turns into a dud, and then you've just wasted that time.
And then you see a set peel off.
And you've lost priority.
So kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So I'd be feeling a lot more safer if I had some runs on the boards right now.
So Rayon, a 3.67 for that little tube.
Enough for the lead by 0.01. All right, surely this set incoming will be heavily scrutinised by red and white.
Looks like Josh Stratton, the birthday boy. From deep on his backhand. He's a big, powerful lad. I walked past him on the way in this morning. He just turned a year older yesterday. Look for him to spank this section. Hits it nice and hard. Big, clean, powerful surfing from Josh Stratton, but gets a little bit beaten by the waves. It races off without him, so just the one turn. Won't be a bad number for that one turn, but...
Let's see how Dobbin goes. He's surely out there hunting somewhere. Here he goes. No takers. All right. So Tane Dobbin, the only surfer waveless. A little bit of a misread for Josh Stratton. Probably should have been highlining it a little more through that fast section. Took the low road, thinking he was going to get another top to bottom belt in, and a little bit of the fluffy stuff on his inside rail just halted his flow, and it was over and out for Stratton. So it's probably going to drop in as one of the lower numbers on the scoreboard. Tane Dobbin, 14 minutes off the clock, thank you very much. No numbers in the white column. So let's have a look at this. It's probably a moment here where he probably needed to really high line and streak down the line. Instead he was thinking manoeuvre, and it all just got a little away from him after this move here. Wow, that's a fine line, wasn't it? He could have just been so easily the other side of that had he just perhaps not pulled that turn around as far as he did and high-lined it a little more. It's easy to say from here. I imagine the sun's coming up as well over the ridge. It might have been a little hard to get the perfect read on that.
So a 2.97 the result just for the one turn, so pretty solid. Would love to have backed it up with a couple more of the same. Tane Dobbin now finally has priority with 10 minutes to go, so he's sat for 15 minutes. So the surfers in the next heat.
That's loaded. That is a tough heat.
Out. That is in the green. That is Shohei Kato.
Looks like caddies are allowed again out in the lineup, so
yeah,
Kato's found a buddy.
Yeah, and he'll be coming up against Saxon Rebo, the Australian, in red. Made Mahendra is the Indonesian in blue, and Winter Vincent, one of the standouts yesterday, is the surfer in white, the young 18-year-old Aussie who smashed one of the waves of the day yesterday.
Saxon Reba, pretty sure he did really well here last year. By memory, I think he made it to the man-on-man stuff. Goofy footer, really good competitor. Never seems to fail in his attempt to put two good scores together. There's all the crew up there at Ombak Inda, sitting on the wall, checking things out this morning.
It's not a bad little perch, is it? Come in from a few waves, review your footage.
Bit of banter with the other Groms. From what I'm seeing, Chris, for Pro Junior Division, there's a lot of 14 and 15-year-old Groms that have entered.
It's Indonesian or Asian only,
yeah,
isn't it?
well, it is on the men's side.
Right.
You know, Asink will be Tane Dobbin. Finally, had to do something, and he has. He needs to make this, and he didn't.
So there you go. Was that worth waiting 17 minutes for?
Yeah, you got to ask the question, but either way, just got out of sync early in the heat and struggling to find the rhythm with the ocean. Look at him, he's totally dry docked. Oh my goodness.
And he's lost his board.
And he's lost his board.
Well, that
no mates, no caddy. What happened there? Oh. Could anything else have gone more wrong for Tane Dobbin at the start of this heat? Anyway, this is a replay from Asink.
Oh.
That was sick.
Yeah, a lot of commitment to that turn and held onto it, beautifully
Oh,
done.
look at old mate. He's having an absolute shocker.
So poor Tane Dobbin, he's swimming for the channel. I wonder, maybe he does have a caddy. Is he swimming over to a caddy? Yeah, it looks like it. So that's his board on the inside, jettisoned.
And that's got to be his caddy, or there is a rule in the rule book that kind of tortures people for borrowing someone else's board.
Is there really?
Yeah, it happened the other day at Kuta Beach. I'll explain about that a bit later on. But this is Asink's ride.
Oh, it's crisp surfing. And this is a runner, section after section.
Yep.
Asink just working his way through the full repertoire of turns. This is going to be a very
Boom.
strong number. Signs off
Wave
in
of the morning.
style, and that's the best wave we've seen ridden
Yep,
so
it's
far
gotta be.
today.
Got to be. So if you think the next best wave is the 567, that's got to be north of that. We'll leave the speculations alone for now. Let the judges put up a number, but
Let's have a look
I really
at
liked it.
well, this is Tane Dobbin's replay. So this is the wave that he sat and waited for a very long time. And really, there wasn't a lot to it. It's going all right to this point. It's starting to run out of water. It's getting mighty shallow there and just vanishes down the trapdoor. And about there, the leg rope just goes ping. Now talk us through this one,
Yeah, I
Mark.
really like it. Look at the smoothness of the surface. Nice strong wrap to kick things off. Another nice rail swack. There goes a lip, and he gets up and tags it and keeps his speed down the line, more importantly. And again, yep, so really putting some back foot into these moves now. He got his groove on, and he's starting to get more and more confident with these turns. Nice little Larry to kind of finish it off and add a little bit of variety. Yeah, so back to that rule, Chris. There is a rule, like you know, you're allowed to use your caddy and get over there and get your caddy's board, etc., and play on. And I noticed it the other day in the rule book when I was doing this judging course in Bali, and I thought, oh, that's unusual. I've never seen that. 2 days later, it happened in the longboard classic. A competitor was winning the heat fairly healthily, going really well. I think a leg rope came off on a longboard or lost a longboard. No, she swapped board. She paddled over because the girl in the next heat was sitting there, wanted to use her board. It's about a minute to go in the heat. Strong lead, paddles over, gives her board to the girl that wanted to use her board in the next heat, and they'd already pre-arranged that. 30 seconds to go, paddles back into the lineup, rode a wave, and got an interference.
Oh, you're joking.
You're not allowed to do it, and lost the heat. All right, it was like a quarterfinal. She was devoed, but that's the rule. And it took the boys, then they jumped on it and researched it and went, oh my God, that is. And the penalty got thrown down. So
who knew the rule? The head judge.
okay, so
I
just read about it about 3 days earlier, and I went up to Todd Rosewell and said, did you guys see what happened? Todd's like, yeah. And I said, I think it's a rule. He goes, I think it is. The girl in the water that got won by default, she knew the rule anyway, because she'd been in ISA events and she'd seen it happen before. So she knew it, and she was sitting on the sidelines going, right, do we say something? But then the judges jumped on it, researched it, went, yes, it is. Bang, sorry, but we have to announce you did not win, and that's the way it went. So you can use your caddy, yes, but you can't grab another competitor's board and get back out there. And it's a kind of a bit of a sticky one, but it's in black and white.
All right, last score in for Zane Sync.
6-3.
Best wave of the heat, a 6.3. Tane Dobbin is back in the lineup. Let's hope he's on his own surfboard. And he's working his way down the line. Oh, that was a strong turn. Smacked that rebound. Probably got a bit of pent-up aggression he needs to release. That's a good turn as well. He's definitely not out of this. He needs a 6.57 to get up to second. This wave's throwing a few challenges at him, and he is out of there.
Nice recovery. To get back out there that quick and catch another wave. Oh, he goes assing. All right. Trying to improve on a 5. Didn't think it was happening down the line, so over and out. 3 minutes.
Not quite as high stakes as the longboarding at Kuta the other day, but when Sonny Garcia was going for his world title in 2000, he, I think, broke a leg rope or something, and he was in a heat with Ockie, and Ockie gave him his board.
That's classic. Maybe that rule wasn't even around then, but here's the replay. So this is Dobbin answering back after his run, swim, run effort.
If it was, it didn't apply to Sonny at pipe.
No, it doesn't. They forget. No one looks at the rule book when Sonny was out there, surely.
You know the rules. Okay, this is Zane Sync. Best way. Oh no, that is.
Yep, that was the one he just had a sniff at.
So Zane Sync with an 11.3, two-wave total of 6.3 and a 5. That's that's a foundation.
And just how important that wave of greens, that 8-turn wave of greens at the start of the heat turned out to be. While the other two sat there waiting and trying to be patient, it may still come together here. I mean, they both need substantial numbers for white and red.
So Tane Dobbin at 2.77 puts him up to third. Josh Stratton, the birthday boy, needs a gift at this point. Minute 45 to go. Needs a 6.37 to get up to second. He's having a look at this one down the line. Here goes our heat leader, Zane Sync. He's got speed to burn. Beautiful, crisp surfing from the lanky Australian. Cracks it once again. And the wave races off without him at that point. Where's Josh
Look at this
Stratton?
set to finish things off. Okay, we have a rider. This is looking like green. Let's get some visual on that surfer. There it is. It is green. So this is Rayon. Can be pretty easy to get stuck behind. He's done a really good job to wrestle the frothy stuff. Get back onto the clean green face. This is definitely going to help his two-wave total here for Rayon. Some tidy drone work. A really good hit. Rides out of this. He seals it. Under a minute. But yeah, watching the free surfing this morning, Chris, you see some waves, you think, oh, this guy's on a bomb, and that sometimes it's racing off pretty fast. It can be super easy to get caught behind here.
Okay, so this is Josh Stratton. He's chasing a 6.37. He's not there so far. And I don't think he's there at all. So that was his second wave. There's 30 seconds left to run in this heat, and this was Rayon Fadul's wave.
Whoops. There he is. Yeah, so he's only trying to improve on a mid-3, I'm pretty sure. And his first turn looked really good. Either way, I think the clock's going to deny the other surfers an opportunity. Plenty of work done again from Rayon. It would have been handy to sign off with that manoeuvre, but I think in the big scheme of things, a pretty well-served heat. Blue and green for me, all the way.
Yep, so this is Zane Sync. This was the best wave of his heat. This will be the one that... Oh no, sorry, that was his last wave. That's not the 6.37, but at this stage it's looking like Zane Sync with a 6.3 and a 5.77 has taken the win. Rayon Fadul from Brazil will join him in progressing. Tane Dobbin, unfortunately, falling short, and the same for Josh Stratton. Alright, don't go anywhere. We're going to throw to a quick ad break, and I'm going to go down and have a chat with Zane Sync. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way right after this quick break.
Alright, here we are. We are now looking at effectively heat 2 of the day, but it is heat 6 of this round of 96. It is Saxon Reba in the red, Made Mahendra in the blue, Winter Vincent in the white, and Shoshi Kato in the green. And I'd like to say welcome and good morning to Giada Legati.
Good morning, and thank you for having me back.
Just get that right there. There we go. How's your morning going so far?
It's going great. I was just outside watching that last heat. The waves look amazing out there, and I can't wait to paddle out afterwards.
I know, and the good news is you do get a go today. The bad news is you've got to wait about 5 or 6 hours to do that.
I think there's like 6 or 7 hours left of heats, but you know, if it's anything like yesterday, the wind is definitely going to stay down. I did take a look at the forecast, so it's looking like it is going to stay pretty calm all day. The swell has dropped, and so has the period, but it's still pumping out there, and there's the occasional big set coming through. So yeah, it's going to be another great day of competition.
Sure is. On a venue like this, a long piece of reef. You had an afternoon surf yesterday. How did that go? Looked like there was a lot of people with a similar idea.
I thought I was going to get out there really early and you know, sneak a few in, since I haven't gotten in the water since my 40 plus hour trip. But it was so hard. I only managed to catch like 2 waves, and one of them was a wipeout. As we see Winter Vincent, a beautiful first turn to open up his heat, and straight into the second. We saw him destroy yesterday's heat, and he just has such a great style and flow. What do you think?
Oh, look, I remembered his name after that performance yesterday. I went, if this guy can keep doing what he's doing, and he has, I said he could go a long way through the draw, because he's got the mindset and the moves that are super eye-catching the judges want to see. Let's have a look at Reba. So this is Saxon. I think they're both Manly boys. So a quick brief start there for Saxon. But yeah, back to Winter Vincent, 18 years old from Manly, his first QS. And
this is his first QS?
Yeah, because I remember we had the opening ceremony right after his heat, so I never got to do a beach interview with him. But I went up and asked him a bunch of questions anyway, just to find out a bit more about him.
This is Mate. He is a Canggu local like me. I've seen him grow up, and I'm sure his dad is tuning in right now. Selamat pagi semua. And Madedera is one of the Canggu icons, I would say. You know, every time you come down to the beach, he's always smiling, always very polite. His family is very welcoming. Originally from Brawa, so we all
he's moved a few hundred metres up the road. There he is. So let's have a look what happened for Mate. He's also doing the duties on the beach commentary, sharing those with Mate Joy. Yeah, both Maredera and Mate Joy are there. This is the first wave of Saxon. Yeah, turned into a short ride here. But last year, really a good outing here. I'm pretty sure he made it through to the man-on-man round last year. This is maybe a second wave for Blue, is it? It couldn't be. Maybe it is. Maybe this is right after his first effort. Maybe. Yep, okay, so a quick flurry of waves for him. This is the wave that is going to make all the difference. Take us through this. Yeah, a beautiful first turn to get around that section and straight into that second one. I love how he can take his board so vertical with so much ease. He wastes no time in between any of his turns. And there to keep it a little bit, you know, give that variety to the judges, a little bit more of an open carve, and finishes off this wave really nicely. Just a quick tap and pulls out. What a great way to start your heat, you know, multiple turns, really good read on that wave to keep his speed out of every sort of hit. You see a lot of guys just get stuck for a split second, and it's enough to cost them the wave. So the flow and the read and the manoeuvre selection there from Winter Vincent, once again right on point. So I'll be really keen to see and watch Winter throughout this draw and see exactly how far the Krui Pro he can go. Yeah, for sure that wave Winter caught is definitely the best wave of the heat for now. Totally. May even be the best one of the morning. Yeah, it's still early though, early days. Yeah, it is. We saw a 6-3 from Async, I think it was in that last heat. Yeah, Async. Young boy from the sunny coast. Hopefully Robbie Sherwell out here tuning in. And Robbie may be watching. If you are, morning boys up there in Queensland. Okay, so let's have a look and a chat with Async down there. Post-heat interview with Chris Binns. Go boys.
All right, g'day everyone. I'm down here with the winner of the last heat, Zane Sync. Congratulations on the win. How are the conditions out there this morning?
Yeah, it's literally what you dream of. it's like fun wedges offshore and hot water, so it's pretty good.
You're from the Sunshine Coast. Must be nice to go left, especially in a contest.
Yeah, I love going left because we got so many like right hand point breaks at home, and yeah, I do love surfing my backhand, but any opportunity as a goofy nose to go left is just perfect.
Run us through the best wave of your heat, best wave of the morning so far. Just look beautifully paced from start to finish.
Yeah, I was just really trying to slow it down, and I got this new board. I surfed this Sharp Eye 77 yesterday for the first time. I knew it looked good, so I just gripped it up and surfed it, and I just took my time out there and was being patient and not rush, and it feels so much better to just cruise a bit more rather than trying to always be like so amped and stuff, and it's good to take your time sometimes.
What's it like coming to an event like this, travelling with your mates, kind of outside the bubble of being in Australia, and you can just focus on your surfing?
Yeah, it's a good vibe. We travel with a good crew. I had Tane in my heat, so yeah, it's tough to see him lose, but it's all part of the game. Yeah,
you had Tane, your roommate. He snapped his leash and had to go for a swim. I think it was Josh Stratton's birthday as well yesterday, so you're breaking hearts everywhere.
Yeah, Josh ripped, so yeah, it's pretty hectic. And then the Brazilian they got through as well, he was surfing good. Yeah.
What do you think about this area? There's waves everywhere.
It's literally there's non-stop waves. Like you drive north or south, and you guarantee to get waves. So.
Any shout-outs to anyone back home on the sunny coast?
My family watching in Europe at the moment, and my sister at home, yeah, and just everyone who supports me. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, you look really good. Congrats going deeper.
Cheers. Thanks.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, it was a great interview with Zane. I like how coming from the rights all the way down here just to lefts.
Yeah, so, when you speak to all the competitors, everyone's mighty impressed with what they're seeing, and they're glad they made the trek here, and it is a fair way, but when you park up and stick around in these neck of the woods, you're definitely going to score. So Zane nailed it. You drive north, you drive south, you're kind of going to find something you like. So bit of a mission to get here. We are in Tanjung, Setia, which is the village here. When you break that down into English, that means the loyal point. The wave itself is called Ujung Bocur, and that means the leaking edge. Believe it or not, that's what they call this wave. We're in the Setia Barat region. They are also the big sponsor of the event. They are the government of this local region. So they were all here yesterday, as you saw, Giada. And we're in the province of Lampung, South Sumatra, Indonesia. And I'm sure Winter Vincent is pretty glad he made his effort here. He's just put together a 6.67 Giada, which is the best score of the morning.
Yeah, it was really well deserved. That wave, so much flow in between those turns. He really thought it all through. You could really see he has a connection with this wave that I haven't seen with all the athletes just yet. I'm wondering if he's already spent quite a lot of time here or not.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, being only 18 years of age, pretty fresh on the scene. Let's just stay with Made right here.
This is
Madeira.
I like how he's keeping busy. He's looking for that wave.
Yep, sooner or later stuff's going to click for him.
Yeah.
He's only got a 3 and a 2 at this stage. Red is well positioned. Reba, but green had priority. Let him go. So let's just have a little look at this. He's got some frothy stuff to deal with, but generally a really good competitor is Saxon. So one thing I noted from last year is he does capitalise on opportunities, as he's doing right here.
Yeah, this is it didn't look like a great wave from the beginning, which I'm sure is why green let him go. Oh, unfortunately just comes unstuck, but he actually ended up giving really great maneuvers out of what that wave could offer.
Well, that'll be enough to put him in the lead. 5.17 for his first effort is kind of starting to appear as being a keeper in these conditions. Madeira, so this is his third wave. So the Grom is trying everything in the Grom handbook of staying busy and catching waves off the older boys. I'm sure he's well versed in that up there at Chengdu.
Yeah, you definitely always see Madeira on the inside, catching 1,000 waves. And here is a replay of the wave in red, you could really see that froth in the beginning, which tends to be really difficult to manage, but he does it really nicely. He keeps the board under control, and that's definitely going to be the money turn in this wave. A beautiful carving wrap for the second, and unfortunately comes unstuck here, which is surprising, as the most difficult part was the beginning.
Yeah, look, even though he fell on that wave, I think he did some pretty decent work out the back. So that number, you know, it's enough to go, you know, hold a lead. So it's not going to be a big number, but it will fall into that mid-range area, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
A couple of strong moves involved there for Saxon.
Yeah, there were some critical sections out there. That was really great wave reading from Saxon Reaver. And, you know, I've seen in many contests that sometimes it's not so much the surfer that picks out the best wave, it's what they can manage to do even if the wave doesn't have much to offer.
Yeah, because look, let's face it, everyone that's here is already a really good surfer.
Yeah.
When you look in the draw and the women's side of the draw as well that you're involved with, everybody rips. So it's a matter of, you know, putting your best act together. Once you pull the rashi on, it can be a tricky thing that a lot of people can't get their head around. But all those competitive beasts out there that love the rashi, you know, this kind of environment is made for those people. And yep, it's how you control your nerves and your decision making under pressure. So there we go. It is enough for Saxon Reba, 4.83 to hold the lead. Winter Vincent still well positioned. That's him in the white with second priority. So that leads me to my question to you. Who are you surfing against next? Does it matter? Do you buy into any of that, or do you just doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. When you're out there, there's no friends. It's just colors.
All right, well said. So we won't even bother with the list of who you're up against. Then it's just 3 other girls.
Yeah, just 3 girls. But here is the first wave of green. He finally goes on. You know, halfway into the heat, he picks his wave. There's a little bit of froth. It's a little bit of a more of an insider, but he's managing to get a lot of turns in there.
Shoshi Kato.
Another Japanese surfer.
Wow, there's a lot of them here, same as last year. They are heavily invested in this event. Now let's watch the man of the moment, Winter Vincent. 2 big hits. He's kind of going to get stuck here, and he does, but some quality big vertical hits, which is his go-to move. The wave raced off without him, but a couple of decent scores, a couple of decent hits will be a respectable backup number.
Yeah, that was wasn't very a long ride, but those turns were right in the pocket, super vertical and really smooth. I like one of the Japanese surfers yesterday. He transmits a lot of tranquility even if he's in a heat, you know.
I'd say in general a lot of the Japanese are like that. You see them and they're just these quiet achievers, you know, quiet humans on land, and you put them in the water, they'll always end up on your inside. Just as a set's coming, you're like, damn, how did that happen again?
Yeah.
Next set, damn, there you are, it's another one again. It's like, oh my God. So they are quite competitive,
Yeah.
but they are very, you know, unassuming on land.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at your boy from Tanjung.
This is Maredera on his backhand, trying to bring sandbar to Krui. Beautiful second carve to get back to that power in the whitewash, and a nice third hit. You know, he's working down this wave really well. He managed to get one of those longer ones. That was a really nice turn from and finishing from Maredera.
Yep, he's yet to really bother the scorers with a big number, so he's going to have to maybe reassess this frothing act and probably try and turn it into a better sort of wave. I mean, this wasn't bad. Let's have another look.
Yeah, this is definitely the best wave he's managed to pick out until now. All the other ones seem to close out on him. Beautiful turn. That was a really nice turn from Maredera. He came out of it with so much speed.
Yep.
And that was a great finishing.
All right, so that puts him back in the mix because it's right there with our leaders, kind of top waves. Shoshi, the replay.
I think maybe the difference between Shoshi's wave and Maridera was maybe a little bit more size, and and Maridera's was a little bit cleaner as
Yep.
well.
Yep, I'm glad you threw the cleaner thing in. It definitely was.
Yeah.
So she had a little bit of reef ridge to deal with.
A quick in and out for a surfer in red. It's super clean, pristine conditions out there today.
Well, it's Indo. Let's face it. Indo mornings, you get a lot of this stuff. It's pretty much typical of what you expect every morning. If it's not like this, you're like, oh, the ocean's a bit grumpy this morning. There's a one knot on shore blowing.
We do get sometimes a little bit of morning sickness.
Oh, look at that. Winter again.
Yeah.
6-3-3. Running away with his heat, Winter Vincent. So that was 2 manoeuvres, ladies and gentlemen. 2 big top-to-bottom hits. Probably one of the shorter ways we've seen ridden this heat. The judges aren't counting manoeuvres. They're looking for the turns that count, and Winter Vincent is giving them exactly what they want to see. So if you're Winter's coach, I spoke with him yesterday, he said it's Matt Cattle. Generally sits under the tutelage of Mick Kane in Manly, but if you're Matt Cattle right now, you'd go, you know what, Winter, keep doing what you're doing.
Wow, this Matt Cattle guy is training a lot of kids.
Matt Cattle is an underground legend from years ago. Maybe not even so underground, but he was doing the rounds a long time ago when I was competing and out in Narrabeen, and he's put all those years of experience to good use, passing it on to these guys that are listening, and they all respect Matt Cattle very well. And Winter Vincent is heavily involved in that camp. Now let's watch Saxon Reber.
This is Saxon Reber on his front hand. His first turn was great. A little bit of a check turn as he goes and tries to flare and you know, give a little bit of a fin blow, but unfortunately comes unstuck. Something I really like about Krui is that you can really tell a difference between the goofies and the regulars. You know, and you have to like compare, and that's the first turn. A little bit of a check turn to try and really get into it in this one. But
Yeah, that's where it went wrong. He just kind of tried to put a bit too much into that move. Okay, so the goofies and the naturals, you're saying there's a fair, obvious visual difference. Who do you reckon it favours the most?
You know, for some reason, I think the regulars. I think that it's much easier to like hit it into the pocket than it is on your forehand.
Okay, so you're a goofy footer. What are you going to do? You're going to go out there and switch foot?
I'll try.
All right, there goes Kato looking for a bit of an update. Here goes Reber again, so he's picked up another wave. Must have been a wide one. So the heat's starting to take shape. You can see this is a pretty competitive effort. Everybody's starting to put together those mid-range numbers, and Winter is a clear leader, busting into the 6-point range a couple of times, but it's turning into a little bit of a battle for second with Made with his 5-4-3 for that good wave we just saw of the surfer in blue. Reber's just going about his business like he does, and nothing real blockbuster out of Saxon yet, but putting the runs on the board. Kato is the surfer that needs to catch up here.
Yeah, Kato, you know, he took almost like 12 minutes to get his first score, and so he definitely took his time, and unfortunately didn't seem to, you know, work out just yet. Hopefully he can pull something out of the bag in the last 5 minutes.
Winter Vincent. All right, I might get the interview I was denied yesterday because I'm up next for the post heat, and I didn't get to get his head on the camera yesterday due to the ceremony, the opening ceremony happening right at the end of his heat. He's stepped up, picked up exactly where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, hopefully get to know him a little better. As
Here
I'm
he goes.
surprised this is his first.
He's got the lead and he's got priority. How good.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Yep, Matt Cattle would be mighty chuffed with his young charger.
He's got full control of the situation from start to finish.
Exactly. When we look back at it, he rode the first wave of the heat, didn't he?
Yeah.
For his 6-3-3. No, it was his 6-6-7 straight off the bat. That's right.
That's how you like to start it.
Oh my God!
Morning.
Perfect way to start a heavily well surfed wave. Here he is again, the man of the moment. So let me stay with Winter Vincent here, wave number 3. He's just kind of pacing himself, seeing if it's worth staying with this one. Couple of hits now. Doesn't really factor into his top 2. But you're cruising in the lead. Maybe he just had to take that off the boys because it looked maybe better than it turned out. So he went, all right, I got priority. These guys are trying to track me down. I might as well steal this off them.
Here's the replay of Winter Vincent's last wave. This wave really standing up for him, but unfortunately closes.
Did a good job to squeeze out that end move, so still has not put a foot wrong. Maybe that wave choice was a little out of whack, but manoeuvres, the surfing, it's all there. I'm looking forward to having a chat with that fella should he win this heat.
I'm honestly really shocked that you told me that's his first QS.
Yep.
He has so much confidence.
Well, he's only 18 as well, so yeah, he's probably just finished school and all those sort of things and gone, righto, this is my chance to see how I go at the next level, and so far so good.
Yeah. For now, he's been giving out a great performance. We do still have a long way to go, but you can usually pick out who's really in tune the first rounds already.
Yep, got my attention yesterday. He's definitely solidified his reputation from yesterday here this morning. He may have to surf again this afternoon as we boost into the round of 64 late in the day. Giada. They're going to try and do, I think, heats 1 to 6 of that round of 64 are on standby. So we might have to bust out the candles if heat 6 gets going because that's going to be pretty dark by that point. The sun would have well and truly set. Can we do 26, 25-minute heats in a day? Let's see. That's what that would be.
Today's we don't have any ceremonies, so it's just going to be one after the other.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
We're still in Indonesia. There's a lot of uniforms out there, and they love a ceremony, so something could get pulled on us.
Yeah, there's never going to be an event here without any opening ceremony. It's a must.
They might even just turn it into a lunchtime ceremony just for good measure.
And here is Maledera looking for a 4.57. Unfortunately, I don't think.
Desperation in that effort. He was totally desperate there, not paying dividends. That's what we're looking at here this morning, everybody. How cool is our setup here? Krui Town. This is Ujung Bocur. That is the reef we're looking at. The leaking edge is what that equates to in English. Ujung Bocur. Plenty of accommodation options on the hill, on the point here as well, and around the point. Here he goes again.
Winter Vincent, the man of the heat.
Is this guy just in perfect rhythm or what?
Yeah,
he rode the first wave of the heat, and it looks like he's going to ride the last.
Beautiful style from Winter. So much tranquility. Everything is very precise and controlled. He doesn't do more than what he needs. He doesn't do less. He gives what the judges want and takes out the heat.
Yeah, no, that's a good point you make, because he's definitely got more in the tank, and no doubt he's going to keep ramping it up throughout. So this is Saxon Reba trying to nail down and consolidate that all-important second position. So it might be the two Manly boys doing the 1-2. I can see a colour up out the back. This have to be Kato, surely. It is. So to move into second before Reba's wave, he needed a mid-range 6. The heat has ended. A couple of numbers will probably still factor in shortly. So let's just see whether we're going to get the actual official result before we cut to an ad break or not. We might have to come back and get the results here, but for sure Winter Vincent wins. Reba, for me, pretty good wave. I think he will add to his 2-wave total. He'll be hoping he didn't, because Kato had a pretty good job. Okay, so we will throw to a quick ad break. I'll go have a chat with Winter, and we'll get right back to you after that.
the booth with Billy.
Hi, Giada. How are you? It's good here. Oh, I like the couch.
Yep, finally have a really nice, comfortable couch out here.
Rightio, it is a good-looking morning. Been out there checking out the first couple of heats. A lot more user-friendly today, shall we say. Is Ujung Bocur.
Yep, today has dropped a lot in, well, not a lot actually, quite a bit in the swell. But, you know, the conditions are still looking amazing out there. I can't wait to paddle out for my heat. That will be my break. And, you know, get my fair share of waves. Because yesterday afternoon I went out and only managed to catch one. And the second one fell straight to the reef.
Oh, wow.
As we see our surfer in white. This is Elliot Pareto-Reed.
Yeah, Elliot, the owner of a 833 yesterday, one of the two probably standout waves. Winter Vincent in the heat previous to this was also a standout surfer, and is Elliot Pareto-Reed getting to business again on day 2.
Yeah, in this heat we have in the red, Nyoma Nartana. In the blue we have Raiha Onu. The red, in white, sorry, Elliot Pareto-Reed. And in green, Ty Kulis.
Ty Kulis, yes. Elliot Pareto-Reed really pushing hard for a sponsor from the lawn in Bali. He mentioned him in his post-heat interview yesterday, and I a little bit of correspondence with Ty Graham. He was pretty pumped on it. So there could be something in the pipeline. But let's have a look at Mega Ratana here. Renowned for his speed, the kid from halfway. Good looking style. His top turns are starting to match his aggressive down the line approach. And there are a couple of rippers right there. I love that spread fingers attack. Beautiful arm placement. Mega Ratana really developing as a great competition surfer.
Yeah, Mega, you're right. Known for his speed, his really low stance, his low center of gravity. It's really rare to see him fall like that. He tends to land almost everything he usually does. He's another one of our Bali local boys, always smiling, always happy. And it's great to see him out here in Krui. I haven't seen him much in the international scene, so it's great to see him finally breaking through.
Well, he's been exposed a little bit. I picked him up as a little kid when we turned him for the Charles Small Fries. Drove him from Perth to Margaret River, and to Yellingup, in fact. I think it's the first time he's been in the car for more than 2 hours. And we're doing like 120 kilometres an hour. You'd fall asleep, wake up. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? So he has had some international experience. But you're right. It's difficult for Indonesian surfers to gain that international exposure and experience. So this co-sanctioned event where they come to Indonesia is priceless.
Yeah, it's great. And here is a wave from green that I'm guessing we missed earlier. Oh, just comes unstuck. And a replay of Mega Artana's wave. Really takes the high line, a beautiful first opening turn. You can see a little bit of foam on the face, but he managed to get around it and straight into this one. Loses no time and gets into the third beautiful carving snap. You can see that really low center of gravity, even when he does those bottom turns, like really uses his stance to be able to get it right into the pocket.
Yep, he's becoming a solid young man, so he's got a lot of power through those legs and that buttocks. So, yeah, he gets gas. He's great. I like him. Mega
actually, sometimes to avoid the Bali traffic, I see him come in his little fishing boat, parks it outside of Canggu. You see it parked out there. He comes in for a surf, surfs the right, and then goes out, goes fishing, and goes back home.
Right, that's the life, isn't it?
That's the life. I always wonder, I'm like, Mega, like, where'd you just paddle from? He's like, oh, my boat's right there. Came out. Gonna go catch some fish later and then go home for lunch.
No, classic. Let's surf it in blue now.
This is Raiha Onu, one of our young Japanese surfers. A beautiful airdrop.
Yeah, a bit of a crunching drop there off the lip there for sure. Impressive stuff. That wave not playing ball though, but on the end of the reef is EPR. Continuing on his winning ways from yesterday by the look of those 2 turns, and a beautifully crafted floater. Really functional to get into this next section and get the double ender. You can tell by his body talk there, he was pretty happy with that wave. Bit of whistling and finger snapping going on in the channel there as well from his caddy. Looks like Jack Thomas.
Yep, that's definitely Jack Thomas. I had a quick chat to Jack this morning, saying that after this event, looks like he's going to be sticking around Indo. And now we'll be going into our post-heat interview with the winner of our last heat. Down to you.
For the last heat, Winter, tell us, firstly, tell us a little bit about yourself, because I haven't seen you before, Winter Vincent. So how old are you and where are you from?
Just turned 18 and from Manly Beach, Queenscliff specifically, in Australia.
How come we haven't heard of you before? You've been injured, or is it just your age, or what's up?
Well, this is my first QS, and I've had a few injuries on my knees, tore my meniscus, but now it's time to give it a shot into QSs.
It certainly is, and I reckon you're right where you belong, because you rode the first wave of that heat, you rode the last wave of that heat pretty much. You seem to be going all right on this piece of reef, yeah?
Yeah, this is my first time here in Krui, and I'm kind of loving it. There's a bunch of little waves everywhere, and this left is probably the best wave I've ever surfed in the comp, so it's pretty special.
You know what, if I was Matt Cattle, my advice to you would be keep doing what you're doing, because the judges are buying into it big time. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to square up, I guess. I got a good piece of advice from a few mates back home from Queenie board riders, and they're just saying just go smash it, so that's what I'm trying to do.
All right, we'll get to the boys in a moment. Tell us about your board. It seems to be going a treat.
Yeah, this is actually Griffin Kohler's old board. It's a driver 3, and it's working pretty good.
It certainly is, brother. And all right, so you've got a whole bunch of mates at home, and they're probably looking at the screen right now. Why don't you look right down the camera and give the boys a bit of a rev up?
Just want to say, Dodson, Ted, and Ben, I hope you guys are watching, and thanks to Mum and Dad and Caney back home.
And it was kind of a Manly 1-2, or was it a Queenie 1 and a Manly 2? How'd that go with you and Saxon?
Well, yeah, me and Saxon, we're both from the same beach, but I'm from Queenie End and he's from North Stain, so there's always a bit of rivalry, but he's one of my good mates, and it's good to surf against him.
All right, unreal. Well, listen, I'm going to shake your hand again, and I'm going to keep my eye on your name, because you're shredding. Well done.
Cheers.
You.
Yeah, it was some amazing surfing from Winter Vincent. He's really, for me, I think has been one of like the highlights for now.
It's all the talk on the beach. You're right, Giada. Very polished style for such a young man. Looking forward to what he has to offer as the contest progresses. But right now, it's a Japanese surfer plying his trade. I think it's his second wave, third wave maybe. I'm not too sure, but that's a heavy section, and he comes unstuck.
That was a really brave
Onu.
section to hit.
Yeah. Well, you're in a contest. You got to go for it. I think that is the ethos through those Japanese surfers. Ty Coolest now on a short, sharp one. But Raiha Onu. Raya, thank you.
Raiha Onu.
Raya Onu.
Mhm.
Great looking style.
Yeah, back to Winter Vincent. I was really liking the color of his board. Super electric.
The green?
Yeah.
Is it still bad luck in Bali to surf a green surfboard?
Yes. Well, actually, there's a legend. I think it might be, if I'm not wrong, in Lombok, where if you are a man and you have green on you, there's like this saying that there's a mermaid that will take you away.
It's the queen of the southern seas.
Oh, so
she takes a young male every so often, every couple of months.
When he wears green.
And they're always wearing green. That's the
Yeah.
myth. That's the legend. There's lots of them around Indo. I like them all. Have a look at this hit. Really upside down. Bang! That would have been a big scorer.
Yep. Unfortunately, comes down. You could really see the tide is still going down. The low tide is at 8, so we're definitely going to see some more reef being exposed, and hopefully, you know, with that, you can really see the waves start to stand up a little more than instead of when it's high.
Yeah. I think it's pretty approaching dead low.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much there. And so it's going to fill in during the day. The incoming tide seems to really like it.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing maybe not a pulse, but with that incoming tide, a bit more frequent waves coming through. So yeah, another beautiful day here in Krui, in Ujung Bocur. And this is Raiha Onu, wasting no time from one wave to the next.
Oh,
That was a beautiful turn.
yeah, he nailed it that time. I thought he might have redirected a bit too much on that last attempt, but he's absolutely kicked it out of the soccer field on that one.
Here is a replay.
Yeah, I like that. Really tweaks the tail on the way down.
He has a really low compressed style, and usually when surfers have that, it's really hard to see them fall or fail any maneuvers because they're so balanced and so, on top of it.
All right, Mega Atana now. He is currently in 4th. He won't be happy with that. He only needs almost 2.5 points to progress, and he doesn't come out of that tube. That would have been some nice vision at this time of the morning. So let's have a look at this at 14 minutes. Giada, it's Elliot Pirata Reid out in the front with a 4.90 and a 4.50. Mr. Onu second. He only requires a 5.73. Taikulis 3.28. That's his requirement. And Mega has skipped up there into 3rd after this little hiccup inside the barrel. Check it out. Nice little setup. Backdoor action, but catching that rail. Looks like it ran off pretty fast anyhow, but if he made that, would have been a good score.
Just that section kind of reminds me of a small day in Desert Point. Just that little section that he pulled into.
Yes, the fabled Desert Point. Yeah, so Mega Atana just looking for a 2.58 now. All those scores very attainable, even the 5.73. No one scratching into the good ranges yet.
Yeah, it's still anyone's heat at this point. There's not any significant score just made. So these sometimes are some of the most nerve-wracking heats because you're out there and anything can happen really until the last few seconds.
Yeah, you can't seem to string together 2 turns, 3 turns. It's a good time to go back to your fundamentals. When's that happen? There's been no massive scores dropped.
Yeah, we saw Winter first wave in the last heat already got a 6.67 straight into a 6.33.
Nice.
We were seeing some bigger scores, and now this one just goes a little bit more plateau. So I'm guessing everyone in the heat is still open game for everyone.
Yeah. And Winter Vincent is part of the Surfing New South Wales Krui Development Camp. Exciting news, I've got Tom Dixon coming in, Heat 14. We're going to watch Dane Henry, and we're going to talk about this little camp that Surfing New South Wales has underway here at the Krui Pro. It's pretty interesting stuff. So, if you are from New South Wales, Tom Dixon will be dropping in Heat 14. 7 heats time.
Are they joining the juniors as well? Is it all a junior camp, or is it just open?
You'll find out.
Oh,
Heat
good,
14. Yeah, with the big bosses here. I actually don't know. But it's good to see programs like that developing, and it's paying off. Geez, look at the surfers: Dane Henry, Winter Vincent.
Yeah, it's great to see with this younger generation so many high-level camps coming up, and it creates a lot of opportunity for these younger generation surfers.
All right, not much has changed on the leaderboard. It's still Elliot Pirata Reid out in the lead. He wouldn't be too comfortable with that 4.90 and that 4.5. He'll be wanting to put those in the trash can before the end of the heat.
Yeah, we have our surfer in blue, Raiha. Manages to stick that landing and gets around the section. You see this wave gets a little wobbly and unfortunately just runs out on him, but that was some difficult sections to hit, and Ty Kulis just falls again.
Yeah, I wonder if there was anything before that, but
possibly he was quite up above the line, so you see our surfers red and white sitting down there. So there was a possibility he did something earlier. As we wait for those scores, in the upcoming heat we have in Japan Kenta Ishikawa in red. In blue we have Micah Marginson. In white Byron Stapleton, and in green Sentaro Sakai.
right on.
It's an Aussie versus Japan heat again.
Oh, interesting. Did you see the free surf this morning before the competition started?
I actually didn't manage to. No, I got here just as everyone came in.
It was pretty hectic, but there are a lot of people out there.
You know, I believe it because yesterday afternoon was really hectic. I felt like I was in Ulus again.
Yeah, right on.
I was out there and I only caught one wave in an hour.
Well, we do have close to 250 QS surfers here, all frothing, all wanting to get on the wave that the competition is held on, and so the heat before the first heat, the free surf before his first heat of the day is often out of control.
Yeah, and we're still in those early rounds, so there's still a lot of people out in the contest, and they all want to get their warm up, get their few waves before their heat. So everyone's out there every morning and every afternoon. No one really wants to go down to Mandiri yet.
Well, I was speaking to Izzy and Emmy Campbell with Willow Hardy, and they've been here for about a week, about 8 days, and they've been surfing this lineup a lot, and they've been surfing for hours on end. And their kind of approach going to the contest was, well, we won't surf so much before the day before our heat. You know, you want some energy while you're there, and there are some really good lineups around here, and it's hard to keep control of yourself and not surf it for 4 hours a day because you've got a heat coming up the next day.
Yeah.
But that would be the smart move if you can handle it. Get to your competition site, a week before and surf it as much as you can, so you're not feeling like you have to get out there on the warm-up surfs.
Yeah, I agree. That is probably the best way to handle it. And they're both from West Oz, so they only have like a 3-hour flight to get here. It's much shorter than a lot of other people. And Krui is like such an amazing place. Everyone wants to come here. I've seen so many of my friends come here on surf trips, and they've scored some amazing waves. As you can drive around this coast and find your own peak or find a secret spot just for yourself.
Yeah.
It's great. We've seen it grow so much in the last few years. From the first time I've been here to now, there has been a massive change. New accommodation. There's villas now. We're staying at a beautiful villa, Kurinaka, up the top. It's so gorgeous out there.
Oh, it sounds fantastic. Ours, not so much. Anyway, Mega Ratana. He was looking to get out of third position. Beautiful looking opening turn. Surfboard going that 180 degrees around. Bit of a lip line attack on the second one, and the third one even more impressive. You're right, Giada. He's very hard to imagine falling off on those sort of waves.
That was maybe the best wave in the heat for now. He might be going straight to first with that. And a beautiful turn from Ty Coolis. Unfortunately, doesn't get to put a second one in there, but it's going to be a pretty interesting exchange.
Yeah, that was a great turn by Ty. It's see the frustration as that wave rattled off in front of him. But beautiful opening turn. Let's have a look at Mega here. Keeps that nice, straight to the bottom actually to attack that lip. Does it really well, keeping the speed through the turns, which I like. Changes it up on the second and changes it up on the third. So the judges, I reckon, will kind of like that. But this first turn, from the first look at it, looks really impressive. A lot of speed. Sets it up. Yeah, beautiful style. That backhand really extended. But unfortunately that wave, rattling off like we said. And no more scoring potential.
Yeah, we're getting down to the last 5 minutes. I'm wondering what Elliot's feeling, after seeing those two waves come through from the back. All you can really see is fins and spray, so you never really know.
Yeah, and that 5.50 just awarded to Mega. That's put the pressure on a little bit. Yeah, Ninja 3.90 now. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we're definitely there. We see Elliot asking for a bit of a situation update, but the scores are small. Here's Raiha Onu catching one of an insider. Only one turn, almost gets unstuck, but manages to keep it together.
All right, Ty Coolis now. He is looking to improve on that one impressive turn from the last exchange. There it is again, a nice aggressive style with a bit of flash involved. Managed to squeeze out a second one, a wrapping cutback, and this one kind of getting small on him and full of water. So the young Aussie will stick with it on the inside, hoping to get a little bonus. Not dying minutes of the heat, why not? He looks pretty happy with that.
You know, actually, when he first paddled for that wave, I wasn't expecting much, but he managed to really squeeze the whole juice out of that lemon and got it all the way to the end.
Yeah, well, that was, he's sitting way down there in fourth priority, and why not take a little wave like that in the dying minutes of the heat?
Yeah, he really saw the potential in that wave. Elliot took a look and, pulled back, while Ty was like, yep, I've got nothing else to lose at this point.
Talk us through it.
He gets that high line and gets around this section, a beautiful first turn. That was, for me, the money turn, and just a tap with a little bit of a free fall to get around, and then just a few carves to get around this dead section. And as we see him kind of just pump his way through to get this finishing.
Yeah, right on. That's a well put together wave.
Yeah.
See where that shakes up the leaderboard. Score yet to drop. It is Elliot Parada-Reid in the lead with priority. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. He'll be looking to get rid of that 4.50 and get a bit of momentum going into the next round. But it's the dangerous Mega Atana on the inside. Really scratching hard to get into this medium-sized wave. Mid-face setup Cuddy to start with. He's looking for the lip. Finds it, flares the tail a little bit, and this wave really standing up on the inside now, getting shallow, getting a little more critical, a couple of mediocre turns, but that end section dealt with very nicely. So Mega looking to ditch a 3.57, and he needs a 3.90 to go into the lead. So the pressure now building on the heat leader and the priority holder.
Yeah, Ty Koulis' last wave came in at a 4.33. So he's going to be trying to scratch his way back out there and try to get that back up. Mega only looking for a 3.9 to take the lead. And by the looks of this wave, I think he's definitely got it. He got the variety. He's got that speed, that power. Here, and I think my favorite part was probably the finishing. This turn right here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy in his surfing, doesn't he? Even those set-up mid-face cutties were looking interesting. I thought something was definitely in the mail. So Mega Atana putting his best foot forward.
Yeah, Mega, very electric surfer, very lively. You see his board never really stops moving when he's on the wave. So pressure's on.
Ooh, there we go. It is a 4.17. Mega takes the lead off Elliot Parada-Reid. There's a minute 40 remaining. He does sit out there with priority, Elliot. He's seen him kind of prowling around a little bit. Maybe that rattled him. He'll be looking for any sort of wave now. He's sat out there for a good 5 to 6 minutes with priority.
Honestly, I think at this point, Elliot's looking for Ty. I would be going to sit on him at this point with only a minute 20 left.
They're all attainable scores.
Yep. This is Raya. Unfortunately, Raya hasn't been able to catch a wave that really, links it all together. With a minute left.
Well, very interesting. 50 seconds to go. Here he comes. Here comes Ty Koulis now. And you're right, it is Elliot. It's not going to give him an inch. There looks like any sort of wave coming through is going to be the priority holder. Absolutely taking advantage of that first priority. 30 seconds remaining.
It doesn't look like there's much coming out in the lineup, so Elliot keeping right on top of Ty Koulis, hoping and making sure that he doesn't catch anything that comes by.
It was just in striking range. Look, he's given him a little bit of a spread. That's probably indicating that the ocean's gone a little bit flat. And it is the Indonesian and the New Zealander through at the end of this heat as we count it down. Well, interesting last 5 minutes, Giada. And wouldn't say he got out of jail, but it was a bit of a nail-biting finish for the Kiwi.
Yep.
Going all right. That last heat was really good. Mega Otana getting over the top of Elliot Parada-Reid in second. And heat number 8, mate, who we got?
Well, that was Kenta Ishikawa just going viciously at that section. Micah Marginson is the surfer in blue, Byron Stapleton in white, and Sentaro Sake is the surfer in green. So 2 Aussies, 2 Japanese. And we've got a few waves ridden that hopefully we can catch up on.
Yeah, Micah Marginson, we saw him last year here through this run at Krui and Nias. Pretty impressive young surfer. Haven't seen much of Byron Stapleton yourself.
He surfed a pretty good heat yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Looked pretty comfortable out there. Yesterday felt like it was a bit of a warm-up round, really, with the ocean still trying to sort itself out.
It was a little bit grumpy, you're right. And from the free surf this morning, it looked like it was going to be absolutely shred city for sure.
Right, so 3 surfers on screen at the moment. Sakai, Marginson and Stapleton. And this is us in the booth, Chris Binns alongside Billy Hangen, enjoying the fantastic morning here at the Krui Pro. Plenty of waves on offer for the competitors. And we've even been delivered a couch today, mate.
We got the couch, we got the t-shirts, we are getting pimped out.
Wouldn't mind some breakfast, but
No.
sooner or later. Can't have everything.
No.
So Micah Marginson has opened up with a 2.83. And Kenta Ishikawa has a 1.67. Just, a spree of minor scores. Byron Stapleton with a 1 sits in third. That leaves priority for the only guy who hasn't caught a wave yet, Sentaro Sakai.
They've just had a couple of heats off there. Chris, what's happening outside? Any froth happening? Any rumours? Any goss?
I'd say there's, general levels of medium to mid-range froth.
Rightio, yep.
There's a lot of surfed out people already, which is not ideal when
That's
you're
right.
in the early days of a contest. There's
Well,
a lot of bandages and betadine kicking around, which is generally, a sign that there's been plenty of waves over the previous week.
Yeah, we were just talking about that strategic play coming into the first heat of the competition. You got to stop yourself from surfing the great waves around this place.
All right, here goes Micah Marginson, a famous name in surfing, and he's got that trademark Margot style. Couple of turns, he is out of there. And well, this is Sento Sakai, so he had priority. Let Micah go that wave in front, and doesn't really cash in. So Sentaro will go to the back of the line, and he'll add a minus score to his total. I saw Willow Hardy this morning. She was off hunting a bigger wave down the coast and was saying, I just want to take a board that I don't care if I snap. And I can attest to that as well. I've brought 4 boards with me, and 2 of them are already buckled. So.
Well, that is the consequence of surfing great waves. But right now, Chris, let's cross down to the post-heat interview with Giada.
So I'm here with Mega, the winner of our last heat. Mega, how were the conditions out there?
On my heat's a bit pretty slow, but now it looks like there's a couple sets coming. So lucky, it was a pretty fun heat. Just fell off in the beginning and my last 2 waves, so lucky I make it and I get the score.
With this event coming up, tell us, where have you been training in Bali to get ready for here? Or have you been coming to Krui? Did you come on any surf trips?
No, I've just been training in Bali. I surf Uluwatus a lot, Canggus, and riding my fishing boat. So no traffic and quick on the lineup. It's good.
I've seen you rock up to Canggu and park your boat out the back and come straight out. Is that a way to beat the traffic at home?
Oh yeah, because now in Bali it's been pretty traffic. especially in Tanjung now it's crazy there, but so I'm on my boat, so easy. Yeah.
That's amazing. You know, we've seen you have a massive cheer squad here. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back in Bali?
Oh ya, terima kasih teman-teman dan keluarga ya, to halfway boat riders and all the sponsor, semua udah support. Thank you.
All right, suksama, and see you soon.
All right, thank you very much. Giada Lagati down there with Mega Atana. Micah Marginson's just dropped a second score in about the 2-3 range. 5.93 his 2-wave total right now with 18 minutes to go. And what did Mega do in that last heat to get the nod over Elliot Parada-Reid, one of the standouts yesterday?
He snuck a couple under his priority. They look like smaller ones and just delivered. A lot of energy and a lot of speed in his surfing. There's Byron now. Straight up, no mucking around, into that setup top turn there. It's really not going to play ball with him that wave, so it'll be reset and out the back.
All right, this is Santoro Sakai on his backhand. This is his second wave, just a minor score on his opener. Only a slightly built fella. He's doing some work on his backhand now.
Ooh, bit of body talk there, Chris.
Yeah. A lot of whip. And no shortage of spray out of those turns either. Okay, here's a replay. This is Byron Stapleton's last wave. Not bad, no really explosive high points.
No,
A little bit hung up there.
getting his timing wrong on that second one. And Sataro here. A lot of energy, and well, I'm not sure how much he weighs, but he's not going to need a wave too big to get going.
No. Maybe one of the younger surfers who we'll be seeing in the juniors.
Yeah, juniors are on hold for today, but it's going to be all men and some women later on after lunch.
And this is Byron Stapleton again, so not wasting any time. Why not? Plenty of waves out there. We've seen lots of good surfers drop the anchor and not do themselves any favours, so why not stay busy? Byron Stapleton, this will be his best score, and stands up nice and tall out of a solid whip on the end section. There's some guys surfing your wave.
Shh. Alright, there, not much urgency about that paddle out from Byron. Looks like a pretty cool customer. Remember seeing Gabriel Medina at Rottnest, and he forget who he had on ice, but he had him on ice, and there was 1 minute to go. Gabriel had just caught a wave, turns around and sprints out to sit right next to his competitor, and by that time there was only like 20 seconds left. I really like that attitude, because next time you're up surfing against that guy, oh, here he comes again.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? You got to set it for the next day, and I really like that aggressive, competitive nature.
Gabriel is an incredible paddler. One of the probably little known facts about his surfing, because you don't get to see a lot of it on the screen. It's not exactly riveting content, but if you're in the lineup, the amount of ground that he covers to get waves is incredible. Did a lot of swimming growing up. Had an uncle who was a national record holder in Brazil at a few distances of freestyle, and Gabriel has his wingspan. If he was an NBA player, they'd talk about his wingspan, because his arms are so long in comparison to his already big, length and broad shoulders. That,
Yes, also suffering from a massive case of FOMO. If anyone else is riding a wave, he's not happy.
Yeah, what I like about Gabriel though, he's still got that Grom froth. Margaret River event just gone. We had 4 days in the middle of the period that were rubbish. There were no waves anywhere, and he was surfing Sewers, which is the local Gromit's little beachy, just mess of a wave. And Gabby was doing punts and finding tubes and really confusing the heck out of the local Gromit population, who weren't used to seeing their wave mistreated this way.
Right, here's Micah having a look at that one, not letting it roll through. Looks like he's got a good handle on the lineup. It's good to pick the good ones that are going to hug the reef and give you scoring potential, and the ones that are going to run away into the channel. Bend out to sea a little. But looks like not just having a look over the edge there, still maintaining that second priority. Of course, it is Santaro. All the way back there in third priority. Doesn't need much though. Actually, looking at all those scores over the scoreboard now, nobody needs much at all.
Oh, everyone needs something.
Yeah.
This one,
Wow.
just a bunch of
Bunch of
fluff,
threes.
really.
Yeah. Yeah, not much happening. But 13 to go. We'll see how it's going to follow the rest of the heat, or most of the heats yesterday. There was a pretty lackadaisy start, and towards the last 5 minutes it gets pretty tense.
Oh dear, oh dear. Everything's going haywire in here.
There's trouble in the booth. All right, beautiful drone shot there, showing the pristine waters here.
Ryan Williams is working overtime on the whirlybird.
Oh, he does a great job. Compliments all last year of his, especially his work at NIAS. World-class stuff. But it's great to see Ujung Bocur and the reef, the little fingers running out. Seems every great reef around the world has those reefy channels.
Alright, Micah Marginson in the blue, second priority, having a look. And Kenta Ishikawa, as he has every right to do, saying, wait, I have priority, I'll go this one. And smacks it a couple of times. Oh, does that count? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
He did all the hard yards. Big committed end section turn. Looked like he'd put it down on the bolts, and then no good. Here goes Brendan Marginson. Brendan, beg your pardon. Micah Marginson.
It had to happen.
Sorry if Brendan is out there tuning in. G'day, mate. But that was Micah. That was a pretty sweet turn, but not going to add much to his score. 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so no one really busting out of the gates yet, Chris. Yeah, bunch of threes. And then a little score to drop for red, but that won't be much either. Just under 11 minutes remaining. Hopefully this action will pick up in the latter half of this heat. Found one of Brendan's boards down at Roti a couple of years ago.
Morris Cole?
Morris Cole 7-2.
Oh, tell me more. Glassed in fins?
Glassed in fins. A friend of mine was an old guy coming out for a sizey day. He's like, I've got this old board. And he pulled it out. We're out on the boat on the way to the lineup. Like, give me a look at that thing. It's got Margot written on the bottom.
No.
Big brown Morris Cole set fins. I now have it.
Teddy bear logo?
Yes.
Oh, stop it.
A couple of surf tragics sitting here in the commentary booth.
I've got a 6'8" teddy bear logo, glassed in fins. $150 on Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, perfect.
Took it out at Big Yelling Up. Goes great in a straight line.
Yeah, those guys like Parko and Mick when they were young, and they were all riding those 6'3", 6'4s and really chucking them around. I don't know how they did it.
So knifey.
Yeah.
Blades.
Just 18 wide.
Oh, yeah. I remember back in the day, anything over 19 was considered...
You're tripping. Fish.
We remember back in the day, we used to call surfboards boats. And that was like a real slur. Here goes Micah Marginson on his backhand. First turn was good. Wave races off without him. Still a heat leader. Still not much at all on the scoreboard.
Yeah, only looking to roast a 2.83. I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Okay, here goes Kenta Ishikawa. A little late to the party on his first turn. Second turn was crisp.
Yeah.
Up into the lip. That was nice. And is this wave going to run off? Well,
No.
he could have maybe tried to stick with it, but maybe there wasn't much left to come. That's
Yep.
a hypothetical regardless. 8 minutes 50 to run. Come on, someone just grab a set and tee off.
Kenta Ishikawa there really, I think, could be the best wave of the heat. Stringing together a few turns. Here he goes here. This is Kenta. That first one, kind of under the lip. Almost got barreled on his turn. There's a snazzy looking second and the third. Yeah, I'm not sure. He maybe got around that, but there's not long in the heat to go. So maybe he's thinking, I want to get out the back and get another crack at it.
And this is Kenta. No, sorry, that's Sentaro Sakai. He hasn't really put together much so far. Kenta Ishikawa moves into the lead, a 4-2-3 for his last wave. Little by little, we're building our totals. That's our first wave over a 3. So this heat is still ripe for the plucking. Someone just needs to find a wave they like the looks of and really open up the shoulders and go for it.
Yeah, look at that. Marginson, Stapleton and Sakai. The highest requirement is a 3-1-1. So it's not too much. Look at this, bit of Skye action. Let's hope it doesn't...
That might be Ryan Williams again. That's his backup gear. He's just shooting with the non-controlling hand.
That doesn't look too safe going in there, Chris. The coconut trees are coming up pretty fast.
Welcome to the jungle. That's the best seat in the house, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Those guys have always been fans of surfing.
Boom. I think it was a Mike Tyson fight that one of those crashed into the boxing ring way back in the day. That's not the best place to crash one of those things into a world title boxing ring.
Not ideal.
All right, 6:40 left on this one. It is our Japanese surfer in the lead, having another look at that little one. These waves kind of closing out a little bit, it seems. The selection is going to be paramount in the remaining time, 6 minutes 30. It's Marginson, Stapleton and Sakai with the work to do.
Well, Kenta Ishikawa's got some work to do as well. He's not going to be happy holding onto a 1.97.
No.
Very, very sleepy heat. Heat 8, the round of 96. When are we going on when are we switching over to the women? We're not finishing this round, are we?
I think we are, yeah. We've got 11 heats to go from the beginning of...
I thought we were going to break at some point in the round of 96 and cut to the women. But I could definitely be wrong. I've made a mistake once before in my life. I can't remember when, but... There we go. Yep, so heats 5 to 16 of this round and then the women's, and then we're back on with the round of 64.
Right, there we go. Nice.
I'll shut up. No, I won't. That's not doing my job if I shut up. 5:27 to go. Can someone please catch a wave so we can stop rambling on? Kenta Ishikawa is in the lead with a 4.23 and a 1.97. Micah Marginson is sitting in second with a 3.1 and a 2.83. If the final siren was to go right now, you'd take the win, but you wouldn't be happy about it.
No, you wouldn't be boasting at your post-heat interview. So we hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching around the world. It's got a message from the great Dede Suriana.
How's he doing?
He's watching. He's watching the broadcast. So commiserations, King. It's a pity about your injury. I was looking forward to you busting your way through a few of these rounds of this contest. The King of Chimaja and one of the best representatives of surfing you could ever hope for. Micah Marginson now, Chris.
Yeah, he had third priority, so he's done well to snaffle this one. Byron Stapleton had first priority, and he said, you know what, I'm going to utilise it. And you can see how much wall there is to this wave, because Micah rattled off 3 turns there, and now we're seeing Byron Stapleton take this one all the way through, and he kind of had to go, because imagine if Micah had strung
6
both
together.
halves of this together.
Yeah.
So interesting play there. Byron Stapleton well within his rights to drop in on Micah.
They will score both?
They will, yeah. So Micah, this will go into his top two, you'd imagine. 3 sharp turns, but he was eyeing off, that section that Byron was paddling into was standing up and saying, hit me. And instead, Byron's jumped on the second half of this wave. This will be the highest scoring wave of the heat once you add up Byron's numbers and Micah's.
Might bust into the excellent range.
It's a threat. It's a threat. And is that Federico sitting in the channel shooting with the housing?
Yeah, that's right. Fedi, tireless work ethic from that man.
Incredible photographer. Liquid barrel on the gram if you're chasing his work. Here goes Micah Marginson, third priority once again.
Love that grab rail bottom turn, Chris. That was super cool. Hopefully this thing stands up for him on the inside. It does. Finds a lip to bash and, whoa. All right, coming to life here in the last 3 minutes of the heat.
3 minutes to go. That was the second half of his first wave. So he's going to get 2 scores here. It's just a shame that he couldn't get that one that linked all the way through. Talk us through the replay, Bill.
Yeah, I see that little grab of the rail on the bottom turn. I'm really digging that. It's not going to result in too many points, but this one's good. Nice aggressive bottom turn.
So you're talking about the way Brendan Marginson, famously rode Morris Cole surfboards for a long time.
Yes.
Micah is sponsored by the Board Lab on the Gold Coast.
Right.
And the good thing, or the fun, interesting thing about being sponsored by a surfboard, shop like that is he can take his pick of the shapers. So
wow.
He can work with all of the shapers that they have in the store. He's on a sharp eye here. All right, this is, I think it's Kenta again, is it? Oh, no, sorry, it's Sentoro Sakai in the green jersey. So, yeah, Micah, he's on a sharp eye now. I've seen him on Mayhems before and gets around. Plenty of different fiberglass underfoot.
There he goes. Byron into the lead, a 4.57.
Micah Marginson jumps up to join him in the progressing positions into second, a 3.67 for, well, I'm guessing that was his last wave, but he's got 2 scores to come. Not sure whether they're both in, if he'll get rid of the 3.1 as well. Don't think it would be the 4.04 to put him up into the lead. So 90 seconds to go, and Kenta Ishikawa has been sitting in the lead for the majority of this heat. He now finds himself in third. He's chasing a 2.54, so a minor score. But we haven't seen too many waves over that in this heat. He has priority. He's got a minute 10 to try and find a very, very gettable score.
Yeah, look at that, 2.54, not much at all.
Up next in Heat 9, Benny Spence, Danny Widianto Dia Izdihar, who got the win yesterday, the surfer from Arche, and Tenchi Ishii on screen right now. Byron Stapleton. Well, Micah Marginson did drop another score. A 4.1 has put him into the lead.
Wow, interesting. Attack of the Aussies in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, so Micah's gone from third to first. And Kenta Ishikawa has gone from first to third. 30 seconds remaining. Byron Stapleton, will he have threatened 3.2 with his last wave?
Oh, more action. Kenta.
Now needs a 3.48. He's dropped down to fourth. So he's gone first to second to third to fourth. Here goes Micah Marginson looking to seal the deal. 5 seconds remaining. He has to kick out again. Sentaro Sakai had priority. He's chasing a 4.14. We're going to need fireworks. Something big from the light-footed kid is not to happen. So it's looking like Micah Marginson and Byron Stapleton are through. That was a very low-scoring affair, but still plenty of action. A little bit of suspense right at the finish. Thinking it's the 2 Aussies that have gone through. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick little break. We'll be right back with more action from the Krui Pro in just a second.
are back here live. Let me see, this would be heat number 5 of the morning. So effectively heat 9, the round of 96. I'll just get my goggles on and I'll let you guys in on who exactly is in the heat. It's Benny Spence, there we go. So for the crew out of West Oz watching in, out of Margaret River, Benny Spence is in red. Danny Widianto is in blue. Dia is Dihar. The Arche surfer that won his heat yesterday is in white, and Tenchi Nishi in green. Heat 9, everybody. So, Chris, I missed most of that last heat. Enlighten me. How did it all pan out?
Oh, well, it wasn't pretty.
Okay. How come? Not a lot of waves, or just hassling, or what happened?
We didn't really get a wave above a 4 for
Really?
the whole heat.
Wow.
Yeah, Micah Marginson got the win in the end. Byron Stapleton was second. Kenta Ishikawa sat in the lead for most of the heat. You can see the
low totals.
apparently we
Yeah.
have more scores to come in. I can't see anything changing from that order.
Well, that is kind of low, isn't it?
But Kenta Ishikawa went from first to second to third to fourth in the last probably 5 minutes, and he may just jump up to third or possibly
So what happened? Did the ocean just skunk the boys, or was everyone falling off, or?
there were lots of waves ridden. They just all came in sort of the 3-4 range. There was never really those couple of waves that you normally get in every heat that just stood up and bowled out and let the surfers tee off.
All right. So apparently heat 9 has not started. Boys are still trying to sort out a result. Yeah, we're still on standby. I can hear the beach announcer. Definitely looks like some swells moving through.
Okay, I don't know if we've missed waves, because there was a little bit of a flurry at the end. Micah twice took off way up the reef and had a surfer down the line use their priority to drop in on him. So at one point, one of Micah's scoring waves at one point was a wave that he rattled off 3 turns before having to kick out.
Okay. All right. So at this stage, he's effectively about to win heat 8. Should something drastic.
Yeah, but you look at how low the numbers are. Like it's not going to take much for
3-4-8 for the guy in 4th. All right. So a bit of a crunch time, a bit of a nail biter for the judges. So a bit of a time where the judges really earn their keep. On a long point break like this, it's the hardest job on the point. Being up there in the judging tower, there's a lot to dissect. There's a lot to watch.
So we're just still waiting on that one last score from Kenta Ishikawa, his last wave, surfer in red. And it is a pretty vitally important score. I mean, a 4 would see him comfortably move into the lead.
At a mid-3 for second, so I'm sure he's very nervous on the beach. I'm sure Stapleton's got some concerns as well.
Yeah, Micah Marginson will be feeling very relieved that he managed to jump up from second to first with his last wave. That's bought him a little bit more breathing room.
There's the athlete zone we can see on screen. Some fella promoting himself or his footy club. Where'd he go? Went to the lead.
He did go to the lead, so a 4-2-3. Second best wave of the heat, and unfortunately for Byron Stapleton, who was leading with about a minute to go, he's ended up in 3rd. So Kenta Ishikawa, a 4-2-3 for his last wave, sees him take the win. So he went from 1st to 4th.
Let's hope Billy interviews the right person. He walked out thinking Micah all the way. Oh.
Someone might need to let Billy know.
All right, wouldn't that be funny? Hey, Micah, well done. You got second. Now we've started heat 9.
Finally.
So there's our lineup.
I was going to say, let us never talk of that last heat again, but Billy's gone down to interview the winner.
Maybe the winner. Okay, so here goes our fella out of Aceh, Banda Aceh, a very northern province in Indonesia. He's got a bit about him as well.
He really does. He was a great interview yesterday after his heat win. So from Aceh all the way across the other end of the archipelago. Dia Izdihar, and yeah, fleet-footed natural footer. I like the way that he goes about it.
Yeah, definitely. So red now, Benny Spence. We both know a bit about Ben. We've followed his career from when he was a pup out of Margaret River. He's a big-time, local of the board riders down there. Everybody loves Ben because he's a really cool guy, and he does some insane surfing. He's, originally I used to call him the Lord Mayor of Gas Bay, but he's taken his act to a whole lot of different breaks these days. Yep, there's a lot to like about what he does. Part-time actor, full-time surfer.
It's one of the best turns we've seen this morning.
All right.
He had the wind up. He had plenty of time to run up at it, and he didn't hold back and crunched it. All right, here's Dia Izdahar's last wave. Not quite getting up to the sweet spot where he would like to have hit it. That second turn was a lot better. Came fluently out of it with speed to burn, a little bit late to the party on that one and goes down. And then here is the replay of Benny Spence's wave. Good looking wall as he paddled into it, just kind of biding his time. This is a bit of a setup carve because he knew there was more to come down the line. He's still hoping that it stands up. Now he's got some speed, puts on the afterburners, sees his target, knows he's only got one section to hit and crunched it. Plenty of downtime on that wave, but
4.67, but
big high note to finish on. Yeah, 4.67, not bad.
Yep, probably 3.5 of those points for the end move. He goes blue now, winding up. Looks like one of the Japanese surfers, is it?
No, this is Daddy Widianto.
Oh, okay. One of the Indonesian surfers.
Yep, 2 Indonesian surfers, an Australian, and Tenchi Ishii is also, well...
Tenchi's got priority. That's him in the green. Okay, we're going to throw down to Billy and see if he got the right person for the interview. Over to you, Billy.
All right, I am here with Micah Marginson, winner of the last heat. Really tricky one out there. Scores weren't that high. Seemed hard to find a section to hit.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty slow out there, but yeah, stoked to scrape through that one. Got the job done, so yeah.
Mate, a couple of your scoring rides, or at least one of them, came from where you had to pull off because a priority held by a different surfer. Was that a little bit frustrating?
Yeah, a little bit, especially that one. Like, I think I had last prior, and I was like, I haven't seen many break right up the top, and I was like, I'll just try and get one, and if I can do a few cracks to better my 2-point ride, I'd be stoked. But yeah, it was a bit spewing. I got pretty much blocked on all of my good ones, but hopefully next time I can be in the right priority rotation and smack a couple more lips.
Now, you've been here for a little while. What do you make of conditions today? They're kind of in between tides and a little bit hard to pick those runners.
Yeah, it's definitely. I've been here for like 2 weeks now, and I'm like loving it. So good. So I've been surfing out here a bit, but today's like you said, in between tides, and it's kind of off the end section, but I don't know. It's still better than half the waves on the QS, so can't complain really.
You've hit the nail right on the head, mate. First win of many, hopefully, for this contest. Anyone you want to say hello to back home?
Just shout out to Mum and Dad, probably watching. Hey guys, how you going? And then, stoked. If everyone's watching, cheers.
Boom, boom. Best of luck for best of the draw. Well done. Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty, Billy Hanger, and thank you very much. Having a chat, not quite with the winner. That was Micah Marginson, who was winning when the hooter went. And dropped down to second.
It took quite a while for that result to get announced as well, so I guess that pre-record of the interview there caught the boys a little bit out, but that could be the best second place interview ever.
Fantastic.
Good on you guys anyway. I'm sure everyone at home had a bit of a giggle about that. I'm sure those two will as well once they realise what happened. Meanwhile, the 7, Danny Widianto. This is it. Solid first crack. Good looking wave. 3 turner. Oh, that second move was to die for. Third move was just so good.
Yeah, it was
upside
all in the finish,
down.
wasn't it?
Oh, upside down commitment. A lot to like right there. Benny Spence using his second priority here. So let's just have a little look at what Benny can put together this time. He opened with a 4.67. He's got 2 turns in. He's going to have to settle for that. Okay, either way, that's probably going to be enough. That will be enough for the lead. He was chasing just a low 2.
And this heat has already far and away eclipsed the last heat. Danny Widianto would have just about won it with his opening wave. And Benny Spence, that'll be a second number. That will put him into the lead. Here goes our heat leader in the blue jersey, Danny Widianto. Strong first turn, timed that one beautifully. And 2 turns and he is out. That's going to be a decent number. So Benny Spence, he might get the 2, 3, 4 he needs to advance, but that is going to be further extended when Danny Widianto's number drops. So those two guys already separating themselves from Dia Izdaha and Tenchi Ishii.
Geez, he's got a good technique. That top turn spike through the lip is just textbook stuff. And let's
watch the seaweed fly out of this top turn. Woof.
There we go. All right. So that's those 2 turns compared to Danny's 2 turns. Danny for sure will get a better number here. For me, he's got a little touch of the Rio Widers about what he does. So just have another little look at this, guys. He's got a very similar little pump. That there, you could have said that's Rio Wider. You got, oh, Rio's surfing pretty good.
Yeah.
Good 2-turn combo. I reckon a better wave right there than Benny Spence.
I like the inside hand on the bottom turn, just touching the water. That's cool.
Well, for sure, a lot of grommets out of Indonesia will be heavily influenced by the Rio Wider campaign. 367 for Benny. I'm sure Danny's will be a smidge better than that. But yeah, I reckon Danny's really taken a leaf out of Rio's act, and it's looking like there's shades of that style involved in the Blue Rash Fest. Why not? That's not such a bad thing. There it is, a 4-6, so about a point better, and back into first place for Blue. The other two now languishing a little, the surfer from Aceh and the surfer from Japan.
All right, 17 minutes to go, and yeah, Danny Widianto with a 7 and a 4.6 in the lead. Benny Spence a 4.67 and a 3.67. Dia Izdaha and Tenchi Ishii with some work to do.
Just looking ahead at the next heat, Chris, Lennox Smith, Nathan Cook, Jack Reagan, all from Australia, up against the Japanese Ryuichi Inouye. So a bunch of heavy hitters right in that heat there. So that's coming up very shortly in about half a heat's time. We've still got a fair bit of business to get through in this one, but off to an early lead is the Indonesian. That's him in the blue rashi, sitting up next to Benny Spence from Margaret River. There's our worksite, Sean Gilhooly, another former West Aussie right there. I think that was Sean. He's down there anyway, our prime head cameraman. Been doing the rounds, working with the ASC, ISC for a long, long time. Sean Gilhooly, formerly Black Market Productions, I think, when he was living in WA.
Moved to Bali, made the Shades of Bali movie that did the rounds for years.
He's very handy with the camera, that man. Sure a lot of West Aussies that might be listening will remember that name. Worked with a lot of good people over the years.
We were talking yesterday about the fact that Jack Thomas has twice surfed on the championship tour as a wild card at Margaret River Pro. Benny Spence, he won the trials, not this year, last year, to do the same.
Yep, I'm sure he's a past winner of the Margaret River Classic as well. So I was suggesting, his stats at home are pretty solid. I'm sure he will be totally inspired by Jack Thomas's win in the last heat yesterday afternoon. Come from behind effort. Boys are travelling together, really good buddies, feed off each other a lot. Both dynamic surfers. They both did the two events here, Krui and Nias, last year. And they're back paying homage to the Krui region. Quickly for the people online that would like to know a bit more about Krui and perhaps coming here for a holiday. Well, we are in the province of Lampung, South Sumatra, Indonesia. You've got to get your act to the Lampung airport somehow, whether it's via, Singapore, Medan, or KL or whatever, or Bali, Jakarta, Lampung, or just straight into Jakarta and up to Lampung. You then got to get in a car and come over a huge ridge. It takes about 6 hours by mobile to get to this point. once you're here, you might as well stay for a while because there's a fair bit of exploring to be done and quite a few good options. You've got to love Indonesia. It's cheap, the water's warm. The locals down here are really friendly. It's a touch of old school. Chris, who have we got?
This is Tenchi on his forehand, opening the shoulders, carving away at that first turn. A beautifully timed second section there, and he's not done yet. That was smart surfing from Tenchi. He could have gone the one big turn. Instead, he cut it a little bit short so that he get the big finish. And that's going to be his best wave. Here goes Dia Izdaha from Arche on his backhand. We saw him get the heat win yesterday. Can he keep his momentum rolling in the round of 96?
Well done,
Strong turn and out the back. Is that Danny Widianto quickly in and out?
Pretty
so
sure
a little bit to unpack at the end of that set.
Pretty sure that was the blue rash here, quick up and down. Benny Spence is having a look at the next wave, but we'll have a look at these replays. This was a really solid effort from the young fella. You'd have to be Arche's leading surfer, which is why they've sent him here, and you can see why this end move was quality no matter who you see string it together. It was up through the lip, boom, crunch, and just handled the drop. No worries, no fuss at all. Business as usual. This was the quick up and down for blue. I think Benny Spence was paddling onto a wave behind that, so maybe we can catch up. Maybe he didn't go, he's still out the back.
Yeah, still got priority, so maybe had a look. Pulled the handbrake, decided against it. 12.5 minutes to go, so exactly halfway through this heat. Danny Bianto with a 7 and a 4.6 is in the lead. Benny Spence has priority. He'd love to get rid of that 3.67. He'd love to drop a 7 or an 8 and really escalate the scoring situation in this heat. Dia Izdaha, he's still got a number to come. I think it's going to be his best wave. And Tenchi Ishii is definitely going to drop in his best wave. When his number filters in, we can see the green jersey on the bottom. It is quite a long point, so there's a lot of work to get back to the takeoff area and grab a priority.
Tenchi just biding his time a bit wider, the boys. I reckon he's doing this on purpose, this slow paddle out, just to hang off the two fellas with priority and just see if there's something better down the line. Blue likes what he sees, so let's have a look at Widianto, our heat leader, via the drone cam. Whoops, going sideways there. Another throwaway score for Danny. Benny Spence now.
Benny Spence having a look at the wave behind. There's no indications that he's into it so far, but now it starts to grow. He's still just biding his time. Okay, now it starts to accelerate through the sections on the inside. Benny Spence flying up into the lip, crunches it. Just the one turn, but it was a pretty good one. Keen to see it from front on, so we know what we're dealing with size of wave-wise.
Now, I know yesterday, Chris, the boys in the Margaret River store, Rip Curl store, had it on rotation all day, the Krui webcast following the WA lads and just the event in general, so I'm sure they'll be watching this heat of Benny Spence. So a little shout out to the crew in that store and the Thompsons. Not sure which one will be heading up the Rip Curl store today. Probably Neil. If you are, good morning, gang. Let's have a look at the time here in Krui Town. It's about 8:45 a.m. Damn fine morning rolling out in front of us. A big day competition, everybody. 26 heats scheduled. Oh, Chris,
So I think
it hurts to mention that, but
you think Neil will be manning the register at Rip Curl, and a few stores down,
His
MRT will be behind the counter at Beach Life.
maybe Paul Thompson might be there. Anyway, I'm sure the town of Margaret River have got a lot to follow. They love their surfing down there, full surfing village. Your neck of the woods too. A lot of crew in Yellingup would be pretty eager to watch Jack Thomas's next heat, I imagine.
Yeah, the board store boys will definitely be tuning in.
Out of the ladies, I did have a chat with the three West Aussie girls that are here, the Campbell sisters and Willow Hardy. They all get I think Emmy gets a go today in that first round of 80. So scores are in. The boys are starting to catch up. Tenchi's wave. We've just got a chainsaw start up in the background, everybody. Chris Bin's going to check out if we can shut that down. Tenchi's catching up with a 4-3. Dia Izdaha a 3.57 for his wave, so the judges kind of not really appreciating Dia's surfing at this stage. 9 minutes remaining. I'm sure the boys at Surfing WA, the team there again, I gave you a call out yesterday and I've got to do it again because I love you lot. Surfing WA is my hood. That's where it all started. So g'day gang, cheers, and Salamat Pagi. Some renovations going on out the back. Chris Bin's walking in, looking a little grumpy with what's going on. Chris, what is it?
Oh, just some old mate next door decided it'd be a good time to start sanding his banisters.
Of course. If it's not the Mr. Whippy ice cream van, it's the chainsaw.
Mate, take the day off. Watch the surfing. It's the biggest event of the year.
He's gone, what surfing? What are you guys doing here? Yep, surfing contest. Krui. So a little lackadaisy for the last few minutes. 8 minutes to go. Priority sits with Tenchi. He needs only a low 5. He's looking like he's most capable. He's got a pretty cruisy style. There's a lot of Japanese surfers here in the draw as last year. I reckon 40% of the draw last year was full of Japanese male and female surfers. Here goes our Arche surfer. His last number. He's going to have to dig a little deeper, push a little harder on his moves. 3.57 his best score. Either way, he's having a good day out, and he's definitely got. I think that might have been the replay. Either that, or he's just repeated his last wave. That looked identical. He has got something to like about what he does. He does not fail. He's putting together some pretty good surfing. I'm sure all his mates up there in Arche are watching, and if you are, there's your boy.
Yeah, they definitely are. He gave him a big shout out after his heat yesterday. This is a second wave, so it's almost a facsimile of his high-scoring 3.67. This is the front-on angle, which is a better reflection of the size. That was a great turn, and he got the big finish as well.
I reckon this is better.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, let's see if we get an upgrade there. I'm sure he's got to go into the 4-point range this time, surely.
So he needs a 6 for second. I don't think it's going to go quite that high, but
it's probably going to bring his requirement down. I'm sure it goes better than the 3.5. So the 6 will disappear, and a 5 something will probably drop in as the fresh requirement.
Benny Spence won't be thrilled at this point. He's got a pair of 4s to his name.
Yep, we know he's better than that.
He's got a long roping Indonesian point break in front of him. He'll be looking to
dig a bit deeper and string together a series of big hits for sure. That'd be on his immediate frame of thinking. Unfortunately, he does have third priority. Is that Green sitting right up the point? Is that Tenchi right up there with top priority?
He's making his priority count. I mean, that basically says that Danny Widianto and Benny Spence.
That must be someone in the next seat.
Okay.
There he is. There's Tenchi right next to the boys in blue and red. Mind you, when it does really do its stuff and the direction's perfect, you can sit deeper than the fella in the background there. Hopefully we're going to see that at some point. For the crew online listening in, yep, the swell is on a slow decrease. I think it bottoms out about Thursday-ish. Starts to show signs again on Friday, and everybody's calling Saturday and Sunday to be back with a really nice direction swell in the mid-range size, which is kind of perfect for this reef. So Ty Sarati and Todd Rosewill, the head judge and the contest director, will be kind of really crunching the numbers, getting a few big days done early, hedging their bets on a really strong finish through Saturday, Sunday. And by all indications, I think that's exactly what they're going to get. Where'd he go? A 4.47. There we go. So it was into the 4s for the young fella. 5.1 is what he needs now, Chris.
Yeah, definitely brought the requirement down with 4.5 minutes to go. So Benny Spence will not be sitting comfortably at the moment. He needs a 6.71 for the lead. So Danny Widianto, that's 7. That's one of the highest scoring waves we've seen in the last few heats. Tenchi Ishii is moving down the reef. And here goes Dia Izdahar on his backhand. Oof. Flying into that section and not getting any luck 4 minutes remaining. Ben Spence has third priority. He has the inside. And, well, he's working his way through. There's no one who can drop in on him at this point, so it's time to go to work. Releases the tail. That was beautifully done. Gets out on the face with a bit of a carve. Now he's got the foot down. Hits another crunched section right there. And another big belt. So he's going up towards the best scoring wave of the heat so far. He's definitely, this will be his best score. A string of turns. He's not done yet either. Does the wave give him anything? No. So let's have a look at the replay from front on where we can get a better indication of just the scale of things.
Yep, that's where, as we were confirming earlier, we know he had better in him than those fours, and he finally got a bit of a canvas that he could string together a bunch of hits. So here is the front on view. Look how small this wave starts off.
Yeah, it actually worked in his favour because he had third priority, yet he was able to skate past the guys with the higher priority.
That was huge. Real nice fin release to kick things off, mate, and catch our attention. The wave grows in size now, and look how clean it is. He's picked a screamer for sure. Benny Spence, well done, mate. Wave choice, tick, tick. Manoeuvre selection was right there. For sure, his best wave. For sure, probably going to rival that big number of Danny's. Probably goes to the lead.
The only thing that maybe holds it back, it wasn't the biggest wave.
You know what? That's surfing. The judges have been rewarding the big blow tail, and to kick off with his first manoeuvre being that, I think he goes to first. So let's just see if the judges agree. But I really liked it. Did not put a foot wrong. Let's push this back. Lift our cushions up. The cushions are dropping back.
2 minutes remaining. Still waiting on that score to come in for Benny Spence. Will he have time to make it back to the lineup?
Probably not, but I reckon the job's done. I reckon he'll either go to first or put a heavy exclamation mark on second. I still think he probably goes to first.
Here's Danny Widianto. Second priority in the lead. Tenchi Ishii has priority. He needs a 5.27 to get up to second. That's probably going to change when this next score from Benny Spence drops in. Here goes Tenchi Ishii. He's going to build on his total because he's only getting rid of a 0.93. But that's not going to be much of a significant wave with 90 seconds to go. Danny Widianto still in the lead and has priority. He'd be feeling pretty comfortable, but Benny Spence, the lead is under threat.
Here he goes. This is a good opportunity for... Oh, hang on, that was a bit of a weird takeoff. I don't think he realised that. All right, so in question is this first placing, really. 6-7-1, the judges are definitely taking their time. They do have the opportunity to have replays up there, so I'm sure they're having a good second look at that. I think I just saw a number drop, but I just didn't see where it went. Anyway, Senchi's playing catch up here. He needs a big number. That's not it. Let's get back to the leaderboard. Let's have another look at this. Benny Spence into first, a 7.83.
There you go.
Judges have been rewarding that blow tail, mate. If we think back a couple of heats ago or yesterday, Kobe Clements, remember that wave he pulled a big blow tail, and we thought, oh, it might be a 5-ish. And it was a 1.5 better than the best number. Remember that? So I think the judges still sticking to that theory, and Benny Spence caught their eye early. The 7.83. Thank you very much. It's better than what I was expecting or hoping for, but we'll take it.
So 10 seconds remaining.
You're going to be having a chat with Benny Spence. How good.
Hopefully we don't have a repeat of Billy interviewing second place.
No, definitely let's interview first place, Chris. Thank you very much.
All right, so with that, I think we'll be throwing to a break pretty quickly.
I think I'm going to pencil Benny's win in. There we go. We will throw to our ad break. Go and have fun with the Benny Spence interview, and we'll be back shortly, everybody, so don't go anywhere. Ujung Bocur. This is a WQS 5000. We are watching Heat 10, the round of 96 for the men. Giada Legati joins me back in the booth. How'd your break go?
It was really good.
Got to make the most of them, don't you? Because we got a long day.
Yeah, I got one of my friends gave me a coffee delivery from Leafy's out the back.
Right.
A good cappuccino oat milk to power me through the day. But I ended up watching some heats, and now I'm back in here.
Cool. Psyching up for your heat. I guess we're starting to get within the 4-hour realm of your heats about now, Giada. All shortboard stuff today. Have you had chats with any of the other girls, read tactics or anything, or you? What do you do?
Actually, I was looking for some of the girls out the front, but since I think there's still so many rounds of men yet, none of them have really showed up. I did see some of the girls after the free surf this morning. I saw Liliana Bowery and Dos Santos, but everyone quickly went back to their place. I think everyone's resting up. You know, it's really hot out here, and you need to have that rest, stay hydrated. Otherwise, it's easy to get tired.
Now, you surfed here in the event last year, competed. Enlighten me again. How did that go for you?
Unfortunately, last year, not so well, actually. Not well at all.
You went way better at NIAS, I remember. You did.
NIAS, I got quarters.
Well done, you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, that was such an amazing event. NIAS, we had it was cooking. It was great to surf a heat with just one other person out. You know, it's not every day you get that.
No, indeed not. It is a busy scene up there at NIAS. I believe it's potentially on the radar for maybe later on this year. Let's just watch Blue, though. We'll get back to that NIAS chat shortly, but this is Nathan Cook. So, the big, strong, goofy footer, 3 Australians in this heat, and Inouye in the green. So, some pretty tidy moves to kick things off. It had a couple of minutes chip off the clock, so well done there to Nathan.
Yeah, we've seen with the lower tide, it has slowed down a little bit, and we've seen a bit of a drop in the swell compared to this morning when there was just a bit more water on the reef. But it's still really good out there.
Now, as you were saying about NIAS and surfing it by yourself and one other person in the lineup, man, I was lucky enough to have most of COVID in Indo. I got to NIAS. We had a few days where I was surfing by myself, like seriously. So I don't want to gloat too much to everyone online, but it was a pinch me moment. I had to stop one day when I was about to paddle out. It's 4 to 5 foot. There's no one out there. There's no one on the beach moving at all. I felt like the only human in the world. And I had to stop and just soak it in because I went, this will never happen again. And it hasn't. But it was one of those times I went, I will never forget this.
Yeah, COVID was an amazing year for me as well. I got to surf Ooze, being in Desert Point by myself.
What?
I did go to Lake Keys once as well. And
Desert Point by yourself, that must have been one of those moments you go, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, I got definitely the best waves of my life that year. I remember even one morning it was just me and my friend out there, and the other guys didn't want to paddle out because there was a little bit of morning sickness, and I looked at him and I was like, wow, this is pretty one of a kind moment.
Yep, you may have to remember that for the rest of your life because I doubt whether that'll ever happen again, Giada.
Never. It's never going to happen again.
All right, so it was unfortunate the way that went for the world, but there were some upsides, I guess, throughout many countries, and it's a bit of a trade-off for all the years we've been coming here and exploring and trying to deal with crowds and moving around, and it was expensive to move around, and you had to kind of bide your time with the whole PCR testing side of life and waiting, 24 hours to get your results, and then they're only valid for 48 hours, so you had to be on the move pretty quick, smart to get where you're going.
There's a lot of calculating every time you wanted to travel.
It was, but it was well worth doing, and that was definitely the highlight of one of the big highlights of my 30-odd years of Indo time. Anyway, this heat, Nathan Cook, the 4.33, not huge, but a pretty decent number for those tidy swacks on his first move, his first wave. You can see Inouye in the green, And we have Lennox Smith and Jack Reagan, red and white, yet to bother the scorers. There they are. So they've got to duke it out for the next wave, and then we'll have a priority situation. I reckon that's just about to happen. Down the line goes green. So I'll stay with Inouye here. Ryuichi Inouye is up and down. Somebody's surely on this next wave. Giada, see up. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh,
surely this is one of the bigger waves for a while. Check this thing.
This is definitely one of the biggest sets we've had come through in a long time, actually.
Too big.
Maybe it's the switch of the tide. But
Whoops.
oh, and our surfer in
Ryuichi.
green on the inside, that was a beautiful turn. He follows this one all the way through, tries to get around the section and just closes it off. A little bit of a
Nice.
airdrop finish. And out the back, white. Unfortunately, just gets unstuck. It'd
Jack
be nice
Reagan.
to see if he got anything done out the back.
All right, so at this stage, you've got to be thinking low scoring heat. Probably the 4.33 still standing as the best number. There we go. Let's see what happens here for Jack. One big hit though. Okay, so that was it, over and out. So no manoeuvre wave for Jack. A throwaway score. Lennox Smith now waveless will benefit from all that and pick up top priority.
Yeah, he'll be waiting for one of those medium ones to come through. Those big ones sometimes just, tend to close out or a little bit like an outside corner. They just break out too far wide to catch.
Yeah, they're not ideal. They're not the best waves. Of course, everybody is looking for the mid-size reef huggers. They're clean. They offer a lot of scoring. The sets, maybe sometimes you've got no choice. You've got to go. But if they push too wide, it's just going to close out quick smart. So a lot of decisions to be made on a long point like this. There's quite a few different takeoff spots in reality, isn't there, Giada?
Yeah, for sure. There's so much space out in the lineup. You can always go down and find your own little area. I saw quite a few heats yesterday where they came down to the inside and caught a wave and got the score they needed. And this is Jack Reagan in white.
Ooh. And that's sort of what
Just
happened to
fine.
him then, paddling back out. Found a little wide wave.
Yeah.
It didn't amount to much, but that can easily happen.
Yeah, so it's common to see in these types of lineups a lot of situation changes. Even if they're paddling back out, maybe a little runner that just hugs the reef really nicely and has that wall. Might not be as big, but has a really good shape, and people are able to make some really big scores.
Yeah, so Inouye moves into the lead. Ryuichi via his 2 scores, no doubt. I imagine one of them's probably pretty decent. So shortly we'll probably get a look at the individual numbers, but there it is, a 5. So the wave of the heat for Ryuichi. Backed it up. His backup number is very low. So sitting on top of the leaderboard right now, the Japanese surfer. He's got the 3 Aussies bearing down on him. Nathan Cook is most well positioned with that 4.33 and nothing. So would only need a 2.67. 2.68 will put him in the lead.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slower heat. This one we were just about to hit halfway and not that many waves ridden. Lennox Smith hasn't even really stood up yet.
No, so the good news there for Lennox though is there's no real big numbers to threaten a runaway win or a second.
Yeah.
So still wide open, but you got to be thinking he's going to have to do something shortly to stay within touch and offload a bit of pressure. Okay, I think we're going to throw down to Chris Benz, who's going to have a chat with Benny Spence. So over to you, Chris.
Oh, we're on. Hello, everyone. Down here with Benny Spence. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thanks, mate.
Run us through your heat just then. The heat in front of yours was a bit of a dud, lots of 3s and 4s, but you guys found some good waves.
Yeah, well, I saw the heat before, and it was just all breaking real close to the reef, no sets. But luckily in our heat, it kind of pulsed again. It tends to happen here, but yeah, found a good inside one at the end, but picking duds at the start, but just got to be patient for that little inside runner.
Where have you been surfing in the lead up to the event?
I surfed just all over the place. There's so many options here.
Plenty of time at the comp bank though?
Plenty of time at the comp bank. Not as much as you probably should because all the waves around here are so cooking. But yeah, just Mandiri. You can go south, north. Doesn't matter. They're all up there.
So in a heat, do you know specifically the waves that you're looking for, or are you just paddling out going, well, I'm going to take off on whatever comes to me that looks good?
I guess you got like an idea of what you want, but until that wave comes, you got to make a decision on the spot, and might be a bad one because sometimes the big ones, they look good on certain days and then they don't on other days. It depends how they're pushing across. But yeah, you just you know what you're looking for out there, but it depends.
Who are you travelling with, and what have you guys been getting up to?
I'm travelling with Xavier Harks, George Pitter, Axel Rose, Tully Wiley and Spencer Kay. Just a good little group from Victoria and Sydney. So yeah, just been hanging around the pool, a couple beers, surfing. It's been a dream.
It's hard to believe it's a contest, right?
I know, it's ridiculous, but we'll take it.
So is the incentive to keep getting through the rounds, get more points, or just to keep hanging out with your mates, having a time?
A bit of both, eh? But points.
Any shout-outs to the Margies lads back home?
Yes. I'll shout out to the boys in Perth, Travie Boy and all that, Cy Cox and all the boys there, and Jaslo, if he's watching, and my brother and mum and dad and fam at home, so what's going on?
Polished performance through the next round. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Beauty. Back up to you guys in the box.
Well, that was pretty classic. Petty Spence, true Margaret River fashion. Yeah, just a couple of beers by the pool, hanging out with the boys. There's his response. Good on him. And, yep, he's rolling with a pretty tight gang. I'm sure he's spending a bit of time there as well with Jack Thomas, the other West Aussie male in the draw. So both of those fellas are through into the round of 64, which we'll surf this afternoon. Okay, Jack Reagan. That was weird. That was very weird. I'm sure he's having a giggle. Well, that's right in tune with his 1 and his 0.9. It might even split the difference.
Yeah, this heat really, really slow compared to some of the other ones we've seen.
Well, the judges liked it. A 1-3-3. They threw him a bonus 1-3-3.
Well, improving, you always got to build a house. You always got to get better.
But you got to start building with more than straw. He's got to do something good soon.
Yeah, this is seriously still anyone's heat.
Lennox Smith, look at these column. Okay.
That's definitely
Ouch.
not how you want to be by halfway of your heat. You definitely want to at least some type of base score. Even a 1-3-3 and a 1 is better than a 0.
I don't know. I think I'd rather have priority than 1-3-3 and 1. So time will tell whether Jack Reagan has a master plan or whether Lennox Smith is doing the right thing. The boys aren't really running away with this. A 5 and a 2 is leading a 4-3-3. So it could still just go bang in the last 10 minutes. The ocean doesn't generally lay down for long. It could be a thing with the tide. I think it's high tide in the middle of the day.
I mean, it was low at 8, so yeah. It might be just like that switch of the tide. There's always a little bit of a lull, especially when it's the dead low switching to the high. And then as soon as that starts pushing in a little bit more water, we're going to start seeing more of a pulse, hopefully.
Yep, so it's only 9 o'clock here. So probably an hour after low. So maybe we're yet to see a real push. And Lennox Smith's probably hoping that push comes in the next 10 minutes. Here we go. So Jack Reagan, you want to take us through this one, Giada?
Yeah, Jack taking off on one of those insiders we said earlier, but looks like it's just running a little too fast.
Yeah.
He does have a 4th priority, so nothing really to lose. It's great to be a little bit more on the inside of the other guys and maybe see if there's one of those inside runners like Ben said. And actually, like, we've seen this wave many times look small on the takeoff and actually grow as it goes down the line.
There's our judging tower, folks. There's the priority rotation right there. Red, blue, green, white. A few of the work crew down there just on a smoko break, which seems to happen quite often. Heads out. There's the gangway leading down to the beach, so a lot of the general public are parked up right next door to us. There's the little grom there, wondering what this big mosquito is looking at him. His sister's going, "Mum, come here. Look, hang on, I'll go catch it." Little fella's baffled. Look at him.
He can't believe it.
No, it's like, that is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. His mum's having a giggle in the background. Old mate's got his jiggle on now. Dropped his car key, his motorbike key. Sure, at that age they ride motorbikes.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Here comes his little buddy.
Yeah, that's the judges' tower. Beautifully made just for this event. Even our commentating booth, all of bamboo and with a beautiful design as well.
Yeah, they're keeping everything pretty eco, aren't they? Like the Bobo box judging tower, they had that in mind. They built it out of all just sort of local wood that they can pull down at the end of it. Same with the athlete area. A little hut here, it's pretty cute.
Something I love about Indo, like even just outside, there are a few ladies giving out rice cakes and a lot of local Indonesian treats, and everything's wrapped in banana leaves.
Banana leaf, yeah, exactly.
They're trying to keep this contest as no plastic as possible. So everything you see is either paper or cardboard, wrapped in banana leaves, and I think it's a great way to show the local community as well that everyone's trying to put their foot in.
Got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. So speaking of starting, this is Jack Reagan screaming down the line. He may get this taken off him. He will. So Lennox Smith, here we go. The first time we've seen the natural footer now. First hit looked pretty good. He'll be really anxious to make this one count. He's waited 18 odd minutes for this wave. He's really stringing together a series of strong moves. That'll put him right into the conversation for qualification now, given the fact that the best score is only a 5. He's back in the mix.
Yeah, that was definitely the wave he was looking for. It would be nice to see the angle from the beach. This is Jack Reagan.
Whoops.
Just getting his rail box.
That's 5 waves for Jack for a heat high of 133. So Jack is having a bit of a shocker.
Yeah.
Here it is again. Does he really want to see it a second time? Another up and down. Oh, this is the wave that Red gets.
Yeah. This is Lennox first.
Oh, that was temporarily. This is live action, I think, from Nathan Cook.
Yeah. A beautiful wave. This is only his second one. He has a 4-3-3. He's in second. Looking to back it up. And it looks like this wave is going to be what he was looking for as it stands up a little bit on the inside.
Yeah, decent wave. That in the big scheme of things, that is exactly what he was waiting for, to get a second run on the board.
Yeah.
That'll take him to the lead.
Okay, this is the replay of Red's wave. We're going to be seeing it from the beach angle. On his backhand, a beautiful first turn right into the pocket. A little bit wider on the second one, and you can really see how this wave stands up. That third one was probably going to be the money turn in that wave. Just a 3 bang and out.
I still really liked it. I thought all his turns happened in the pocket. This is Nathan Cook's second score, so that was just a little bit of a tap manoeuvre. That was a little better. All right, so you could see he just wants to keep this way, bank it, lock it in. Only his second ride, he's sort of surfing it that way, as opposed to Red, who kind of teed off a little more. Job well done for Nathan Cook, though, but I reckon Red will still probably maybe have the best score of the heat.
Yeah, that
there it
wave,
is, a 6-5, so Lennox, the judges appreciating his commitment to the pocket, starting with that first turn.
Yeah.
4 decent hits for Lennox Smith, 6-5.
Yeah, that pushed him straight into second. We're still waiting for the last of blue, though, and this is green, our Japanese surfer. A beautiful looking wave. We'll see if he manages to get this last turn, and I've noticed the judges really putting the points in if you can finish off those waves.
Well, he did.
And that's looking like another really great score.
Well, he's only going to burn off a 2, so job well done. Nathan Cook number will be interesting. because that will probably take him into the lead based on 2 decent scores. But Lennox Smith now well positioned with the 6.50. He's got to hope these next 4 minutes fall in his favour. He's got second priority. He's now got top priority as White takes. Oh, he is having the worst heat. He will come in and just go, you know what? You just got to drop that, put it out of your mind. Maybe have a coconut, an early coconut.
Yeah.
And just
and join Ben with
forget it.
He'll probably be joining Ben with the beers and the boys.
Lennox
really
Smith,
soon.
second wave here.
That's a beautiful first turn.
Who was-
Manages to get around this section and hits it again. He's trying to keep busy. He's backing up the 6.5. He doesn't need much to go to first. We're still waiting for Blue's last wave.
And red and greens and red second wave. So it's a real duke out now for the lead. And those vital 2 spots, for sure I can say confidently, Jack Reagan will not be in the conversation for one of those 2 spots.
Sorry.
But the other 3 guys are. 3 scores are owed to us, Giada. And I'm still yet to have an opinion on who's going to come out on top.
I'm putting my bets on Lennox Smith.
I think you might be right there.
Yeah, I think he's been surfing really precise. He's only caught 2 waves in 25 minutes, but he's managed to, surf them really well. We do get to see the replay of green, on his backhand as well. A beautiful, fanned out spray there. I really like the finishing here. He catches the speed and gets around that really fast section and bang, straight 1 o'clock.
Kind of pretty cruisy surfing through the middle part of that wave. Let's see what Lennox does here. That was kind of brutal. That's a really good wave to catch the judges' attention. Bearing in mind this is his second number only. A little bit of a mistimed second hit, so I don't think the judges will get very carried away with his number. Still yet to see what it is. Cookies earned himself a 5. Surfer in blue. Oops, a tube. Jack Reagan from the worst heat of his life into a tube. Could this be the most epic comeback ever? No, it's not. He's dry docked on the reef.
That was a nice way to finish a heat, though.
Well, he'll be like, yes, I've done something. His mates will come in and go, well, you got barreled. He had 5 ones and then he got barreled.
Yeah, Nathan's last wave of 4.33, but we're.
I think it was a 5 actually. There it is. There's the
yeah,
tube, and he disappeared. So Jack Reagan will at long last go, there is a God. Something decent happened. May have lost some skin on the jump off. It was pretty shallow right there, but I'm kind of feeling better for Jack Reagan now.
I mean, he's the only one who really got barreled in this.
Lennox Smith 4.13 for that. Basically 1.5 hits. First hit was good, and back. Second hit was okay, but a little fumbly, but takes him to the lead. Inoy's still got a score to come, the surfer in green.
Yeah, looking for a 4.33. It's not a big score, and if they gave Lennox a 4.13 just for that 1.5 turn, I'm feeling pretty good for our surfer in green.
Inoy. So that's the question. Does the Japanese qualify here? Oh, red's on again. Wave number 3. So Lennox Smith went from no waves in the first 18 minutes to 3 in the last 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to keep busy.
Wow.
That was a beautiful way to finish that wave.
He goes Inoy as well. So still not convinced on who wins this heat or who gets second.
I'm pretty sure Lennox. I'm putting my hand in the fire for Lennox Smith.
Okay, so we better hold for a moment. We may get a result before we cut to the ad break. I'm not sure, but that was a really good comeback from Lennox. I'm glad Jack Reagan did something in the heat. We will throw to the ad break, and I'll go and have a chat with, I think, Lennox Smith, and we'll be back shortly for more action.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro. I'm in the booth with Billy. Welcome back, Billy.
Yeah, thank you very much. That seemed like a pretty entertaining last heat.
Yeah, it was. I guess you got to see a little bit of it. Tell us what was going on outside.
No, I actually wasn't. I was taking care of some admin.
Oh.
Talking to the judging tower and clearing up my mix-up when I interviewed the wrong person.
Oh.
So that was fantastic. Lack of communication. But no, I missed it. But it sounded like Lennox Smith was doing well.
Oh, yeah. Lennox didn't catch a wave until the last 10 minutes of the heat and then managed to take it out. He caught a 6.33, then a 4, and I'm pretty sure he managed to improve his score with that last one he caught. So it was actually a pretty interesting heat.
There we go, a 6.50 for Lennox Smith on that high-scoring wave, and a 4.13. So kept his cool.
Yeah.
Yep, didn't panic, and came along with the win over Nathan Cook.
Yeah, Lennox showing some really mature, competitive mindset, being able to keep his cool and not, make sure the nerves didn't get to him. He waited with priority for pretty much 3/4 of that heat. In this heat, we have in red Tully Wiley, in blue Tim Bain, white Takumi Yasui, and in green Luke Brumby.
Right on. That looks like 3 Australians taking on a Japanese. Loving the international flavour here. Waves continue to deliver. A little bit slow in some heats, but just got to be a bit more competitively savvy. And you'll find the scorers, of course. Benny Spence coming away with a 7, I think. Let me have a look at that on my little computes. Yeah, 7.83. Imagine that's a high score of the day. So the waves are still out there. The scoring potential on offer. Let's see what these lads come up with.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of the waves have slowed down quite a bit with that dead low tide. But as I was telling Mark, I'm hoping that there'll be a little bit of a push in the swell with the incoming tide. We've seen a massive drop in the swell from yesterday. We are not seeing those big sweeping sets.
Yeah, there's no risk of duck diving 20 times paddling out the back today, so it's full attack mode. No defensive play.
Yeah, so the Heat 11 has officially started.
There we go, the results of the last heat. As you've mentioned before, Giada,
Yep.
Smith coming away with the win.
Nathan Cook in second, and unfortunately our Japanese surfer and our surfer in white didn't make it through. He did have a little bit of a shocker, our surfer in white. He fell on almost every wave.
Oh no.
Yeah, but then, for a happy ending, he got a barrel.
Well, that is one way to get one.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, at least he can walk away with a smile on his face from getting tubed out here.
Yeah.
With only 3 other dudes.
Yeah, for sure. Here we have Heat 11. Another beautiful day in Ujung Bocur.
Yes, it's only Wiley now. White watery takeoff. Trying to find the edge of the wave. Oh, that was a snappy looking turn. Half the surfboard out of the water, right on top of the lip line, and that's an aggressive way to finish off a wave. Great way to open your heat.
Yeah, this right behind my surfer in white. This is Takumi Yasui. Beautiful backhand carves, really smooth style.
Oh yeah,
fins out on that one. Showing our surfer in red, I'm in here too.
Take that right in your face. Tully Wiley, I was impressed with that drone angle, but it does make every wave look epic, the drone.
Yeah.
So I can't wait for that front-on angle, and we'll see how critical he did get. Here it is now. Yeah, taking off the whitewater, quite a difficult thing to do while maintaining speed, but really delivers on that first turn. Bit of a setup, Cuddy, and this third one's quite impressive. Good finishing manoeuvre up on the lip line for an extended period of time. Manages to hang on.
Yeah, this is our Japanese surfer on his backhand. A little bit of a setup carve. Straight into the pocket on this one. Very calm, cool, collected style.
Yeah, indicative of the Japanese surfers. Takumi really going upside down on that last one, so this is going to be a really handy wave on backing.
Yeah, and it's a great way to start. Quite opposite of our last heat where it was a very slow start and an active end. Here we're having a very action-packed beginning, and hopefully stays out like that through the heat.
Luke Brumby now, backhand high line, looking for somewhere to bash. He finds it and really does it well. Only one hit, but a decent one.
Yeah, I would be pretty stoked on a turn like that.
All right, most surfers with a wave under their belt.
And we're going to be going to a post-heat interview with the winner of our last heat. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, team, here I am down in the athlete area with winner of the last heat, Lennox Smith. Lennox, 18 minutes without a wave. Was that part of the plan, or did it all just go a little wrong there?
Yeah, I don't really know what I was doing. Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
It was pretty heavy. Nice recovery, though. We're having a chat as the winner, so it turned around pretty quick, smart. But what do you do when you haven't had a wave for 18 minutes? What were you saying to yourself?
I don't really know. I was kind of just thinking, surely a wave's going to come.
And it did, and it turned into a 6.50. So that got you well back into the game. You must have been feeling a whole lot better right then.
Yeah, not really. I was still thinking there's only like 5 minutes to go and I've only caught one wave. So, yeah, I was still stressing, but it was all right.
Well, it worked. The stress point worked because you then rode about another 3 waves and ended up winning the heat. Is this the first time you've been to Krui?
Yeah, it's the first time in Krui.
All right, tell us where you're from.
I'm from Shell Harbour.
And how old are we? Still quite grommety?
Yeah, 18. Not really.
Old enough to go to the pub. Hey, all right, so what's the plan? You're here, you're chasing points, or you're just on a holiday with a contest attached to it? What's the deal?
Yeah, chasing points and a bit of a holiday with me mates.
All right, so out of Shell Harbour, you got some buddies that might be watching online you want to give a rip out to?
Yeah, I know my brother Torren's watching, so Toz.
Anyone else? Sponsors?
Yeah, so the sponsors. Shout out to Huey Vaughan for, just being there for me and everything that he's done for me, coaching me and everything, and Jarvis as well. We're staying with him and he's been big support, so yeah, shout out to the lads.
I reckon, how about next heat? Let's surf a whole 25-minute heat. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that'd be a lot better.
It would be a lot better. Anyway, Lennox, winner of the heat, mate. Well done. And back up to the booth. Cheers, guys.
Right on. Thanks very much, Mark. Very entertaining interview and a very happy Lennox Smith. He's kind of dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, that was... he managed to keep his cool. It was a very impressive situation for Lennox Smith. Great little interview. First time at Krui.
Yeah, Takumi Yasu coming away with that 7.17 for that first wave. Very deserved score for sure. Taliwala 6.17, so 1 point difference. That's really good judging, I reckon.
Yeah, what do you think that made that 1 point difference?
A bit more precise in the turns, and it was a bit of a longer wave too.
Yeah. I agree.
I would have to watch the replay to give a really versed opinion, but that's from the first takeaway. So there we have it, the scoreboard up in the top left-hand corner of the screen. It's Bainey with priority and the work to do. 6.18, a couple of waves. That's an easy task with 18 and 30 left on the clock.
Yeah, that's plenty of time out here. We've seen heat changes in the last 5 minutes as we see Bain use his priority, use his first wave, a beautiful looking first choice of wave. Sets up the second one and goes for the finish and just flies over the back. Unfortunately, does not manage to finish it off.
Yeah, Tim Bain there. Beautiful opening couple of turns, but then going above the lip line and not coming back down. Have a look at this thing.
Yep.
Good style. I like this first turn. Brings it around, pointing to the bottom of the wave. That's a bit of a lackadaisy one. This would have been a ripper way to finish off the first wave of the heat for young Tim Bain, but not to be. He's going to have to get out there, reset, and try and give himself a couple of good waves under the belt and progress through this round of 96. At the moment is our Japanese surfer Takumi out in front via that 6.67 and a little half a point.
Yeah, when in those heats, if you ever make a mistake on the waves, it's really important to
Wash it off. Yep.
Clean slate, come back out and act like, kind of start from zero. 17-minute heat for him. I wonder if there's ever any conversation between the guys out there. Oh, that was a sick one. Or if everyone's just like on their own game, chasing points.
Some people like to chat. Some people like to just not say anything at all.
Bit of mind games.
Oh, it just depends where your head is at. Sometimes you're in a chatty mood. Sometimes you just want to be left alone. If you have a game plan you really got to stick to, you don't want to be talking about football or something with one of your competitors and go, actually, what was I supposed to be thinking?
It's a good game plan if you want to distract your opponents.
That's right. Yep.
A little bit of chat out there.
I remember when Fanning won Bells, he was surfing against Slater. Slater started chatting to him. He turns to him and goes, I'm not talking to you, mate. For 30 minutes, I'm not talking to you. And then he won. King of mind games, Kelly Slater. He would have been down on himself about that. Here goes Timmy Bain again. Second wave. This is better from the young man. A couple of snazzy looking turns. Inside section. Can he deal with it this time? He can, and trying to get around, but it's running off down the reef. That's a better wave from our surfer in blue.
There we have the caddies out the back.
Yep, caddy shack. Yep, check them out.
All four. One caddy more down the line.
They would be talking non-stop.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if there's a contest between the caddies as well. Who's going to pass, who's not. A little bit of betting.
Oh, yeah.
So, Billy, day 2, what are some of your highlights from this event?
Been a really busy morning. To be totally honest, the only surfing I've been watching has been what we've been commentating, but I really like Magaratana's heat strategy. Got a couple of really good waves under priority and delivered on them to take out that heat win, so I was stoked from the halfway board riders surfer. Low light, me interviewing Micah Marginson when he came second. Miscommunication. There's the winner there. No, it wasn't. Like I said, got to wash it off. Keep going.
Yep. No worries.
So apologies to the Marginson family. But, these things happen in the jungle.
I'm sure he was stoked to get an interview.
Yeah, it was good chatting to him. He's a nice young man.
Yeah. I think he's fine with it.
14 and a half minutes remaining. That's our Japanese surfer Takumi out in the lead. Tully Wiley is 6 at 1.7. That's a handy score to have with priority. But as we saw earlier on today, Giada with Elliot Prada-Reid, it can be a bit of a trap waiting for a good wave.
Yep, for sure.
14 minutes to go, you think you could get a wave and paddle out there and get priority again.
Or it could work on your favorite, like Lennox Smith.
Yes.
It's that's the beauty of our sport. It's just unpredictable. It's wild that way.
Yeah. Better be proactive than waiting on a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I'm more of a keep it busy type of person. I don't like it, the nerves getting to me. But everyone, that's also another beautiful thing, that everyone is different and everyone has their own way of, surfing some heats.
That's right. There we are. Billy Hankin, Gia Lagarde. Good to be with you wherever you're watching around the world. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Cheers to you. Keep it locked in. We're going to be here all afternoon. Stand by for women's action later on this afternoon.
Yep, for sure.
You'll be surfing in heat number?
I'm heat number 3, so don't miss out.
All right on. So cheer for her at home, because we'll be missing her in the commentary booth.
Yeah, but I'll be back really soon. I'm just going to surf my heat and come back. I'll give you guys a nice little wave.
Oni Onmar's not here this year.
No, Oni's not here. Yep.
He had a little baby.
Had a little baby.
Let's watch Bunbury here on his backhand. upside down, not much happening there. But yeah, so Oni, if you're tuning in with your little one, thanks for the message this morning. He looks absolutely adorable, and good luck to you, mate. We'll see you on the tour again very shortly.
Oni, one of Indo's elite for sure. Came all the way from Lakey Peak. Shout out to the Lakey Peak boys.
Yeah, the LPB.
Great community down there.
Yep, we got the little prince here with us, Rajo Barrel. Son of Joey, of course. He'll be in action once the Pro Juniors hit the water. Look out for him. He's had a first taste of this place last year. It's amazing how much they grow when that age, 13, 14.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think he's much better prepared this year than he was last year. I can't wait to see him stick it to a couple of the older boys through a few rounds. Just got to keep his cool, keep his mind in the game. Right now we're struggling to have him lock the door when he leaves. So, the heat strategy comes a bit of an ask. He goes, Tully Wiley, talk us through it.
This is Tully on his front hand. A beautiful open-armed carve to set up for this one.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that really gouged into that wave and looks to finish it off, and he does. That is definitely going to be one of the bigger scores of today. That was a beautifully surfed wave by Tully Wiley. And right behind him is our surfer in blue, Bain. He tries to get around the section, unfortunately doesn't make it. But wow.
What a bummer for Timmy Bain. But yeah, that wave of Tully Wiley, that was a good, cracking series of turns. Can't see wait to see what the judges throw at that.
Yeah, and that is a beautiful drone angle of our Ujung Bocur.
Ujung Bocur, that is the reef that the boys are surfing over. And that is the reef that Luke Brumby is cracking these turns down the line. Keeping that speed through there. Nice and high on the end. Finishing section. Does he make it? Does he not? He does, surely. Yes. That was like a 20-metre recovery. Not so good for our Japanese surfer Takumi out the back. I'm not sure what happened there. But all surfers with a really good exchange.
Yeah, that was a great exchange, especially between, I think, Tully Wiley and Bain. That was really great surfing from both. But personally, I think Tully Wiley, we're going to be seeing the best wave of this heat for sure. As we see the first part of Bain's wave.
Yeah.
Talk us through.
Yeah, not really getting things going. Caught behind the breaking part of the wave pretty much all that way. So that'll be not bothering scorers too much. And this also on the backhand, Luke Brumby. Couple of good looking turns. Loving the action replay. You can kind of take your time and really dissect things. But that was a really a lot of admiration for him for not throwing in the towel. He had to pat a few dogs and move a few tables to get around, but he made it.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Smaller and had a little bit more foam on the face, but he managed to get through all of that, and it was very pleasing to the eye. But this one by Tully, bit of a setup carve to slow down and just gouges that section. That was a beautiful wave, and I don't know how he managed to stick that landing. His board went completely almost upside down.
Well, I'll tell you what he did really well there. He really stuck that back foot into the second turn, but that finishing manoeuvre, he started his turn in time. He didn't try to go to the top of the wave and bash that lip. He kind of rode it all the way down. And a really good exponent of that is Adriano de Souza. You very rarely see him fall off on those closeout sections. So Tully Wiley, that finishing manoeuvre was super well done, and I love the way he timed that top turn. Rewarded with a 7.67, so straight to the top of the leaderboard. And look at the requirements now, Giada. 9.14 required from Luke Brumby to take out the heat. That is quite an ask, but a 1.36 and a 4.93 respectively for Timmy and Takumi. Easy numbers with 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, talking about Adriano, our Italian team coach, a big shout out to him for being with us.
Forgot about the captain. Is he still called the captain even though he's...
Oh, for sure. He's the captain. He's the man, the myth, the legend. a big shout out to Adriano and the whole Italian team. I was just with them in El Salvador. Leo doing great at the Setia event there. It was good to watch. But yeah, we've got a great team going.
Yep. I know Claire Bevilacqua would have been watching.
For sure.
She's a big fan of yourself and the Italian team. It's great to see non-traditional surfing countries like Italy having a good crack. I mean, where you got actually CT surfer on tour and absolutely giving it a red hot go, but it's not a traditional thing you associate with professional surfing.
Yeah.
But that's the ISA games, and the regionals are really bringing to the forefront the different countries from around the world. It's a really good move.
Yeah, Jesse Mendes winning this event last year under the Italian flag. I think that was the first event he did with the Italian flag on his shoulder.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing, but kind of cool. He's a Brazilian that now's an Italian. He's married to a girl that's Hawaiian but now Brazilian.
Yep.
And why not? If you've got a foot in both camps, go for it, I say. Jesse was really cool here last year. I didn't really get to know him before last year. Only seen him at Margaret River a couple of times. But getting to know him last year, he's a stand-up fella and great surfer, very average karaoke singer.
Jesse saying that actually Margaret's is one of his favorite stops on tour. Says he loves going there, loves the waves, loves the people and the food. So there's something in common.
I'll tell you something funny about, not funny, but a good story about Adriano de Souza at Margaret River. They're having a free surf, and Coco Ho got a leg rope caught around the surgeon's table there. And the skis were just coming around in the morning, so the water safety wasn't quite on board. It was a free surf, and her board was tombstoning for a good half a minute. And it was Adriano de Souza that paddled over the surgeon's table, swam down, and took off a leggy. You don't want to overstate things, but he pretty much saved Coco's life.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a really cool thing to see. So he went straight to the top of the cool books after that morning, and another stand-up sort of fella. I mean, as an Australian, you always want to see the Aussies win, and as the Brazilians are dominating, you're like, oh, I'm not sure I like that guy. But once you get to know him, see him do some real cool things, you're like, well, maybe it's just, my stubborn Aussie pride. So big shout out to Adriano if you're watching, and we'll never forget what you did there at Margaret River for Coco.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the sweetest and most respectful people I've ever met. I have a lot of respect for him and everything he's done. He's definitely one of my favorite surfers to watch as well.
All right, just under 5 minutes remaining this one. Giada, it is Tully Wiley with that 7.67, 3 decent cracks. That's what the judge is going to give you if you pull those critical manoeuvres off. Over Luke Brumby and Takumi coming in third with second priority, and it's Timmy Bain with the work to do. I want to say with the work to do, it's a 4.93 to progress, and same with Takumi, a 1.36. Luke Brumby looking to get rid of that 333.
Yeah, it's looking like a fight for second place more than anything. Tully way up the top of the peak.
Scratched over it. So this is Timmy Bain, first priority holder. He had to pull the trigger. There's only 4 minutes remaining. That is his first turn. Getting his groove on now. This thing, yes, shouldering out, so it is going to run down the reef, but he just overcooks that bottom turn. A bit late on the top turn return, so wow, Timmy Bain be ruining that opportunity missed. Look at him. His body language is full of disappointment.
Yeah, he still has time, so don't give up, Timmy.
Yep.
Pop back out, wash it off.
I'm with you on that one. Look, he just scratches over the edge here. Had to work his way around the whitewater. The rest of the field were frothing on this wave, so it was a really good move to take it. A couple of really good turns, and it was just a everyday maneuver here. Hits a bit of a soap on the dance floor, and off he goes.
Yeah, by looking at that replay, kind of looks like he thought that section had a little bit more
oomph.
Yeah, more oomph. That's exactly the word, but I think he hit it a little too early, and he should have just waited for that ending section.
Yeah, well, you get in that rhythm and that groove, and you want to be really aggressive, and sometimes it works, and sometimes you come up short.
Yeah.
But come on, Timmy, get back out there. Try and sneak a wave under priority from those three other guys. You've got just under 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, with that drone footage, you could see Tully really up the point compared to the other 3 competitors. He's looking for different. There we go. You can see Tully all the way up the top. The other 3 guys are more down. Bane is probably, if I'm not wrong, going to stay below and try see if he can sneak one under everyone else.
That's the best way to do it, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's
2.5 minutes.
Looking for a 4.27, so that's not a big requirement.
Yeah, we saw Jack Thomas do it late yesterday afternoon. He went from 4th to 1st with exactly the same situation. He was 4th priority, paddled inside all the guys, and came out with the win. So definitely a great example, never to throw in the towel and keep scratching and biting until you feel that final siren.
Yeah. Well, actually, Tim did improve his score, though. He got a 3.77. That did lower his requirement a little bit. Still 2 minutes left. There's, you know, anything can really happen, but it does not look like there's much swell or lines in the distance. Luke Brumby staying really close to White, making sure if anything comes, there's a little bit of putting a little bit of pressure on him, I guess.
You got to keep him honest.
Yeah.
You want priority and you want a heat win, you're going to have to earn it.
Yeah.
I like that sort of strategy.
I have recently learned, though, fun fact, that if you are under priority and you're too close to your opponent who does have priority, you can easily get a priority interference that way.
Yes, paddling interference. But have a look at this, Timmy Bain. He has snuck one under priority, and that's a beautiful lip launch. Doesn't stick it, though, so he give it a good crack. You got to admire that. Tim Bain coming up short. It's Tully Wiley with the lead, but Takumi cashing in that first priority with 45 seconds to go. That's only one turn. That's not going to get the job done, you would think. Although look at that requirement. It's only a 1.36. Was that turn worth it?
Yes. I put my hand in fire.
Okay. There goes Judge Giada. But have a look at this. Luke Brumby now with 30 seconds to go. He's not going to lay down. He's going to give this a good old crack and make that requirement a bit larger. So was that better than a 3.33? Things are hotting up in the last 30 seconds of this heat. It kind of follows that pattern all afternoon and all morning. Meanwhile, Timmy Bain, he's not giving up. Only 8 seconds remaining, and he's on a third wave within 3 minutes.
Finish it, Timmy.
Yeah, come on, stick that tail.
No.
Goes upside down. All right, no doubt we will be on hold because there's a big flurry of waves being caught in the last 20 seconds of that heat. We will, yep, there's our sign. We're going to break it up. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is the Krui Pro 2023. Stick with us. More action after the break.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro. That is the playing field in front of us. Beautiful drone shot from Ryan Williams. Bird up there in the sky. Competitors in the foreground. And who do we have in white right now teeing off, Billy? This looks like Ash Jenner opening his account. Sorry, Shitoro Wake. So we've got 2 Japanese and 2 Australians in this heat. Jin Suzuki is in red, Bodie Williams is in blue, Shitoro Wake is in white, and Kota Kilorn The green with the pink hair.
Yes, I'm liking that punk rock style. Welcome back to the booth, Chris Benz. That was a pretty good heat, the last one. A lot of waves ridden and a pretty good mid-7 attained.
Whoa, that's a solid first turn to kick off the campaign. Looks like the tide's just sort of settling into a nice position right now. And the waves are just reeling down the point. Got to say, outside Billy, it is starting to steam.
Yeah, it's starting to steam in here too. Okay, that was our surfer in white, Shotaro. How do you pronounce that last name? Waki?
Wake.
Wake.
I say that with so much confidence I don't have a clue.
It is for the next 25 minutes. Shotaro Wake. And white opens up with a 4.17. Don't mind doing that in the first minute of the heat.
So run us through the last heat. Tully Wiley in the red jersey would have been the top seed coming from Torquay in Victoria.
Yeah, was a pretty slow start. Actually, it was a pretty busy heat all the way through, as in contrast to the one previous to that. Came away with a big 3-turn combo, resulting in a mid-7. And then, as is the case of most heats, it was pretty sleepy until the last 3 or 4 minutes. And a massive flurry of waves. So we're anxious to see the results pop up on the screen as soon as we can get them.
And the heat before that, Lennox Smith taking the win. I like the way that guy goes about it. He spent a lot of time in West Oz this year while the Margies comp was on.
Was he there?
Yeah, he's surfing with his mate Macklin Flynn. And those guys were all over the coast.
Macklin Flynn, love to see him up here this year or next year. I think he'd hold his own in a couple of these heats for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just missing out on a spot in the big show at Margaret River by 1 position. But yeah, I'm sure there's a bevy of surfers around Australia in that similar position, just scratching to get on the QS 5000s and then try and claw their way onto the Challenger Series. There we are. Billy Hagan, Chris Pins, great to be with you. South Sumatra, that's where we're at. Krui Town, Ujung Bocur.
This is our new couch.
This is our new couch. What do you think?
That's delightful, isn't it?
Great to be with you. And wherever you're watching around the world, stick with us. There's going to be action all day. We're going to end up these 16 or so heats of the men's, swap over to the women's after lunch, and then a bit more men action in the afternoon maybe.
Yeah, the ladies have been chomping at the bit to get out there. Almost a day and a half of competition down already. So there is the opening score for Shotaro Wake, and it's a 4.17.
And here goes Dakota Kilhorn. Big tall guy, pink hair, great style, loving his attack, really finds the pocket but can't swing that blade around. So Kilhorn will be out the back again, looking to reset and reload. It's Brady Williams now getting caught behind the curl. That's such a frustrating thing to happen, Chris.
Sure is. It's happening a lot. It looks picture perfect, especially from front on, and especially from when you're mind surfing. But when you get out there, there's definitely waves that race off. Can be a little bit sectiony. If you can get yourself onto a gem, that's half the secret to unlocking a good score.
Check out this mate's go Kilhorn. Opening wave. This was a good section, just gets hung up there on top of the coping. Won't be happy with that at 1.60. Definitely hoping to kick that thing to the curb by the end of the heat. 19 minutes remaining, plenty of time to do it.
Go to Kilhorn, he's travelling this week with Matty Cattle, coaching him.
One of the greats. And speaking of that, Chris, I'm having one of the Surfing New South Wales guys in on Heat 14. We're going to talk about their little program they've got going. Stick around for that one.
Who have you got coming in? Tom Dixon.
Tom Dixon, that's right. Oh, that's a big, deep attacking bottom turn from our surfer in white in Sakaro Wake. And finishes off beautifully. Nice elevator drop into the flats. He'll be pretty happy with that. Meanwhile, Coda is not staying still either. A nice wrapping turn on a medium to small looking wave. These things hugging the reef a little bit better than the sets, you would think. He's already rattled off 3 turns. Oh, straight in Satoro's face. There's going to be a bit of a paddle battle on here. Maybe a few words exchanged.
Laughter on the athlete's deck.
Have a look at him.
Tell you what, when you're surfing a point break that's a couple of 100 metres long and you're right down the bottom, that's pretty aggressive to kick out just to get the inside track. You know you're setting yourself up for a long, long paddle battle if that's what you're thinking.
Yep, it's bordering on a little bit arrogant, and I love that. You want some? Catch me, and then you can have priority. Have a look at the long levers on Killhorn, will you? Looks like a swimmer. I think Sakaro has kind of thrown in the towel there, raised up the white flag. But there's a decent score about to drop for our surfer in white, a second one. Applying the pressure is Coda. 17 minutes remaining. Priority has been called. Third priority is Coda Killhorn. And of course, Jin Suzuki sitting out there in the red with first priority. That's a great way to open up your backhand attack. Decent setup turn 2. So 3
Bang.
crackers. We've seen that rewarded today. 3 decent turns. You calling that last one complete?
Need to have another look at the replay. It looked like he was there, and then he's just dived off kind of a split second before sealing the deal. So that's very much a line ball decision, but we have seen the judges be pretty ruthless on that kind of stuff lately.
All right, well, we'll see the scores drop in a little while, but in the meantime, let's head down to the athletes area. We have Giada with the winner of the last heat.
So I'm here with Tully, the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. It was a little bit of a slow one. What do you do or tell yourself to keep the nerves down, or what was going through your mind?
I was just staying calm and just relaxing. It's so nice over here, and it's good just to be surfing in boardies. And but yeah, just knew I had to kind of got one off the start, so I only knew I needed one more wave. So I just kind of sat out there and just waited for one and got it, and then yeah, that was it.
You know, you came here last year. As you were preparing to come here this year, what were some of the things you learned from the last time that you're like, okay, I'm going to do differently, and some of the changes or adaptations?
It's probably just more strategically in my heat surfing, really, just to try to get a good start and just back myself into weight and put together another good score. So, like, yeah, just strategic stuff I've just been trying to work out, and it's starting to show a little bit, which is good. So, yeah.
How do you handle the heat? How do you, keep cool here compared to back at home?
Just drink heaps of Cokes and stay hydrated on water. A couple of cold showers here and there.
All right. Well, Tully, is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home?
Yeah, just hi to all my family, mum, dad, brothers, sisters, cousins, everyone. Hi to Remy and her family as well. And yeah, see you guys soon.
All right. Thank you and congratulations.
Giada, nice interview. While we're watching that, it has been Coda and Shitaro keeping busy, both with a wave under the belt during that post-heat interview, and that's Jin Suzuki also cashing in the first priority. So a heap of scores to drop, Chris. This heat taking shape with 14 and 30 remaining.
Yeah, well, Jin Suzuki waited over 10 minutes to get his first wave. Not a bad one, though. Here's Coda Killhorn's last wave. Kid from Maroubra making plenty of noise as he streaks down the line. He would love to have ridden out of that one. And then this is Suzuki on a wave behind.
He's busy.
Had some work to do. Really had to engage the pistons to get pumping down to get himself down the line. Big first turn. How's the wingspan? Just opens up the arms to throw himself into the top turn. And then this is Shitoro Wake on his backhand.
Great style.
He does. And can't quite get on top of that final turn, and he goes down. And then this is Bodie Williams, surfer in blue.
Great little dude, Bodie Williams. Got to know him last year, staying down there at Lavina. Looks like he had to give way to the first priority holder there, Any Old How. So he may have sold him that wave, I reckon.
Well, he started that far inside him that I reckon he was just surfing it, and then Jin said,
I'll take
Jin
it.
probably went more to stop Bodie from cashing in a bigger score for going the full length.
Well, here he goes now, mate. He's onto a wave all his own. He has first priority, can do what he wants. Opens up with a bit of a high jam. A second one, not too bad, but that wave running away, and 2 will have to be all he can deliver. But he's not that far down the reef. Bodie can quickly get on his bike and get out there and get a high priority. Kota Kilhorn now sitting out the back with priority. And he has taken the lead. So I'll have to see those scores when the gate opens up on the scoring tablet. There it is there, 6.33 to Koa Kilhorn. Best wave of the heat by quite a margin, just getting into that good range on the scoring card. Taro 4.17, but that 4.57, not a massive requirement, so Kota will be looking to ditch that 2.40. Jin Suzuki with a score to drop, and it's Bodie Williams a 7.34, a bit of an ask.
So 12 minutes to go. We are just over the halfway mark. It's Kota Kilhorn, the 6.33. Significant number at this stage. That's a keeper. And some work to do. We're still waiting on a couple of numbers to come in for Jin Suzuki.
Okay, Shotaro, there we go. A 4.17 and a 3.67 boots him up into second place. A 4.73 for Jin Suzuki. One solitary wave, so that's put him in a pretty strong position, Chris. He just needs another decent wave, and he's going to be in the mix for that first position.
Yep, second best wave of the heat so far. It's funny, I had my chat with Zane Sync after he won a heat, it would have been 3 heats ago. And the heat in front of his was the one with Micah Marginson and Kenta Ishikawa. Super slow. It was a whole bunch of 3s and 4s, and it was really hard for those guys to break the deadlock. And then Zane came out in the heat behind and was able just to put the foot down and drop a bunch of scores, which worked out pretty well for him. So it looks like all scores are in. The scoreboard is settled with just over 10 minutes to go. Kota Kilhorn has the lead, has priority. You love hearing that.
Yep.
If you're in the green jersey. Just a 2.4 is his backup, so he'll be looking to get rid of that right now and really put a stranglehold on this heat. Taro Wake with a 4.17 and a 3.67, both pretty middling scores. He only needs a 4.57 to get up to first, but again, he would be looking for something a lot greater than that. You know that the potential is out there. Surfers today just having a little bit of trouble capitalising.
Yeah, across the field, Chris, you're right. The finishing manoeuvres, though, if you can crack off 2 or 3 and a finishing manoeuvre, they are being rewarded. We've seen a couple of 7-point rides, and there's that 6.33 in this heat. So the judges clear on what they want and clear on what they will reward. That's your coach's job or your supporter's job to take note of those things all through the afternoon. I imagine there'll be a lot of coaches of the women's round taking note of the judging criteria today and briefing their charges before they get out there and give it a good red hot crack. Jin Suzuki now, Chris.
Yeah, there's the wingspan again. Translates into a beautiful top turn. This is a really flat wave after that first turn. He's going to put the foot down, skate across a slightly steeper section. Now he's got a lip to deal with, crunches it. So 2 turns that matter so far. Big floater as well. A little bit of a rock and roll tail drop. Come down from that one and puts it down nice and smooth. That's going to be a good score for Jin Suzuki.
Oh, look at the caddy shack out the back there. all the lads swapping tails.
So took us through this replay, Bill.
Yeah, I like the attack on it. Straight to the bottom of the wave. A big Mark Richards wingspan bottom turn. And again, Really precise looking stuff. And this end section bash I really enjoyed. Nice high spray. This one he had it fit in tight. And it was an old school rock and roll floater coming down. I like it. It's pretty hard to come down sideways onto that rail. Usually you just tank slap and flip on over. So well done by Jin Suzuki.
Well, especially we've seen down towards the end of this wave, it can get treacherously shallow at different sections. We've seen plenty of surfers come out of that end section manoeuvre and just vanish.
Yeah, yep, gone.
Whereas Jin just put it down on the bolts and rolled away smooth. So he needs a 3.11 to jump up to second. He needs a 4.01 for the lead, and I reckon he might just do it.
Oh, I'm pretty confident too. It's going to shake up the leaderboard, no doubt.
Okay, so we're still waiting for that last score of Jin Suzuki's to come in. Currently priority matches the leaderboard. Kota Kilorn sitting in first on both fronts. Shitaro Wake second. Bodie Williams third. Expect Jin Suzuki to completely mess that up once his number drops in.
Now, look at that drone footage, mate. It is great to be here. We're in the province of Lampung. That's the airport you fly into if you want to come and check out some Krui action. The Regency of Pesisir Barat, and that reef you're kind of looking at to the right of screen is Ujung Bocur.
The leaking edge.
The leaking edge. Maybe there's some fresh water coming from the land into the ocean. That's quite prevalent all through the Indonesian archipelago. Non-stop in Lembongan.
It's generally how reef passes operate around the world, creating all kinds of waves. All right, there is the last wave for Jin Suzuki. A 5.6 takes him from fourth to first. And that is the second highest scoring wave of this heat. He also has the third highest scoring wave, which all adds up to the best total, which is why he's in the lead. A 10.33 two-wave combination for Jin Suzuki. Kota Kilorn now chasing a 4. Very gettable given he's already holding a 6.33. That's for the lead. Shitaro Wake needs a 4.57 for second, and Bodie Williams needs a 5.44 for second. Just under 6 minutes to run.
Gonna be a beauty. All eyes on Kota Kilorn now. Can he deliver? Pick the right wave.
All right, here goes Shitaro Wake on his backhand. That was a little bit of a setup turn. He's just biding his time. Big bottom turn. Solid connection with the lip. Got a little bit hung up and couldn't ride out of that one.
Hung up was correct, mate. He was up there for an eternity, wasn't he?
Had a little bit too much time to think about it, I suggest. And great news if you are near our commentary box. It would appear that the ice cream stand has reopened for business.
My goodness me. Torture comes in many forms, Chris. And hearing the ice cream song 50 times in an hour is right up there. Here goes Bodie Williams. Racing down the line. Lots of speed, lots of flow. Oh, that would have been a ripping turn. But he catches that inside rail, became the outside rail, and goes face first.
Oh, that's
seeing the
such
wave
a shame.
Rattle off.
God, that turn was looking so crisp and spicy. And it just looked like that wave had a beautiful pace to it. Bodie seemed to be matching himself with it as well. Here goes Kota Kilorn. Was in the lead, now down to second. Looking for a 4 to get himself back up into first.
No.
Not going to happen on this occasion. The wave, he was always kind of half a beat behind that one.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of double pump action on the bottom turns. Kind of indicative that you're not in the spot that you want to be on that wave. So kind of no harm, no foul. That has handed over the first priority to Jin Suzuki, though, the heat leader. And the priority holder with 4 minutes remaining. You love to hear that, especially when your biggest rival is right there on your inside. Kota will be hoping for a 2-wave set. Jin will be hoping the wave goes flat. We'll see how we go.
when you think of Indonesia, you think of scenes like this, don't you?
You do.
Just a cobalt Indian Ocean, reef,
Here we go.
palm trees,
Action.
blue skies.
People hassling on your inside. Definitely Indonesian. So this is Coda. He's going to try and sell this wave to Jin. Jin, having none of it. No.
Why
If
would
you're
ya?
not going, I'm not going. The cat and mouse game continues onto the inside. Coda trying to lead Jin on a merry dance. Meanwhile, down that line, Bodie Williams, Chris, has racked one off already. This could pay off big time for him. A couple of really good cracks. That's what we know we're capable of. Great surfing there. Bodie Williams, our surfer in blue. Meanwhile,
Coda Killon playing a little bit of defence. He's sitting in second. He wants to extend the gap between him and third and fourth. Bodie Williams has probably got a decent number coming in, so Coda can't afford to hold back. Gets some drift out of the tail. Stands nice and tall as he rides out of that one. 2.5 minutes to go. So, Bodie Williams, 2 turns, pretty crisply put together, pretty fluent. Maybe would have liked a little bit more length of ride to try and get a little bit more work done. And then Coda Killon was a bit of a slow start, had some sections to deal with. Nothing really of any significance to this point. Now the wave starts to stand up and Coda opens the shoulders. That turn was all right. There was nothing on that turn. And then it's the big finish. He had to ride out of this one, and he did it very nicely. So a little touch of drama at the end of the ride might just bring the score up. This is what Bodie Williams did on the previous wave. 2 turns, both pretty fluent. Wow, a big sheet of spray going skyward. And again on the second turn. So 2 big turns. Personally, I think that was better than Coda's wave.
yeah, I'll go on that camp. I really love the way he flared out the tail on that first turn. He was finished with his arc and just gave a little bit of unce on the end. And impressive stuff by Bodie Williams. Coda Killhorn, he's trying to get rid of a 2.40. He'll definitely do that, but will he amass a 4 to go into first place? That is on the line. We'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight. I think between all 3 surfers, you look at...
There you go, mate. 5.67 back into the lead.
Okay.
Kay Killhorn. Let's wait for Bodie Williams' score.
Yeah, it's now Bodie Williams chasing a 7.03, which would be pretty significantly the best wave of the heat. Not quite sure it's there, but we both thought that Bodie's wave was better than Coda's, so...
Yeah. We're going to look cool, or we're going to look like absolute idiots.
Dunces. Yeah, Coda, length of ride, plenty of turns. Don't think it had quite the same high notes as Bodie's. Bodie's was just
crisp.
2 quick punches, but it was quite the combo. Just bang, bang. So much spray on both turns. Big vertical sheets gone skyward, and...
the judges are taking their time, Chris. That's always a sign that could be a decent number dripping through. You know, I've got the next heat interview, and I'm definitely going to check the check the judges' sheets again.
Mate,
here we go.
I loved
Coda
your
Killhorn.
interview with Micah. I thought it was one of the best interviews of the day. Definitely the best interview with someone who came second in their heat.
Oh, chucks
Coda
it
Killhorn,
airwards.
Air reverse, really flat. Not much amplitude to it, but variety. We haven't seen that so far today. Time is up. So all eyes on that last wave from Bodie Williams. Coda Killhorn is in the lead, so there's only 1 score to come. He can't drop below second, so he is safe. Bodie Williams' score still to come. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll come back with the next heat, and also we'll be bringing you the result from this one. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro very shortly. beautiful Ujung Bocur. We are into heat 13 of men's round of 96 action. We're still waiting on some scores from the last heat. No, I heard the who to go, so this is definitely heat 13 underway.
Whoa.
This is Rauru Ito. Still waiting on a result to come through for the last heat. Bodie Williams was chasing a score. I've got a feeling he may have just fallen short.
All right, either way, Chris, this heat 13, 3 Japanese surfers. Taichi Hagita is in the red. Ryaru Ito is in the blue. Ash Jenner, the lone Aussie, out there in the white. And Ippo Suzuki is in the green.
So in the last heat, Bodie Williams needed a 7. Kota Killorn was in the lead with the best score of the heat so far, a 6.33. Jin Suzuki was sitting second. Bodie's last wave was the best wave of the heat. It was a 6.47, not the 7 he needed to get up to second. So unfortunately for Bodie Williams, falling just short by about half a point, despite having the best wave of the heat.
So Kota?
So the winner of that heat, yep, Kota Killorn from Maroubra, and second Jin Suzuki, who came out of the gates very strong and sort of hovered in the top 2 for the remainder of that bout.
All right, so here's the replay of the first wave there for Blue. It was pretty handy. Got some good work done at the end of this wave. That was a real tidy hit. Had he made this, I could have seen a big score coming, but a little touch of the fumbles there early in the piece for Ito. A 4.33, there it is. All right, so Chris, I missed most of that heat. Was it a good heat to watch?
Yeah, great
Seems
heat.
Seems like some pretty good numbers going down.
Yeah, it's funny. There's definitely waves here. Talking to a lot of the competitors, they've spent so long over the past week surfing this wave and so much time watching their mates' heats or just sitting, at all of the beachfront resorts watching the surf. That you just see waves the whole time, and then when you paddle out and there's only a couple of other guys in the water, it's quite hard to sort of readjust and find the good ones. And because when you're surfing with the crowd, you kind of catch whatever comes your way, and it really is a case of making sure you're on those waves that run with good shape and allow you to open your shoulders and string together some good turns. Bodie Williams did that right at the end of that last heat. It was only 2 turns, but they were really crisp, as we see Taichi Hagita on his backhand swinging into action.
All right, so a nice first manoeuvre to kick things off. That was quite a bowly section. He just had to go around. 3rd turn, really strong. 4th turn, likewise. A nice little bit of fin action out the back. So really stringing it together here. Hagita, somebody out the back is going nuts as well, just off screen, but we'll get to that in a moment. Hagita, a really useful wave, Chris. He's tagged this wave non-stop. That will be a decent number, a really strong score I'm tipping for Hagita.
He scorpioned on the kick out as well. Behind him, that was Ash Jenner, and we saw a perfect example of how different some of the waves can be. Hagita's wave just ran and ran and ran, whereas Ash Jenner only had the couple of sections before it closed down. The first turn wasn't bad, a lot of downtime, and then the big closeout, schwack, and he stomps it.
Really keen to watch Reg. This will look unreal.
He's flying.
Oh, man. And he not only was he flying, but he really used that speed, and he used the lip to full advantage. Have a look at this. Crunch right there. Then things really start to spice up. That was insane. Big up through the lip again. So those last 2 turns had money all over them. A little wobble there at the end. It doesn't matter. A lot of good work done early in the piece.
Watch for the scorpion on the kick out as well. Still another turn. This one just biting the reef and running and running. It's pretty shallow through there, and boof.
Okay.
Just about kicked himself in the back of the head.
All right. Well, I'm predicting a big number for Hagita. That was a really strong ride. He'd be happy with that. Offered at multiple sections and really helped himself. All his manoeuvres going above the lip. Ito now with a 4.33 for his first. That was a pretty tidy little swack.
Yeah, well, this is Ito flying. Oh, I love that turn. That was a 90s kind of slide carve. horseshoe cutty, sort of shades of Corey Lopez on that one. And then the big layback. Speaking of the 90s, that was the foot off, full flat on your back recovery.
Did he try it one too many times? It was a good wave.
That was cool.
There was some nice variety in that.
Big fan of Raru Ito and the way he went about it on that way. Just different lines.
So Hagita, I'm pretty sure that's his 5.67. Might have seen a little bit more in that, but that's the way it goes. Ito, either way, will go back into the lead. With a small number about to drop in for Jenna, and it'll leave Suzuki there in the green waveless. Good news for him, though. Still 19 minutes on the clock.
All right, so while Ash, Jenna and Ipo Suzuki make their way back to the lineup, we're going to throw down to Billy Hangen, who's having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Coda Killhorn.
Coda Killhorn, we're on. That was a great heat.
Yeah, it was really fun to be out there. I felt like I had some room to grow in yesterday's heat, so to put a couple of waves complete, it felt really nice.
Mate, you are absolutely spot on there. Most of the field today has found it really hard to even get into the good range, let alone above it. People have been trying to work out the lineup, but it seems to me, just calling that last heat, that you seem to find your rhythm. That last little wave there, you popped a little air rev, so you're feeling the goods right now.
Yeah, I got off to a fun start right up the top, and that was the game plan with my dad, to sit up the top, away from everyone. And then got a bit too excited after that wave, fell off a few times, and then when that set came through and red had priority, didn't want to go, I was frothing. I was like, oh, I think I'll be able to come around with speed, and actually this wave will hold up. Luckily it did, and I let out a bit of excitement after it, even though I know it wasn't a big score, but I knew I was back in the heat, and it just got me really pumped up.
Well, right on. Now, I've got inside info that you got out there, stepped on a sea urchin before the heat. That must have played a little bit of havoc in your mind.
Yeah, so yesterday we were talking about stonefish all last night, and then I've gotten all the way out and stepped in a crack, and all my toes got lit up. Freaked out straight away, but I knew it was only an urchin. I have to go find the doctor soon enough and, get that checked out.
Well, that's no worries. I mean, no excuse to wear booties. Only kooks wear booties, so no need for that. Crush those tentacles up, those barnacles, whatever they call them. Get out there, mate. Keep your roll going because you're looking bloody fantastic, and maybe put a bit more pink through that hair before the end of the season.
Yeah, and I just want to say there was a tragic accident at home last night with one of the Groms, and I've written him down on my board, little Zen, so rest in peace, buddy, and all the best to so much love to Pemberton family, and when I get home, I'll give you all a big cuddle.
Right on, mate. Very well spoken. He's from the board riders, was he, or somewhere around Maroubra?
Yeah, from Maroubra. I know my mum and brother are watching Costa Rica as well, so I think they're sleeping right now, but when you wake up, you can watch this. So.
Well, very well spoken. A ripping surfer and a great young man. Coda Killhorn, folks. Back to you in the booth.
Righto. Well, not great news coming out of Coda's mouth there about a tragedy at home. It's never good to hear, but anyway, we'll move on and we'll see him in the next round, possibly this evening. Meanwhile, the surfer in blue has streaked off to a massive lead. Hagita only has one wave, same with Jenna, I think. We've just seen Suzuki ride a wave. So it's all going on in heat 13 here, but in heat 14, I think we're going to get Tommy Dixon's going to come in and have a chat with Billy Hangen regarding the New South Wales high performance act they've got going on down there. It's going to feature heat 14 is a ripper as well. It's got Takiu Butler, who's New Zealand's shining light right there with Billy Stairman. Westernhurst, a young grommet out of Bali, Troy's son. Dane Henry is the reason Tom Dixon's going to come in and have a chat. And then Dylan Wilcoxon, the flavour of Kandui Resort, is another grom in that heat. So it's full action pack. 4 really ripping surfers. It's going to feature in heat 14. And I'm pretty sure if Tom Dixon fronts up, that Billy Hangen will enjoy that conversation.
All right, 15 minutes remaining, and it'd be good to see the breakdown of all the surfers' 2-wave totals at this point.
It would be. I think the 5.67 is still the best. There it is. The 5.5 is a mighty good answer back from our surfer in blue, Ito. Pretty close there, not much separating the 2 Japanese in the lead. The Australian now needs to answer back with about a 5, would do it for second. Suzuki, no scores on the scoreboard as yet. somehow has second priority, so he must have fumbled around with his top priority and missed a wave, or we're owed a score from green. Yeah, we did. I think I saw green stand up.
Yeah, we've still got a score to
There
come
it is.
for Ipo. There it is, a 4.03. So everyone is still in this. A bunch of 3s and 4s and 5s.
So replays right here of Hagita's last wave.
Oh.
And you know what, we've said it before, Chris, and we'll say it again this year, that the Japanese are here and they're representing their country really well. The weighted numbers and the quality of what I'm seeing out of the Japanese, it's a matter of time before one of them really busts it big and gets right up there on the CT.
Yeah, and the strength of the Japanese women's surfing as
Yeah,
well.
I reckon
is
that's where it's going to come
incredible.
from first, you know, no disrespect to the men, but I think...
Well, we talk about, you know, the Brazilian Storm running a rampant through the men's field over the past decade. I think there could be a Japanese version of that happening in women's surfing soon, because the QS is just stacked with incredibly talented Japanese ladies. We saw Amuro Suzuki a few years ago win the World Juniors in Taiwan. She was the unlucky surfer who was all set to replace Carissa Moore for a year when Carissa decided to have a sabbatical. And then unfortunately COVID came along and Amuro missed her window.
Yeah,
She's still going mad on the challenges though, and it's only a matter of time before she gets back onto the CT, because we've seen her as a wild card have some success already. What are we looking at here, Billy?
Billy?
Oh, sorry.
All right, what we're seeing here is some insane surfing out of Ito. Those first two hits out the back, the chook feathers were well and truly flying. The speed and flow he's had on this wave, are you kidding me? That's the best ride I've seen for a number of heats. I could see this going pretty close to excellent.
If it's any consolation, I called Micah Marginson, Brendan Marginson in a heat before, so you're in elite company with the surfers who I've confused today.
I've been called worse than Billy, so I'll roll with that.
Definitely been called better though as well.
I can see how you got us mixed up. We kind of look similar. There it is at 817. So the best wave of the day. Let's write that down, Chris. Where's my pen? It's got to feature. It's going to feature in our highlights wrap up at the end of the day. 817. Those first two turns really got my attention. He did not put a foot wrong further down the line. His countryman now stands up.
Yeah.
Ito. He needs only a 5. That's not it. But geez, that was insane. The 817 just had spice and ripping turns all over it. The speed and the flow, undeniable. So to Ito, more of that, please. And
here's Ash Jenner, woof, straight in Ippo Suzuki's face on the shoulder. And will this one stand up? Looks like it's got potential to run. Ash Jenner, he's going to have to take the high line to try and get around this. He's got speed to burn. Great section, releases the tail. That was nice. He's not done yet either. Gets up into the lip once again. Now the wave sort of shoulders out a little. Has a look down the line, decides to stick with it. We've seen a few more waves stand up and allow a little bit more down there. Not to be. Ash Jenner kicks out. Would like to see just quite what he got done up the top on that first turn or two. Great exchange from our 4 surfers with 11 minutes remaining.
yeah, none better all day, I think, than Ito. That was so sick. I'd love to see another replay of that. Ryaru Ito wave of the morning on the men's side of the draw. Speaking about our Japanese female contingent, the women's do get a start shortly, ladies and gentlemen. This is heat 13 for the men's. Will be followed by 8 heats of the women's. I'm pretty certain all the real top-ranked surfers in that event will be featuring in a seeded round, so we may not see them this afternoon, but I'm sure there's a lot of hot up-and-comers that are bursting at the seams to get out there. That'll take us through most of the afternoon's action, finishing off back into the round of 64 for the men. So a lot of work done there for Ash Jenner on this wave. I didn't see the same highlights as Ito's ride. Probably going to be enough to move him up a space though. I didn't really focus on that wave well enough to make that call. Anyway, let's see.
All right, 10 minutes remaining. Numbers to come in. Ash Jenner, all his scores locked in.
So great heat unfolding here. you know, the highlight obviously that the wave of blues, the last wave, but everybody else has a score they can be happy to hold on to and add some more numbers to that total with 9 and a bit minutes to go. So I think we've got a really well-balanced heat going on for the race for second. I think Ito brimming with confidence will get back out there, and I can see him burning off his 5.5 and adding to his total.
Yeah, well, he's only just behind Tully Wiley for the highest heat score of the day so far.
What did Tully do?
Tully had a...
Let's make note of that.
Where is he? A 7.67 and a 6.17. So a 13.84 two-wave total to comfortably storm into the next round. But as we can see, Rauru Ito not too far behind that with 9 minutes still to run.
Couple of crew getting ready for their next heat. Here we go, coming along the beachfront, just past our public area, coming up towards Ombak Indah, the site of our event site for the 4 years previous to this year. I'd like to say hello to Stewie and Annie out of Ombak Indah. Really enjoyed your hospitality the last few years. We'll get up there sometime today or tomorrow for a nice fresh cold coconut. Anyway, we've got plenty of time to sort out who gets through this heat and who you'll be having a chat with, Chris.
I've got a fair guess that they might be wearing a blue rashi.
It's every chance. What are you going to put a blue rashi on?
Could do.
Where is the women's draw? I'd love to have a little look at that.
I can find it. Here we go.
It's on our table here somewhere. It was. Okay. Just want to have a little squeeze through the draw, and I know Emmy Campbell out at WA will feature in our first round this morning.
Yep.
Yes, she's in fact in the very first heat of round one. A lot of three-person heats going down there. In fact, most of them except heat 4 and 8. Yep, I can see a lot of some French surfers, some Japanese.
Ash Jenner on the move right now.
Giada, a fellow commentator in Heat 3. All right, take us through this, Chris.
Okay, winding up hard off the bottom. That was a great looking turn. Now we see it from in front. Releases the tail and then releases everything and it goes down. So that's not going to factor into Ash Jenner's top two. 7 minutes to run. He's still chasing a 4.94. Plenty of lines still pouring down the point here at Ujung Bocur. The leaking edge.
That's it. Okay, I can see a Japanese name here coming up in Heat 7, which I'm pretty keen to see. Miyasaka Maiko. She puts up a lot of stuff on the socials, and it's generally pretty ripping surfing, so I reckon watch that space there. Red Rash Fest Heat 7 for the women's.
Well, there's two Americans in Heat 3 and Heat 4 who I'm pretty excited to see. Malia Ward, son of the one and only Chris Ward, is in Heat 3. And then
son? That'd be daughter.
Bloody hell, daughter. And then Kira Pinkerton is in Heat 4. She's an incredible surfer. You know, surfed on the World Juniors, is making her way up the ranks, you know, having a crack at the Challenger Series. And last year in the Mentawise made a bit of a name for herself with a couple of huge tubes that went kind of viral. So clearly a big fan of Indonesia. And let's see how that translates into surfing results here at Krui.
And as we were suggesting earlier, big deal, these 5,000s, Chris. It's one way you perform well in a couple of these and can potentially earn your spot on the Challenger Series, which is the second tier on the whole WSL agenda. And once you're on the Challenger Series, that is your direct path, should you go really well there, into the World Championship Tour, which I imagine all these surfers here have eyes on that prize. So thanks to the Pesisir Barat, the government of the Lampung region, to put the money at this event. It got bigger every year. It did start back in 2017 as a 1,000 rated event. That was taken out by Kijiro Nishi that year. They then went on to ramp it up to a 1,500 on the second year, being 2018. It was won by Oni Anwar. And the men's side of the draw, Elise Cooper took out the ladies. Year 3, they ramped it up to a 3,000, and Lucas Silvera was pretty much unbeatable on his backhand. Leilani Monagal took out the women's side of the draw. Had a couple of years off, and then we got back at 2022 last year. Jesse Mendez, outstanding surfing on his forehand, won just about every heat he went in to take down Billy Stearman. Sophie McCulloch did a really good job to defeat Alan McCaffrey last year, and a women's 5,000, men's 5,000. Pro juniors, Jamie Thomas did the deed right there, and Simon Niwa took out the ladies. So this is our 5th time running here at Ujung Bocur. And we'd like to thank the government there, Pesisir, Barat. We'll give you another rev up, guys. We love it. Bringing the act down here to Tanjung Setia, local village, Ujung Bocur, and in the province of Lampung, South Sumatra. I can see Tommy Dixon getting ready for a chat with Billy Hanger next up. Haven't seen Tom for a while, so thumbs up, Tommy.
How good. And Mark, give us some of your all-time favourites from here at the Krui Pro.
Oh my God, one that sticks out in my brain. This is a ripper. Gabriel Medina came here this year, a couple of years ago. Last year, surfed in the event due to the footage that was getting out, and he was in Bali. So he rocks up to the event. And his very first heat, he was up against Jack Robinson and Gonzalez, Jonathan Gonzalez. Tough heat. Gonzalez opened with a 9.5 for this amazing tube and this amazing wave. We're just watching Red go through the motions here. Back to that story. Opened with a 9.5. From then on, you're like, whoa, that's going to be first. So out of Medina and Jack Robinson, there's one spot left. Medina got it. Jack was straight out. It was his first surf in round 3 as a seated surfer. But as soon as Gonzalez got that wave, it was cat amongst the pigeon stuff in the competitors area. It was, for me, that was a big moment. I can't forget that.
Incredible. And what was the surf like that year? Was that the best you've seen?
I think it was. I remember one morning, I'm pretty sure it was Adrian Toyon in a warm-up surf, got 4 barrels on one wave. I saw 3 of them and came up and said, who was that dude that got those 3 barrels? I said, no, you missed the one around the corner. He got 4. So it was dead set firing. That's what got Medina here. The surf was so firing, and he's in Bali. He said, how can I get into that event? They rung Will. I think Will Hayden was here at the time, and he's gone, yep, we can do that. Dropped off the highest Indos that was still in the event. Gave him one of his surfboards. He was stoked as.
Yeah,
handed his spot over to Medina, and went on to feature, I think, about the quarters or something. Colborne accounted for him.
Semi-finals.
Semi-finals.
I think that might have been Mitch Colborne's final, unfortunately, because I know the Aussies were mad about Colborne getting the W in the semis, and
I think Mitch was on his honeymoon anyway, so it was all just this. Everything was a bonus from there on.
And then it was Lucas Silvera who got the lollies in the final. 90 seconds to go, so the last wave for Taichi Hagita. He needs an 8.01 for the lead. That's not going to be the case. So it's looking like I might be off to have a chat with Raru Ito, who's got an 8.17, best wave of the day so far. That just lined up perfectly from start to finish. Wasn't the biggest wave we've seen today, but definitely one with the best shape, and just gave him section after section to throw all kinds of spice into the mix. And that excellent score, the result.
Yep, the speed and flow out of Ito there, that was undeniable, and can hold his head really high. Should he continue in that sort of form, the judges are going to keep throwing big numbers, because that was just, he ticked pretty much every box of the judging criteria there, particularly with those first 2 moves. We'll definitely be seeing that on the highlights reel again. And if the boys are listening, it'd be nice to have another look at it. Blues 8.17 Ito. A total standout of the morning. Tully Wiley is second best at this stage. Keeping track of our notes here for the afternoon show at the end of today's proceedings. Probably going to happen in the dark. Long day forecast here. 15 seconds. Priority sits with Suzuki. Needs only a 5.08. Chris, this could be another one of those blockbuster finishes. Unfortunately, the Oceans is going to deny him. You will be chatting with Raro Ito.
Yeah, ask him all about that 8.17.
You may need the interpreter with Lana. She'll be lurking around somewhere. It's her role to come and interpret should he struggled with his English.
So Raru Ito, the second highest waves heat total of the day so far. And we're now going to roll on into heat 14. This is Ko Butler, Westonhurst, Dane Henry and Dylan Wilcoxon. Incredible heat coming our way right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
This is the Krui Pro 2023. We are going to rip into heat number 14. Ko Butler, Westonhurst, Dane Henry and Dylan Wilcoxon. This is going to be an absolute barn burner. Don't go anywhere, wherever you're watching around the world. I hope you're having a good time. I am going to talk you through this one with a very special guest from Surfing New South Wales, the Contest and Pathway Director, Tom Dixon. Welcome to Krui.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Billy. Stoked to be here. Waves are pumping. This is paradise. Where would you rather be?
Oh, yeah, where would you rather be? It's like a beer commercial. Now, tell us what you're doing here, mate. We've seen you kicking around with Matt Cattle and Noodles Webster. There you are. That's Tom Dixon, everyone. And a whole bunch of New South Wales surfers. What are you doing here?
Yeah, so we just wanted to provide an opportunity for some of New South Wales' most talented young surfers that are either at that first look into sort of the QS series or maybe looking at it in the next year or so, to get some experience at an international event and everything that comes with it. So the travel, the negotiating a new culture, the exploring new waves, getting a little bit outside your comfort zone, while still trying to keep your head in the mix of an event, which they're all obviously doing every sort of weekend back in New South Wales, but getting that early exposure to, surfing more globally.
Yeah.
And what better place to do it than, in Indonesia and at an event like this.
Yeah, well, it's not too far for an Australian surfer to travel, even from the east coast of Australia. It's probably looking at 8 hours on a plane to Jakarta and then down through Lampung and that magnificent 6-hour drive here. But it's not too far in the global scale of things, and I think it's a great idea for exposure. As we see one of your charges now, Dane Henry. What can you tell us about this kid? He's rattling off a couple of good turns, off to an early start. I'm sure Matt Cattle and Noodles will be happy with that.
Yeah, sure. I think he's just trying to get his feet on the wax and, get the jelly legs out of the way. As we see goofy footer looking in at that one. But yeah, Dane's a 16-year-old surfer, super talented young surfer, turning a lot of heads at the moment. He's from the Fingal region, so northern New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
But Dane's probably one who's started to have a little bit more exposure to traveling internationally and getting out there and surfing new waves and stuff, but still really wanted to start to dip his toe into the QS series and make his way on that pathway, and was keen to jump in on this trip with with us at Surfing New South Wales and Noodles and Matty Cattle. I mean, what better heads have you got to take you through a heat than those two guys? And Dane's just been absolutely frothing. He's been just itching to get out there every heat. Him and Winter Vincent, who was on earlier and had a really good heat, they've been sort of caddying for each other, helping each other out, sort of talking through lineups and stuff. So they're really able to bounce off each other as well as the coaches, and sort of that's what we're really looking to promote here with our little crew. And obviously anyone else from sort of New South Wales that's kicking about, we like to band together, and Australia as well. So, we've really seen a resurgence, I think, in in the series of QS and challenges and Aussies and everybody sort of banding together and really supporting each other. So yeah, we just wanted to do our bit.
Can definitely feel that, mate. I do agree. Within the QS ranks, there is a bit of Australian teamwork going on, which I really dig. There's Dane Henry's first wave up there, 3.17. In today's scoring climate, that's not a bad way to start off your campaign. But look who he's up against. Kehu Butler, big fan of that young man from New Zealand. Weston Hurst, part of the gangster squad here in Indonesia, absolute cracking surfer. And Dilla Wilcoxon, he's under the tutelage of Richard Johnson up there on the point. You would have seen him hanging around. Both his daughters, of course, experienced competition surfers. We'll see Kalani Johnson in action when the women hit the water. No doubt she'll be seeded into the second round, but look forward to that. So it's a busy little point up there in Coach's Corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everybody's kicking around and talking lineups, talking wave selection, all the bits and pieces. But you don't have to stretch too far to get some good wisdom. And everyone's really happy to help out and chip in for each other. And the whole caddy system here as well is really getting people banded together as well, which is really cool.
Nice one. Now, you don't have to be a competing surfer to come away on this what do you call it, development camp?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've probably we've had about 4 or 5 surfers that are in the event. Obviously Dane out there at the moment, still in the event. Winter Vincent's won his way through to the next round. So he's so we've got a couple in the event, but definitely a few that are just here to get around the experience, see themselves around the QS and get some good surfing.
Yeah, right on. Well, look forward to hearing much more about this for the rest of the heat. But right now we're going to cross down to the post-heat interview area with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you very much, team. I am down here with the winner of the last heat and the guy who now owns the highest heat single wave score for the day, Rauru Itu. Congratulations, and maybe just run us through that wave. Best wave of the day.
Best wave だったけどどうでしたか? Yeah, so today is so very fun wave and so exciting heat. Yeah.
Okay, in Japanese to Lana.
なんてハイスコアの波どうでしたか？今回初めてのクルイで結構いい波、自分のホームポイントに似てるから楽しかったです。He said it was really fun because it's his first time here, but the waves are a bit similar to his home break, so he was comfortable with his wave too.
I love it. All right, and the best wave of the day was yours in that heat. Tell us everything about that wave. It looked it. Mate, you're ripping out there. Lots of Japanese surfers in the draw. What's it like coming here with all of your friends?
I think he's really empowering because he has all the crew with him, and when he's free surfing, he's enjoying it as well.
Awesome. All right, and last words in Japanese to your friends and family at home?
また次も勝ちます。頑張ります。Thank you so much. テレマカシ。
3 languages for the price of 1. There you go. Not many words, but heaps of points. Back up to you guys in the box.
Yes, nice one, Binzy. Love those interviews. They always bring a big smile to the guys in the commentary booth. Look at this. Weston Hurst really wraps that one around with a lot of aggression and a lot of intent. I love the way this guy goes about his heats. He's either going to get a 2 or an 8. There's nothing in between. But while we were at that post-heat interview, Dane Henry seemed to have got another wave. We'll wait for that score to drop. So 15 minutes and 20 remaining in this one. I'm pretty sure everyone has got a wave with the exception of Kehu Butler. one of my favourite surfers. We did see Kehu come to Western Australia when he was a young'un, and he won that Subway series. Remember at Trig Point?
I do remember that.
It was so cool. His standard of surfing was way up there, and all his uncles were there, and they did a haka for him on the beach. It was super cool. He's a really approachable young man, good sense of humour, and a ripping surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember that moment vividly. All the boys on the beach doing the haka.
Yep, that was super cool. All right, so let's have a look at this one. 14 and a half to go. We'll wait for those scores to drop. But, just get back to your development program here. A great initiative by Surfing New South Wales. And it's part of the sharing when you come to Indonesia. Team Indonesia are here for the Olympic team. They can see what's going on with Matted Noodles and yourself and get a little bit of advice just to be around that atmosphere. It helps with everybody's surfing program. So kudos for you guys for coming on up. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thanks for having us. It's everyone in the locals and all the surfers and all the staff, everyone's been super welcoming to everybody. And as you could probably imagine, we've got a lot of first-timers at this event in particular, and even some first-timers to Indonesia. So yeah, we've like we said, not everybody's competing, but some are here just to get the exposure to new waves and the travel experience and start their journey in what is inevitably going to be a long career for some of them. And like we've got Dane competing now and a whole crew getting around him, and some surfing down the beach and no doubt getting barreled and
away from mum and dad,
having a great time and
away
surfing.
From the comfortable things.
Exactly.
I remember the great AFL coach Kevin Sheedy. He was one of the first to go to Northern Territory and get a lot of the Indigenous players down to Melbourne. He said one of his biggest challenges was coming from the Northern Territory to live in the big city in Melbourne, and the adjustment of becoming a kid to an adult, learning how to pay the bills, learning how to pay the rent, how to converse with people. All these things go into being an athlete and going into being a decent human, which I imagine is your ultimate outcome at Surfing New South Wales.
Sure.
Results are a bonus, and all the competitions are a bonus, but you want to be rattling out good humans.
Yeah, 100%. No, you've hit the nail on the head there, and it's just about getting some early exposure with a few little extra support elements around you and not getting us thrown straight in the deep end, so that when it comes around to having a serious nudge, which some of the others will be in the next year or two, and obviously Dane is at the moment, they've had a bit of exposure to it. They feel a little more comfortable. They're able to just let their surfing sort of do the talking, which is ultimately what we want to see. And we just want to be able to create that opportunity that might not have been there otherwise.
Yeah, right on. That's pretty cool. Nick Muntz there under the judging tower. First time Indo job for that young man. Yeah, but on the screen right now, this is where the local populace gather. There's a market just behind there. Tom, you would have seen that. They can selling all sorts of things yesterday. The speaker stack, so it's an interesting place to sit for the entire day.
Blow your head off there.
Indonesia is a very unique place. I love it. Warts and all. It gets in the blood, and sometimes it's really hard to leave.
And so where are these other two Indonesian surfers from exactly? Do you know?
Western Hurst here is out of Leahy Peak. Been living in Bali for a long time. A really solid performer. Still a young man, but ever since he was a little kid, really cracking on. I don't know too much about Dylan Wilcoxon, apart from what I was talking with Richard Johnson the other day. He's super impressed by him, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he has on offer. But of course, Kehu Butler, we're all aware of him, and Dane Henry. His name has come over to the west from New South Wales. There's big raps on this kid. So on paper, this heat is a cracker. But let's have a look at it now. Dane opening up with that 317, a 250 backup. Western Hurst, 293 and a 2. And Dylan with a very minor score. And Kehu really yet to get going.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kehu's even out there. He hasn't
Haven't seen the
factored into the priority order just yet, even though the others have all got a wave. But he certainly is an exciting surfer. Hoping these guys get a little more opportunity soon, as we know they can all open up.
Yeah, that first priority, it does sit with Dylan. You could be onto something there, mate. We haven't seen a red the whole heat. As a karaoke, he really cranks up out the back.
Is that where you head on your heats off, Billy?
Yeah, off to a bit of karaoke, and I just love listening to that ice cream song really up close. It's it gets me through the day. Oh my God. All right, 10 minutes remaining in this one, and it is Dane Henry out to a quick but slender lead. He'll be looking to ditch that 2.50. He'd also be looking to ditch the 3.17. But in the slow heats, it's good to get something on the board. Do you like that attacking turn from Westernhurst that you saw first up?
Absolutely. I can see what you're saying, where he's sort of go big or go home. Sees a section and throws everything at it, and that's a really exciting surfer to watch. That's the cool thing about surfing and competitions, is everybody's got a little bit of a different approach.
Yep.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's really exciting to see what plays out in a heat and whose approach ends up on top at the end of 25 minutes here.
That's our game. That's pretty good.
They've all got a lot of talent. So yeah, it's such an exciting competition, and even in the round at 128, those heats were so stacked.
Yeah. Yep. Now, mate, we are talking about the world of surfing, and what is your story? We saw you walking off the street at Surfing WA, hanging out to be a coach, and now you've gone through the ranks and you're over in New South Wales, and you're the program and competition director or manager, whatever you call it. So it's for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us about yourself. Tell us about your pathway through to where you are now.
Yeah, so obviously was a frothing grommet. Actually, was coached by the one Mark Clift, who's everyone will have seen him in the heat before us back in the day over there in Western Australia, and I've always loved my surfing. Been a surfer since day dot really. And there, came into surfing WA sort of in my adult life, and got to start there under some really amazing experience with a lot of the crew down there, and with Laney and Justin and that, working some events and coaching and judging, and obviously I just loved it and wanted to make the most of it as we see green taking off here.
Yeah, Dylan Wilcoxon, a bit of a setup turn. He's a young guy, you can see that. But you can see that mature surfing shining already. Bit of a bunny hop on the way through, as these young fellas seem to do all the time. But the young fellas don't seem to do turns like that all the time. That was super impressive. Finds another pocket and whacks it up high. This is a great wave for young Dylan. Continuing to run off through to the channel. Messes up the ending, but hey, I think the damage was done out the back.
Yeah, picked a little grower there as Dane Henry now goes off.
Walk us through it, mate.
Well, a little quick in and out. Didn't see much down the line there for Dane. So don't know if we missed something at the start, whether he builds on that 2.5 or not. But certainly he's going to want to probably ditch both of those scores come the end of the heat.
Yeah, and Westernhurst now on a small frothy one. Used to that. Got really famous at Desert Point when he was really young. But it's not just big tubes, it's turns like that, and almost the full falcon into the face.
Still going for it. You
hope
called
he's
it, Billy.
okay. Yep. Yeah, well, that's good, mate. So you came in a bit of tutelage under Justin Majors and Mark Lane, and you found your way onto Surfing New South Wales. You enjoying yourself over there?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, they're an awesome crew at Surfing New South Wales, and obviously it's still Oz, but it's a bit of a different playing field in terms of the coastline and the numbers and that kind of thing as well. So I'm still learning, ever learning. I think in this game, which is really cool, and there's some awesome people at Surfing New South Wales and doing some really cool things. So we did see Dane get a turn before, actually a couple of turns before. So this might not be a bad little wave.
Yeah, this is the thing we missed on the replay. We kind of joined him right there, didn't we? A bit of a lazy cutback and a pull out. We thought it was one turn only, but a couple of cracking turns before. So a really good exchange between Dylan Wilcoxon and Dane Henry. We saw this attempt here from Westernhurst.
This one really
bang.
built.
Yep. Now you have the great Matt Cattle on board. Super impressed with his coaching style last year at Krui. Of course, when I was a little grom, he was in all the magazines. He's an absolute belting surfer. And Noodles Webster.
Yeah, 100%.
Tell us about those two guys.
I feel like I'm a little grom in this situation. I'm kind of frothing on some childhood idols with Noodles and Matty Cattle, and just getting to listen in on all their expertise and experience. And the Groms are so lucky that they've got those two guys as Westernhurst now firing down the line. This might be another one of those ones that grows as he lays into a nice little forehand hack. And again, as he just gets around that section on the shallower part of the reef, he'll be looking for a big finish here.
Bango. Yeah, still rattling down the reef now. Tom, this is what we come to expect from Westernhurst. Little speed, but not many pumps. It's a beautiful in sync. And a wrapping turn to finish things off. Nope, there's going to be a bonus section. A little tube, if you don't mind. Of course, he's coming out. How's the stand tall body language after that? Westernhurst happy. He needs a 6.24. He's definitely going to get rid of that too. That's gone.
Yeah, super impressed with this read. As you see here, you know, he got a couple of sections to start with, and it looked like it was really petering off, but he stuck with it after a few nice forehand hacks. And then got that little bonus section on the inside. So here it got a little flatter.
I love the way he can transition through this flat part of the wave. Check it out. Not much pumping or bunny hopping going on, all just nice rail-to-rail stuff. And that has set him up for that little check turn. And that's put him in the perfect position. Backdoor that little tube. Check it out. Came out. Hair flick. Done. Bang.
That's what you come to Indo for.
Yeah, well done, Westernhurst. So an interesting exchange between those three surfers, Dane, Weston and Dylan. We'll see where the dice lay after that.
Yeah, we can see that last of whites, Dane came in at a 6-point ride, so that certainly bettered his situation. So we'll see where that last of blue comes in to see where the shuffle goes.
6.24. It's going to have to be better than D. Henry's.
So we see the athlete area. What a better place to hang out, eh?
Yeah, it's super cool. A lot of froth going on there. It's funny, they're doing an interview before and about 3 of these boards fell down. Super hoping that was in the background of the post-heat interview.
Yeah, sure. Lucky there's a couple of good ding repairers around, eh?
Yeah, they've been very busy this week, the ding repairers at Krui. Yep. Yeah, that's where all the athletes get ready and they can watch the on the monitor just of the rider screen there. There's your replay monitor there. Of course, the women in the water a bit later on today in a couple of heats' time, so that'll be something to look forward to. But right now it is Dane Henry on his backhand. That's a good section to hit, and he does it really well.
Yeah,
clocks it around the 6 o'clock. That one getting a little bit hung up, but did super well to deal with it. It's a bit lumpy and bumpy. Can he finish it off? Knee over the chest. No, Whitewater gets a better of him that time, but I love that first turn.
Yeah, interesting to see if he betters that 317 or not off the strength of that first turn. It was pretty critical, well timed. Just gone past that one there and almost caught a rail, but managed to hold on to it and go into this last section, and he maybe just didn't get the board straightened out in time for the impact zone.
Here is Dylan on a small, not very attractive wave on the inside. You're not going anywhere with that. Maybe we missed the first half like we did with Danes.
Yeah, it's a long point.
But there we go. 2 minutes remaining as Dane Henry out to that not really strong lead. It's only a 4.38 required to take over him. I don't think that score's dropped yet for Western, has it? Or was that the 8-4? Is that the 4.80? Anyway.
Who have we got coming up next, Billy?
That's a very good question. I'll just shuffle my paperwork around, but it will be heat 15.
Oh, Kari Noro, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, from Japan in red, and Lennox Chell from the Central Coast in New South Wales in blue. You know, he'll be loving it on his forehand, this left point. Teddy Dag Billy from Sweden in the white, and Blake Necker in the green, also from Oz. So another stacked heat. I mean, like I was saying, right from the get-go, around a 128, these were stacked, and it's just getting more and more competitive as we get further into the draw. So I'm excited to see that next one come up.
Yeah, it should be a beauty. When we have a look at that, it is Dane Henry out to lead. Kohu Butler hasn't put a foot wrong in this heat. He hasn't done one mistake. That's a positive to take away. Dylan Wilcoxon, only that 3.74 to advance. There's only a minute remaining.
That's a tight finish.
Priority does sit with our surfer in white. They'll be making Matt Cattle and Noodles Webster very happy. There's a big grin on Tom Dixon's face next to me. One of their head chargers doing super well. Winter Vincent. There's a couple of surfers every event that grab your attention. Last year it was Jarvis Earl. This year for me so far it's Winter Vincent. He's really on point with his form.
And his first QS. So
first QS, that's amazing.
He's really taken to it. That was a huge turn from
Dylan Wilcoxon. Yeah, loving it. 19 seconds remaining. There is going to be a flurry of scores to drop, as we look. And this is Westernhurst now with 12 seconds remaining, flying down the line. A big functional lip line there and a nice hack to follow it up with. Will this thing grow, or will it just peter out into the full section of the reef? Bunny hopping his way to something, but nothing. So splash of the water there. He's not happy, but I think he'll be going through to the next round. Depends on that wave that we didn't see from green, Dylan Wilcoxon.
If there was anything else before the turn we saw.
Yeah, yep. So we will get those results straight away to you as soon as we do. But in the meantime, we'll cut to an ad break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Krui Pro 2023.
All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. I'm in the booth today with Mark.
Hey, Giada.
Hello.
All right, so we're looking at heat 15 now of our men's the round of 96. We can see a couple of them locked into a bit of a paddle battle, so I'll enlighten you exactly who they are. It's Kyrie Nori in the red. You can see him right there leading the paddle race. It is Lennox Shell in the blue, the Australian. Out of Sweden / Chungu, Teddy Dag Billy.
This is Teddy right now.
There he
Heat replay.
Boom. All right, so he's off to a flying start by the look of things. A couple of ripping moves.
That is an incredible wave by Billy. Let's see if he managed to finish it off. Unfortunately, did not. Got a little late to that section.
Also, Blake Necker is making up this heat as well. So, heat 15. There goes red, ripping straight in. Kyrie Noro.
Beautiful conditions today.
Green, so everybody with a bit of a start.
Yeah,
Go
this
for
is
it.
Blake Necker, also on his backhand. It looking like an all regular heat for now. Beautiful finishing turn. Manages to stay on. Wow, this is a great exchange.
Yep, and you might know more about this than me, Giada, but I'm pretty sure Blake Necker has some Indonesian heritage somewhere there. Is
Yep,
that right?
he does. If I'm not wrong, his father is half Indonesian. Maybe even Balinese, actually. I think from Kuta. I've had a bit of a chat with Blake last time he was here, and he told me a little bit about it. I know Tippy and some of the guys with us on our team know Blake's dad, so I'm sure he's in here probably tuning in, watching his son.
So this is Lennox Shell, so I really love this guy's style. When he gets his groove on and close-out tube's not really going to cut it. Somehow found a doggy door, but you give that guy some clean green face, you'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, there's a lot of good surface here, but I just think Lennox was born with something special.
Speaking of,
seriously,
that was a beautiful finish from Lennox. Let's see if he managed to do anything before that. Definitely caught that wave maybe a little bit more below or under all the other guys, since he actually just came back from one.
Maybe this is it. Let's see. Yep, this looks like definitely his last wave, so this would be his first scoring maneuver right there. Okay, tagging it a couple of times, goes for the 2 for 1 at the end and does stick it, so a good read on the end section, and it's kind of hard to do, so well done, Lennox.
That was a beautiful wave ridden by Lennox. Speaking of, I remember the first time I met Lennox, I was in Hawaii.
Okay.
I think it was 2019, and he was up to my shoulder in height.
Now he's probably
And
a
I
head above
saw
you.
him now after a few years, and I almost didn't recognize him. He came up to me, he's like, "Hey, Giada, how are you?" I was like, oh my goodness, Lennox?
What have you been eating?
Yeah, give me some so I can have a few inches hide as well. But it's great. These events are so great, you know, the co-sanctioned, so we get to see people from other regions as well.
Yep.
Not only your own.
No, this is a really good thing. There's a great blend of people here from around the world. Everybody's off to a start here now, and here goes Noro in the red.
Yeah, Noro cashing his priority to catch this wave, and it's looking like it's going to be a great start. Manages to...
Oops,
Ooh.
that wobble was costly, and a double wobble, so put him late on
Yep.
the end hit. All right, let me have a look at Blake here, wave number 2. So the good thing is this heat is off to a ripping start. Everybody with one wave, a couple of riders with 2 now. Blake starting to tee off. Big fella, he gets
Oh.
up there and times it pretty well, and then goes for a little chop off to sign off. Either way, he's got 2 waves. Lennox has a couple, and Cairo Noro in the red also has a couple of waves. So we've got a bit of catching up to do on the leaderboard. Here's all the replays. Have a look at this one for us.
Yeah, this is our Japanese surfer in red. A little bit, well, not so much a check turn. It was a beautiful open carve. Goes into the second one. You can see he starts to like speed up. Tries to, you know, get over that foamy section, and unfortunately falls on the closing one.
Cairo Noro, that was.
Yep, and this is Blake. A little bit of a check carve, getting back to that the whitewash, that the energy of the wave. You know, that's where you get most of your speed from. And then here he really gets down to work. A beautiful backhand carve straight into that second one, a little bit more into the pocket, and this finish here
Yep, did
was
well.
definitely the money turn.
Did really well. So I'm expecting some reasonable numbers in the green column. Lennox has still got a wave to come as well, I'm pretty sure. Teddy to bag, there he goes, the teddy bear with a 507 for his opening and only wave. So he's the only surfer that only has 1 wave, so he'll probably, once all the numbers drop, will probably drop all the way down to 4th, but a 507 is a pretty good start.
Yep, it's a pretty good start for Teddy. Obviously first wave, but he's using that priority. We've seen a few heats where they use that priority and sit, wait for those better looking ones. But yeah, we're definitely waiting for all those scores to drop and see where everyone stands in this heat.
Okay, so you've got a heat coming up within the next couple of hours now, so it's getting to that time where you start to pull your focus together and maybe start to work on your tactics. You're on your shortboard, is that right? You're going to ride your shortboard?
Yes,
okay,
I'm
so
riding my shortboard.
You've just gone and got your stuff. Are you going to use a caddy?
I will not use a caddy.
Okay. I was going to say I'll do it, but anyway, you don't want me. That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
No, I need you in the booth. I need the moral support from in here.
What are your sort of tactics for the first half of your heat?
Honestly, I think it's just to get out there and get a few waves. And usually from the first 10 minutes, you can kind of tell what's going on and how your body's feeling and how you're connecting to the waves. And then from there, I'll see.
All right. So you didn't have a free surf this morning?
I did not, no.
Have you had a stretch? Are you going to do that just in the heat?
I'll do a quick warm up before my heat.
Nice.
Yeah, like a quick warm up, get myself all psyched up, listen to maybe my favorite song, and then head out.
All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck, because I probably won't see you until I'll get out after this heat, and you're in heat 3 of the women, so I won't see you till the end of that. So I'll say right now, good luck.
Thank you.
Lennox Shell with the 877 2-wave combo, so his last wave must have been about a 5. Blake Necker, I think he's still owed 1 more number. Same with Kyrie Noro. So Teddy to bag will keep dropping down the leaderboard once those numbers drop. There he goes. He's dropped 1 more space. He'll drop another space once Necker gets his 2nd digit. Be good to see their two-wave scores in a moment as well, so we can see who's kind of got the best wave. But Teddy with the 507, I think, is probably one of them. Lennox has probably got a 5 something. There's Lennox's 5.5. Teddy's 507 as the 2nd best. Thanks for doing that, boys. The production team pulling it together, giving us what we need on cue. Thank you. We appreciate that. Makes our life much easier. Good production is an absolute must, and we've got some rippers here.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
We're waiting for the last wave of Blake, and it comes in at a 5.03.
Blake into the lead.
Yeah, pushes him straight to first. Honestly, that finishing was very impressive.
It was. So that'd be his 5.03. So everybody is well positioned because they're all off to a good start, and they still have 10 minutes to work on their two-wave totals. Most of them are dropping a pretty low second score, so stuff can happen pretty quick smart now in heat number 15.
Yeah. And there's we had a big pulse for this first half of the heat, and it looks like there's some sets coming through, so we're definitely going to see a bit more of a change again.
You know what? It always looks like there's sets coming through when you watch the TV camera, because they're looking out sort of wide into the ocean, and there's always lumps out there going down into the bay. They've got to hit up top of the point where the boys are sitting to make any sense of these swells.
Yeah.
So let's see if this pays off for the lads now, particularly the Teddy the bag in the white. We are going to, well, there's a set coming, but we are going to throw down to the post-heat interview there with, I believe, Billy. So go for it, Bill.
All right, I have eventually tracked down a very happy Dane Henry. Mate, happy to get through a heat?
Yeah, it's good. Always good to get through a heat, especially with a 6 under my belt. It was a bit slow, but got the job done in the end.
You certainly did. You had a Westernhurst hot on your tracks. A guy like him is never going to give up. Does that play into your psyche, or you just stick to the game plan?
Oh, you know, I don't really... I saw his name in it before, and I also saw Kehu Butler's name in it, and I was like, well, this is going to be a sick heat. But, yeah, you know, you just got to... I kind of just like to stay in my own head and surf against myself, not the competitors. But, yeah, if it comes down to it, I'm not afraid to selfie.
Well, that's the way. Mate, we've heard your name get bounded around. It's the first time I've seen you surfing. Very impressive stuff. Now, I know that you're here with Matt Cattle and Noodles Webster in that little development camp. How's that all going? And do you think it's a good idea?
Oh, it's going great. You know, we've got just coming here with the crew. It's my first time here. Gives you a bit of an idea of the lineup. Matty Cattle's obviously been here before. He won with Jamie Thompson last year, and you know, just the insight that he has on this place is next to none. So yeah, it's awesome to come and get some insight on all the waves around here.
Right on. You enjoying your time in Krui in Indonesia?
Oh, it's awesome. Love the warm water, and yeah, keep it going.
Right on. Well done, mate. Put it there. Good luck for the rest of the draw. And you want to say to anyone at home?
Thanks to everyone that's helped me get over here. Sharp Eye for my boards, Rip Curl. Thanks everyone for the support. Mum and Dad that are watching at home, love you guys. And my Nan and Pop that are somewhere in Europe, love you guys too.
All right, well done. Back to you guys in the booth. Dane
Henry giving some props out to his team at home that are watching. So a mighty fine effort. That was a pretty tough heat on paper. All right, meanwhile, this one's really taking shape. Everybody's locked in there too now. Teddy fell on his last wave, the surfer in white, so he's going to have to remain in fourth. Maybe we'll find out what everybody is chasing if we can just bring up their two wavers. Here we go. Thanks, boys. Right on cue again. 4.01. Not much of an ask for Teddy to get out of trouble.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did take off on one that didn't really give him what he was looking for, but he's gotten the 5, so we know he can do the 4, especially... This is a left. His home break is binging. Okay. He knows what he's doing on his backhand. And so he'll be... There's still plenty of time. We're halfway. There's plenty of time for him to catch what he needs, but that also means there's time for all the other guys. So it's still anyone's heat. There's no real significant score that, you know, really sets anyone ahead compared to all the others.
So coming from Bingen could either be a downfall or a blessing in disguise, because Bingen is... short, sharp, barreling wave. This is the longest left ever. And not too many barrels. So he might be a little bit stuck in voodoo land there. Not really sure what to make of this wave, but we know he's a good surfer.
Yeah, definitely. You can really see that he's comfortable when the wave gets really steep, because his home break is such a hollow wave. It's hard to do those proper turns out in Bingen. As we see a replay of our surfer in red, opens it up really nicely and sets it up for the second one in the pocket, throws the water out. Oh, this is a replay of one of his other waves.
Wobble, yeah.
They might
that was his wobbly start.
Yeah, comparing maybe.
Anyway. There's still not a whole lot of work needed by everybody. I think everybody kind of got a bit of a dud wave out of that last set. Nobody's adding to their totals by the look of things. So short rides all around out of that last set. It must have just been one of those ones that didn't hit the right part of the reef and had a lot of energy down the end of the reef and not where it counts up top here.
Yeah, it's you can really see a little bit of each set has a little bit of a different angle. Sometimes you see some of them close out, whereas others open up. So it's just a matter of picking them out nicely and being in the right spot.
Blake Necker's asking us, Blake, you got 10 minutes, mate. Okay, so on that one, Dino from Lani's having a chat with the guru down there. He's been telling me that the little re-bump next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, is going to come from a better angle. So he said, stand by. He said it's all about the direction here. So, Dino, we love your intel. We love the evening coconuts and the football and all the good things and the food that goes on down there. But particularly the info on the location here. Dino's a bit of a master, being around this neck of the woods for close to 20 years. So I reckon everybody online that are watching these early rounds really, stay on top of what our format is. Saturday, Sunday are 2 finishing days of the event. Both of them forecast to kind of light up here at the point. The reason we're having such massive days at the start is that the swell nosedives a little bit, I think, for Thursday, sort of tomorrow, but Thursday is predicted to be the smallest day, rolling into perhaps some signs of a new swell Friday arvo, and then kind of weekend-wise, I think it's all going to go really well for the finals.
Yeah, the thing about Krui, there is always waves. It never really seems to be flat out here. Even an excess of waves like last year.
It was. That's exactly what it was, an excess of waves indeed. We could have done with half that and still had an epic event.
We had to call it off a few days because it was just too big and too gnarly out there. So
It was a bit dangerous. Hence the jet skis this year, Giada, because I think everybody realised that, hey, if something went wrong, we're a long way from the action. We're all on the beach here, and last year it could have, so we had to stop a couple of times due to that fact.
Yeah.
So well on the organisers and the WSL for seeing the improvements that needed to be made, and we do have, I think, a couple of skis in the lineup at all times this year.
Yeah, for sure. The Smith family out on the skis.
Okay, that's
Big
good.
shout out to them. Spending all those hours out there is not very easy.
No, it's not.
But they do get to watch the live action from
live action side on looks that good. And unlike our Water Patrol Australia, the boys that do it in Margaret River, they sit through some horrendous conditions, Giada. They're the worst positioned people at some events, and it's onshore all day, and all they do is get bumped around and seasick and freezing.
Oh, it must be so cold out there.
It must be. It's at times it looks like the best job ever, and then when it's crap at home, it's really crap. And the boys have still got to get out there and do a full day. So in these Indo conditions, it never gets that bumpy. Even a light onshore is still absolutely acceptable.
Actually, I'm betting the guys out there really hope for a light onshore just to have a little bit of breeze out there.
I reckon they're hoping for clouds more than anything.
Yeah.
A cloudy day would be gold. It's got to be cooking out there on the ski.
They're begging for it.
Cooking on the skis.
Beautiful drone angle.
Yeah, that's really killer, isn't it? Look at the cracks and the crevices in the reef.
Reefs can either be your best friend or your worst enemy out there.
Well, right now, things are going pretty well for Blake Necker. 2 scores to give him a slender lead, about a quarter of a point lead over Lennox Shell, who does have the best score of the heat. That's Lennox in the blue. Boys seem to be repositioning here. Lennox with second priority makes Red pull the trigger on his priority. So this is Kyrie Norro. He now trying to track down a high 4 to go into second. Clean wave. Look at the surface he's riding on here.
Yeah, that was a really nice opener for Kainoro, and we see behind.
That's Lennox. Look at this thing from Lennox.
Yeah.
Again, combos it up. Really strong 2-turn combo. Third little Larry layback just to show a point of difference. Spins the wheels a little bit. A foam climb back over onto some clean green water. So probably maneuver number 6 right there for Lennox. Foam climb maybe to sign off. Indeed, he does. I reckon that's going to become our new wave of the heat.
Yeah, something I really liked about Lennox's wave is that there was so much variety on it. He didn't really repeat many maneuvers. He tried to keep it different, which is something that the judges really look into now. This is the replay of Lennox wave. You see him take that high line to create that speed and carves an open, beautiful carve. And straight into it, into the pocket, and we see here kind of a layback Larry and taps it with a nice little fin bust. This little foam climb to get back to that open face, carves it again, and finishes it off. Maybe not as strong as you'd like, but that was still a great finish.
Well, I kind of still really like it. I reckon for sure it's going to be our best wave of this heat. Let's just watch Kyrie here. So this is the judges' view. And this is what counts because this is how they come up with their numbers.
Yeah. That was also a very beautiful wave ridden by Cairo. I think his best maneuver was probably that opening one. He really did fall from the sky on that first turn and managed to stick it out and
his wave
get
just
around the section.
Didn't have as many good sections as what Lennox's did. And
yeah.
That first two-turn combo of Lennox, what the judges are going to love about that was the way he held his rail. The first carve onto his inside rail and then, you know, just straight onto his toe side rail and held it and got that second big hit up in the lip. Combination of major moves is part of the criteria, and I think Lennox really leaning on that part of the criteria on that first two-turn combo.
Yeah.
So let's see. For sure he gets to the 3.8. Where is it? It's not in yet. For sure he gets the 3.8 for at least second. But it's not a whole lot needed to go into the lead. For sure he's going to go to first.
Cairo came in at a 4.23 or 5.17. I don't really remember anymore.
You're right. I think it. Yeah, it might.
I think it was a 5.17.
All right, let's go with that.
Yeah, I think
so
it
if
was
that was a 5.17, Lennox's was better than that. So Lennox was probably going to go close or into the 6 range here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm betting
the
on
high
it.
6s.
I'm betting on a high 6 because that was one of the best. I think that was the best wave ridden in this entire heat.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. So let's just stay with the live action here. Kyrie Noro. So a touch of the fumbles there, just trying to manufacture something that wasn't available on that section. Down he goes, just 3 minutes now. So Ken Teddy, who opened with a really strong start, has not put any more runs on the board since. He's having a look at this. He's got top priority. He goes, yep, that's looking good enough down the line. So let's see what the young fella now from Bingen can string together. Good second section approaches. Nice hit right up there in the lip. Another little lip attack. Hoping to get around and over and out the back. 4.34. It's a Mon King.
Lennox's last wave came in at 7.27.
There you go, yeah.
Very well deserved wave by
for sure.
Lennox Shell.
Thank you, judges. That was a really good, observation on the criticalness of what Lennox put together, the smoothness, the style that he surfs with can sometimes camouflage how difficult his turns are.
Yeah.
He's got this smoothness to burn. I really love his style. Teddy needs this. What do you reckon?
I don't know. I'd like to see it from the front.
We
but
probably will.
We could see Kian Martin giving Teddy some words of advice as he's paddling back out. Kian out there as Teddy's caddy.
Yeah.
Both on the Swedish team, talented surfers.
Yep, I better make note of Lennox's 7.27 for our highlights debrief at the end of the day.
This is Teddy's wave ridden, seen from the front. A beautiful cutback to get back into that whitewash, close to the face.
That was pretty brutal.
That was a very nice wave by Teddy. Right into the lip, straight under it. There's some critical surfing right there.
Yeah, I think he might get it.
I think he'll get it for sure.
All right, so some bit of a frenzy going on out there inside the last minute now.
Yeah.
I think Blake Necker might have a little bit of work to do to get back into it. He was leading, if we remember. Having a little flashback to not so long ago.
Yeah, he was, and we've already reached less than a minute, so he's definitely going to be
Lennox, here he
wanting
goes.
to get things done.
So let's have a look at the smooth, delightful style of Lennox shell. Look at this wave. You can see right through it. Such is the surface texture. 3 good hits. Lots of spicy surfing this heat from Lennox. Blake Necker probably needs this wave and he doesn't know it. Ouch.
Ouch. That's not going to feel good.
Lennox shell loving his act. Should he get on a roll here and find the right waves, look out. All right, so Kyrie Noro, he may need this wave as well.
He's definitely going to be needing this wave. I think Teddy got that 4.34, but improving on a 4.23, this is going to be a tough one. And Teddy on one on the last few seconds. Hits that first one, gets a little bit stuck at the top. Second turn, much better. Doesn't claim.
All right, well, for sure, I'm going to be having a chat with Lennox Shell. Who gets second? Maybe your man Teddy from Bingen.
Either Teddy.
There was a little combo that went down at the end of that from 3 surfers that are all vying for second place. So I'll probably depart shortly and not know who got second for a little while. And we are going to throw to an ad break. I'll go and have a chat with Lennox and Billy coming into the booth shortly.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. I am in the booth with Billy. We are now up to Heat 16 here in the Krui Pro. We have in red Thomas Carvalho, in blue Ben Lawrenson, in white Taki Kanazawa, and in green Kaito Kurokawa. But at the end of that last heat, there was a massive exchange, so we're still waiting for the scores. The judges having a really good think and look at it. Definite winner will be Lennox Shell, but it's a fight for second between Teddy and our surfer in red, Kyrie Noro. Here we see all the surfers coming in. Blake, unfortunately, not managing to get that last score he needed. But now it's between white and red.
Yeah, it looks like we are still waiting for scores. Here they come. 4.93 for Teddy Billy. Wasn't sure of the requirement. I think it comes up short. Let's click on the details and have a look. It is Teddy Billy in third place. Lennox Chill first and Nairi Noro. Looks like he's coming at second.
Yep. Unfortunately, Teddy not making it. Congratulations to Lennox Shell and...
No, there we go. Let's revisit that. This is this heat here.
Yes.
My apologies.
So as we said, Thomas Carvalho in red. Surfer from Australia. In blue, Ben Lawrenson. In white, Taiki Kanazawa. And in green, Kaito Kurokawa.
Nice. Good pronunciation. Good to be back in the booth with you, Giada.
Yes. Very exciting stuff.
Lawrenston. I wonder if his sister is in the draw also.
I think so. This is Ben Lawrenson. A beautiful first turn. Goes straight into the second. A bit of a check and jumps out the back.
10-point flick out. He's already won.
That was pretty high. And we did just get the confirmation that after the women's, we will be continuing into the men's round of 64. We
Yeah.
will only be doing heats 1 until 5, though.
That's a long day.
Yep.
Let's
It's a
get
really
the headlights out.
Put on the candles. We'll
Yep.
be out here all day. But with these amazing conditions, I think we're doing the best, as there might be a drop in the swell in the next few days. So it's good to punch out all these first few rounds and then keep the best conditions for Saturday, Sunday. There's a little bit of a kick in the swell. Apparently, direction might be better. So we'll be seeing some great heats coming up.
Yeah, still very contestable waves though. Some bigger scores being dropped. Look forward to all the action coming up in heat number 16. But right now, let's cross down to the post-heat interview area with Mark Clift.
Righto, here with the winner of the last heat. His name is Lennox Shell, everybody. Lennox, I'm going to shake your hand first of all. Say well done. Last time I saw you, you were winning an event in Western Australia.
Yeah, it's that was late last year, November, I think. So yeah, it's been a little while since then. But yeah, nice to get the jersey back on and get some pumping waves for a heat.
The jersey fits you well. I love the way you compete. Tell me, what have you been doing since your win down there at Mandurah?
I went to the Worlds at the start of the year, and then went and did the QSs here. Back in Oz, and it's going all right. And then I tore my MCL sort of halfway through, and then sort of kind of couldn't compete in the later half. And then I went and got a real job down at a boat shed at Palm Beach. So I've just been working doing that, and just surfing and working.
Mate, I'm going to slap you. I reckon you don't need a real job. You're a born surfer. Keep the belief. I think there's a career there for you. Is that the goal, ultimately, to get out off the tools and onto the surfboard full time?
100%, yeah. It's just hard with sort of not getting money to surf, so I got to make it somehow. So yeah, it's that's just to sort of keep my brain ticking, and I don't know. My dad always says just add another bow to your or string to your bow, and yeah, just sort of another little thing I'm trying to do. So yeah, but surfing's definitely the main goal.
I reckon chase the prize money, my man. I reckon there's something there for you at the end of the day. How good is it competing in waves like that left-hander out there?
Oh, that is dreamy. That's probably the best waves I think I've ever surfed for a heat. I've haven't really gotten out of bed the last 2 days. I've been real achy and had kind of a pretty bad fever, so I felt a bit weak out there. But yeah, there's definitely lots of room for improvement. Started coming good today, so hopefully I just keep improving.
Well, so do we. And tell us, you're a little bit under the weather and not maybe 100%. But for the crew online that are watching, we're in Indonesia. How damn hot is it out there on your paddle outs after a wave?
Oh yeah, it's cooking. Like I was just trying to sort of breathe and sort of get my breath back after those waves, because they're long waves and doing lots of turns, and there's lots of push. It's indoors, plenty of period behind it. So yeah, they're not soft little beachies like home. They're pretty powerful waves. So yeah, there's lots of energy getting sort of exerted out there, and it's hard to sort of stay on top of it. But yeah, it's all part of it, and I love coming to Indo. So yeah, it's good.
Indo's such a good spot. I'm going to shake your hand again and go, keep ripping, brother, and hope to see you on finals day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Woohoo! Over and out, boys. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Mark Clift, and the winner of the last heat, Lennox Smith. This is heat number 16, round of 96. Let's check it out. Ben Lorenston. He has opened up with a 3.17, the best of it. Everyone else really to get going. Very minor scores, very small requirements. It is early days though. Look at those little waves still running through, Giada.
Yeah, there's still so many waves out there, and so much opportunity for each and every one of these surfers. It's pumping. The waves have dropped off a little bit, but I think it actually is a little bit better because we don't have those massive sets just washing everyone away.
That's kind of entertaining, especially if you know the person.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Kato now.
Yeah, Kato pulling the trigger on his first wave of the heat. A beautiful first turn. This wave tapers off a little bit, so he, keeps busy opening those carves. It's a long day. Yeah, that was a beautiful wave. I do think he'll be looking for something else. And we see Ben Lawrenson out the back straight away, destroying this wave. A beautiful, beautiful start.
Yeah, that's Benny all the way from Australia. Good-looking turns that we saw. I think there may have been a couple before that. I'm not sure we saw him paddle onto the wave. We'll check it out in the replays, but off to a busy start, that's for sure. 18 minutes and a handful of change remaining. That is his second wave, so he keeps that up. He's going to have a handful of scorers. Here we go, paddles into this one. Ben straight up into attack mode. That's a lovely wrap, a whole fan of spray. Follows it up there with an attack on the lip. Here's where we joined him, a bit of a check turn, and this is going to be a very decent score with turns like that, really hammering into the fourth one. A little bit of a hiccup towards the end, but I think the damage has been done on the outside. You can forget about bunny hopping into that inside section because all those big turns were out the back. Now this is your boy Thomas.
Thomas Carvalho just falling off. Hopefully he did something out the back to at least have a little bit of score. I don't think so, as it already came in at a 0.4. But I am very impressed with Ben Lawrenson surfing. He has beautiful style, really powerful surfer, knows where to put his board and when. Really held the rail when he was doing those down carves. It was a great wave to watch. This is a replay of the surfer in green. First turn in the pocket, sets it up for this second one. A little bit more of an open carved turn.
Yeah.
And just the wave does taper off, doesn't give so much opportunity. Decides to pull off.
Kurakawa showing a lot of promise though, like the attack on those first couple of turns. Just got to pick the right wave and he'll be okay. Back to live action now. 16:43 remaining in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So Kato's wave has dropped in. He's gone to the top of the leaderboard.
This is the replay of Thomas Carvalho's wave. He actually did manage to get some really nice turns out the back. My apologies. That was a really great wave by Thomas Carvalho. And, wow. That was definitely the money turn. So much water out the back. Unfortunately, falls off, and I've seen time and time again judges really dropping those scores if you can't manage to finish those waves. But that's looking like a really nice score for Thomas Carvalho. Hopefully, we'll see those scores come soon. And a wave by White that we probably maybe missed earlier.
Yeah, a lot of body talk in that turn. I like it. Kanazawa, our surfer in white.
Yes, I interviewed Kanazawa yesterday afternoon after his heat win.
Mm-hmm.
Said that in Japan, where he's from, there's many point breaks, so he managed to, train and practice. Does a lot of gym work outside of the water. He said a lot of ab work.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, a lot of ab work.
Well, you got to be strong through the middle to really rack those turns around and keep the power source down through the surfboard. Strong from the waist down is kind of the call for most surfers now.
Wow, so Ben Lawrenson's first wave comes in at a 7.17. That was a very impressive start for our surfer. Do you know much about Ben?
I haven't. It's just haven't seen him before, but that is a familiar surname. So I'll do a bit of research into that during the next break. But here's Thomas now on his third wave. He'll be looking to better that 0.40. He has the highest heat score so far, and he's well on his way to backing that up with a cranking series of turns. Finds the pocket again. Loving this backhand attack on the young man. Not finished as yet. He finds a bonus inside section and really flares it up through the lip. Oh wow, so that is a strong backup score for our surfer in red.
Wow, Thomas's last wave came in at a 7.87.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to pair that last wave with that, and it's a strong position to be in. What can you tell us about Thomas?
So Thomas, for I know he lives on the Gold Coast. He's a Brazilian background, but represents Australia. I'm not sure if he's half Brazilian or full Brazilian, or maybe half Australian, half Brazilian. I'll have to ask him later.
Well, looking at the flag now, he's definitely Australian.
Australia,
We're grabbing him.
mate.
We are taking him. With surfing like that, he's on the team. I saw him drinking a beer and eating a meat pie just the other day. So welcome to the team, Thomas. Bang. Take that. This is Kaito.
This is Kaito Kurakawa on his backhand on a beautiful wave. This one is one of those waves we've mentioned earlier that tends to grow as it comes down.
Wow, look at that.
There's some beautiful surfing from Kaito Kurakawa, really low center of gravity. Manages to take it all the way to the inside, and that's going to be a really long paddle back out.
Yeah, it really is. Wow, I can't wait to see the second score for Thomas.
I would love to see the replay. I was writing something on my notes, unfortunately, and I missed it. And this is the replay of our surfer in green. A really nice first turn, manages to get it in the pocket, throws a lot of water, a little bit of a carve.
A little bit lateral so far, I'd say, Giada.
Yeah.
Nothing really cranking around at 6 o'clock. That one was a little bit better, but on the replay, that's his first decent one, I would speculate. Kind of taps lips there as the wave runs out of oomph, and out he goes.
Still waiting for the replay of red. I missed it, guys. I want to see. But I'm sure there's some really big scores coming. Ben Lawrenson with priority, looking to get rid of a 317. I'm sure with the surfing that he has, he's definitely going to be achieving some of that.
Yeah, 717 is a strong position to be in. Oh, there we go. There's Thomas. A 787 is now paired with a 677. So that has upped the requirement for Ben Lawrenson. He's looking to get rid of that 317, and he needs at least a 7.49 to take that first position back. So 2 Japanese surfers below that. Kaito now sits in third position, needing a 5.95, and it is Takei in fourth, 6.18. Both very achievable scores. There's 11 minutes remaining in this one. First priority sits with Blue. He's got a little bit of work to do. This should be a great second half to the heat. Giada.
Yes, I'm excited to see what Blue does now. Hearing that last score from Red, he's definitely going to want to one-up him. 7.48, a big score, but definitely manageable. Both the Japanese surfers not looking for massive scores. With the waves like today, they can definitely do it. So it'll be interesting how the second half of this heat goes.
Now what heat are you on?
I'm heat 3.
Heat 3 of the women, so in 3 heats time after this.
Yes.
You're on.
I need time to wax my board.
Yep.
Put my favorite tune on.
Well, I'm banking System of a Down or something like that. Pantera, something heavy and throttling.
No.
Well,
you got it wrong.
Put on some
I
beats.
love Bad Bunny.
No idea what you're talking about. All right, let's look at Taco now. Backhand, that's a good looking bash, but overcooks it and nose picks it on the way down. Yeah, well, often it's a signal. You put on your headphones, it's like, don't talk to me. I'm in preheat mode. Look at this. Ben Lawrenson now. Beautiful wrap. Loving the style on this kid. Can't wait for the post-heat interview.
Wow.
That's another good tail wrap there. Finding the pocket and taking advantage of this great looking wave. Another deep, searing bottom turn. Love the little shazzle he puts on the end of that. Not sure if shazzle is a word, but he's just done it and finishes it off beautifully.
Oh, that was an amazing wave. That looked really good. You know, actually, I have met Ben Lawrenson.
Oh, yep.
Yes. Xavier McCutcheon.
Oh, he's happy. Look at that.
He liked that.
Love the body language. Good on your son.
He's my Shaper's son's one best friend. So Xavier, I know you're watching, and Ben is killing it.
Yeah, have a look at this. Comes down with the white water straight into attack mode up there and wraps it around beautifully. That extra little tweak on the tail after he finishes rotation like that again.
That was a beautiful turn.
Judges love that, and it's also a little bit of risk. You know what I mean? You can quite easily cavitate those fins and fall off. He does it again there, and wow, on replay it looks even more impressive. Beautiful finish. Very well done.
Yeah, that is some amazing surfing going down. This heat is action-packed.
Yeah, it's on. Look
And
at this,
here
Thomas.
goes Thomas on his backhand. A nice little fin bust out there. Not as big of a wave. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to finish it. But a very nice heat. And we're seeing a pulse in the swell as there's non-stop waves.
Kaito
On his backhand. Let's see if he finishes this one. And he unfortunately...
Kurokawa goes down. Look at Take now. Going upside down on the wave of his own. And nose picking as well. What is going out there with our Japanese brothers? Come on. We want to see that precise surfing. We want to see you rack up some big scores. Look at Ben Lorenzen. He's got his tail in the air. Getting out there. He wants first priority. He wants another crack at Thomas. Carvalho. How do I pronounce that?
Carvalho. Close enough.
That's not TC.
Here's a replay of our surfer in red, Thomas Carvalho. He goes down the line. See what he did before. Beautiful little top turn to set up for this one. And here he has that fin release. I felt like he was a little bit stuck behind on this one, just out of rhythm.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. On the front-on angle, it looks a little bit disjointed, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he will be improving on the 6, but here's our surfer in white.
Yeah,
this is Taki Kanazawa. Unfortunately, nose picks and dives down. And this is Kaito Kurokawa. This is probably going to be his best wave of the heat, in my opinion. He really hit the pocket this time. Throws a lot of water. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to...
right out of that one.
Right out of that one, yeah.
Full ear full of water.
Ben Lorenzen, 867.
Yep, look at that. The highest score of the day, I would say. Write that down on the highlight sheet. Come on. And he's not hanging around. He wants more of it. Really deep bottom turn. He's feeling it, drifting the fins, but coming unstuck on that. But you can tell he's out for business in this heat. An 867. That could be the highest score of the day. And feeling it, loving it. The waves are still out there. Good performance from the young man from Australia.
Wow, that was an amazing wave by Ben Lorenzen. He's definitely going to be feeling really good after that one. And with just above 5 minutes remaining, he's feeling really good.
Look at this. This is the wave just surfed then. Really electric turns. Drifts that tail against what we're talking about before. That's that element of risk. And that time it didn't work out for him. But really pushing the boundaries. You get your foundation of the surfing, your wrapping turns and your deep bottom turns. And when you've got them absolutely nailed, you can start to tweak it a little bit like Ben is now. So that's what's going to garnish you those big scores.
Yeah. He's just hearing his score of that last wave. So he must be feeling pretty good.
Yep, Kaito wants an update also.
Yep, and leaving both the Japanese surfers in a combination situation, meaning that both the surfers need a total of 2 waves to be able to get into second place.
Yep, that is a bit of an ask at 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Sub 5 minutes. It is Thomas and Ben who have put the remainder of the field in combo land. 2 waves totaling a 14.64 is a massive ask. But testament to the surfing of our surfers in blue and red. Ben Lorenzen and
Thomas Carvalho.
There we go. I love it.
I mean, he does have an Aussie flag, so you can say it your Aussie way, I guess.
Benny C. Here he goes. That is this massive ride. Straight into attack mode. I keep talking about this tail tweak that he's got on tap, but there it is, a beautiful slicing of the lip and a little bit of extra back foot in it. The judges are really appreciating that. Even that setup turn had a lot of energy through it. Loving the slow-mo and a little oink tweak there. A little bit of skateboard action, but a lot of gouging and rail-to-rail surfing. I'm digging that.
That's a great wave. I'm very impressed with Ben Lawrenson. Busted out in the scene. Never really seen him around the contest in this side of the world before. Came out. That could be the highest heat total of the event so far.
Yep.
I'm excited to get onto that interview with him and get to know a little bit about him. You know, just before he got that 867, I mentioned the fact that he heard Thomas Cavalia's last wave, and many times those situations put a lot of pressure on the surfer, knowing they need a big score, but manages to get it. And Ben Lawrenson gets the best wave of the event so far.
8.67, bring it on, just in front of Elliot Parata-Reed. We saw him go absolutely bonkers on his heat yesterday.
Yeah.
Really aggressive backhand attack. Went to Vincent, super impressive, but different style from Elliot Parata-Reed. And there's your boy right down there at number 5.
Oh, Thomas Carvalho.
It's been a telling heat, this one.
Fala, galera.
Look how shallow that is.
Yeah, that's very shallow.
Boys want it.
Sometimes it's not even that shallow, but the water's so clean out here that it looks like the reef is right under you. A wave-ridden fire surfer in white, was it?
Yep, that's Take.
Here's the man of the heat, Ben Lawrenson, taking a high line, goes up a little bit stuck, and finishes it off. He could paddle in.
Yep, he can come in 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Nah, he's paddling out for more. We see all the caddies out there.
Yep, Caddy Shack over there out to the right of screen. Look at them, really concentrating on their surfers, aren't they? Having a good old chat.
Yeah, all there having a chat, discussing what's going to be for lunch, maybe. Replay.
Yeah, just that last wave ridden there by Ben.
It's definitely not going in his top 2, though, after what we've seen.
Nope. There's plenty of heats you would have given your eye teeth for that wave. Here goes Kaito. Wow, that was a really good second turn.
Yeah.
Digging deep here in the final minute of this heat 16. Final one of the round. This could be a handy wave. Again, that drone footage makes it look absolutely epic, but you got to see the front-on angle to see what the judges are seeing. Regardless, that looked like a really good wave and very handy. He needs a massive 9.84. Don't know if it's going to do that, but I like the fact that he's not throwing the towel in as we watch Ben really push the limits on that one.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be a 9.84, but it's definitely going to improve his
heat total for sure. Yeah, look at that.
That was a beautiful second turn. A really well surfed wave from our surfer in green. Takes it 12 o'clock and finishes it off nicely.
Oy.
Almost falls off, but manages to...
gives it the fist pump too. How good is it? Well, it looks like it's going to be Ben. You're going to have a chat too down there, Giada.
Yeah.
That was a super entertaining heat. Looks like we are on to the women's. Until then, wherever you're watching around the world, stick with us. We have women in the water, great surfing action coming. You're watching the Krui Pro 2023. We are straight into the round of 80 women's surfers. Really looking forward to this one. I'd like to welcome back into the booth my good friend Chris Binns. Looking forward to this, mate?
Absolutely, as are the women in this heat who've been waiting patiently for a day and a half. It's Charlie Hatley, Lydia Caddo and Emmy Campbell from our own Western Australia, so we'll try our best to keep the commentary neutral in the booth.
Of course we will. Matt, Lydia Caddo, super solid performer through the years. Look for good things from her. And Charlie Hatley, seen her go around before?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where. I think maybe in the Philippines, Taiwan last year.
Yeah.
Might have been both events. Can't remember. Very similar crews turning up at both events.
Yeah, well, the Asian region is really producing, excuse me while I readjust the furniture, really producing a lot of strong performers. As you look at Emmy Campbell, off to a strong start. Really good backhand on this young lady. Used to a powerful wave. Looks for a bit of a cover-up. That's not going to happen, so it's back to the turns. Wraps it towards the whitewater.
Boom.
Bang. A good way to start your heat. Love to see the front-on view of that, Chris, because, you know, the drone makes it look super cool.
It really does. And, yeah, it's hard to get a read on the perspective, the scale of things from in front. This will give us a better look. All right, this is Emmy on her backhand. First turn was strong, displacing plenty of water. Almost flirted with the tube there and went, nah, it's going to be turns. That was another nice gaff. And a third before she signs out. So that's going to be a scale setter for the judges. They'll take an eternity to drop in this score. That will give Emmy Campbell the lead. Charlie Hatley and Lydia Caddo yet to open their accounts.
Emmy Campbell travelling with her sister Izzy Campbell. Big raps on that girl as well. They're from the southern town of Denmark in Western Australia. Used to surfing cold water, used to surfing dangerous water, if you like to put it that way. And Izzy, really good skateboarder.
I was going to say, incredible skateboarder to boot. We saw Izzy last year surfing at Stab High at Lakey Peak, the video air contest.
Have a look at this one. This is Emmy now. Let's draw our attention to her. This is the second wave already. Not even 5 minutes gone in this heat. So the West Australians staying busy. The rest of the girls yet to open up their scorecard.
Yeah, Charlie Hatley from the Gold Coast, I think.
Looks like the second wave from Emmy here. Readjusting. Burying that right hand in the face of the wave to try and get a bit more oomph into the turn.
So second wave is probably a little bit bigger, but you can just see that by comparison, that smaller one that hit the reef a little bit better on the first occasion, giving her a lot more opportunity to bank points.
Look at the girls, they're pretty close. This is a great shot from Ryan Williams. Best drone man in the business, I'm calling. His work at NIAS last year was exceptional, but here's Charlie. Nice high road, trying to get some speed into a turning section. She finds it. Whoa, it just goes for broke straight off the bat, Chris. You like that?
Yeah, had too much time to think about it. And to the afterburners were on. She was absolutely flying. Hooked it to the lip and then went, oof, how am I going to harness all of this? And a flyaway off the back, the result. So over frothing after a day and a half of sitting here watching the ocean as the men's round of 96, well, the round of 128 and then the round of 96 was taken care of.
Geez, we've got through the heats already, haven't we?
Yeah.
They're doing all right.
Been rattling through them.
Big shout out to the staff, in particular the production crew, headed up by the magnificent Sam Norwood.
He's in good nick these days, Sam, isn't he? All that sailing that he's doing is really giving him his second wind. Let's put some wind in his sails, perhaps.
Back to the surfing. No, he is looking magnificent. He's dropped a few kgs, come back with a nice fresh attitude to this year's season in Indo. Straight back into the bungers and beer. All as the ice cream song continues in the background. We are 18 minutes and 35 minutes remaining in this one.
Do you reckon the local Mr. or Mrs. Whippy, who's responsible for this
non-stop barrage of
catastrophe that's unfolding in our ear holes, is of 100% hearing?
No.
Or are they like a parent on a plane who can't hear their child screaming? Like, what's going on here?
It doesn't matter. It's driving me crazy.
It's not just the fact that it's torturous. It's ice cream that we can't eat. It's a double dose.
In my next break, I'm going to go buy 2. So I'll buy 10
and
if you
knock
it off for 10 minutes. Anyway, we digress. What are we? Just under 18, and we're going to have a Lydia Cato here. Her first wave. That's the way to harness your power and your speed. Well done, young lady. A couple of turns now, and the fast section. Can she get around it? She does. Takes that high line, but that's a risk of falling off. She does really well.
Bang.
Rattles off the third turn. She's going to be super happy with this Lydia from Indonesia.
This wave just keeps on running. Still going. So she has found an absolute banger. Oh, could have gone after the end section. We just saw Charlie Hatley kicking out as well. Tell you what, if you've ridden a wave 300 metres and there's an end section, I don't reckon you pull out to save yourself another 40 metres of paddling. You got to go after it at this level. Here's what Charlie Hatley did on the wave behind.
Yep, looking good so far. Buries that left hand for a good looking bottom turn. Nice wrapping situation to start off with. She doubles it up now that wave starts to stand up, and a bit more of a gouge in that third one. So good surfing from all surfers.
And here goes Emmy Campbell on her backhand. It's a big wall. Couple of turns. She needs to get a little bit more vertical. That was quite lateral as well. Just some mid-face work so far. Now let's get vertical. Hooks that one under the lip. Throwing plenty of spray. Is this one going to keep running like we just saw from Lydia Cato's wave before? Standing up through the inside. Big bucket of spray on that one as well. And she is out of there.
Wow, beautiful looking wave. We'll continue to cover this heat as it unfolds, but right now let's head down to Giada in the athletes area with the winner of the last heat.
So I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Ben. Congratulations. You had, wow, an outstanding performance out there. We don't know much about you. Tell us a little about yourself, where you're from, your background.
I'm 18 from Noosa. And don't get many lefts at home, so grew up on a right point break. But surf the beaches every now and again, so it's good to get some lefts out here. Love going left.
So before you got your 8, you heard that Thomas Carvalho had a 7 and a 6. What was going through your mind, and what made you get that 8?
I knew I had to step it up in that heat. The guys in my heat all ripped, so just picked the right wave and did some nice surfing and got the job done.
Tell us a little bit about your equipment. It really seemed like you were trusting it out there, and you weren't afraid to let it go. So what are you riding, and who's your support team?
Yeah, shout out to the boys at the Board Lab, making me the best equipment. I'm riding a HT2 and a round tail, and it goes awesome. Feels really nice off the bottom, off the top.
I saw you training in Bali a few months back. Did you have this contest in mind when you were out there, or was that just a trip with the boys?
Yeah, bit of training. No, it was a good trip with the boys, but bit of surfing in between. Haven't really thought about this comp too much. It's sort of just been doing my own thing and just working hard at home and putting the hours in. So yeah.
Well, you did get the highest score of the event so far. What are you feeling about that?
Ready to step it up for the next heat. Hopefully smash the next round, and yeah, just taking it heat by heat, and hopefully the waves are still cooking if I'm on the Savo tomorrow, but yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, Ben, is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Shout out to my mum and dad, all the boys watching. Miss ya, love you lots, thanks.
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations.
Right on, Ben Lorenzen off a absolute belting heat. Highest score of the event so far. As we turn our attention now to heat number 1, round of 80 of the women's.
Oh.
Look at this one from Lydia Cato. That's a good looking, almost double overhead for this young lady. Wave handles that first section with a plum, and the second one was looking like a great turn, but coming unstuck on the recovery. What a bummer. That looked like such a good wave.
Didn't it? All right, so we've got some scores in. Let's have a replay here. This is Emmy Campbell's last wave. First turn was good. She could have pushed things a little bit harder after that first turn. What are your thoughts, Bill?
Yeah, it looks a bit out of rhythm, and it's hard to get back into rhythm and stick yourself right under the
turn.
hood. Yeah. I'm not sure about the length of that board, to be honest. Well, what do I know? I'm just a commentator. But we have seen Emmy go absolutely bananas in many a surf contest in the past.
And Lydia Cato paddling into this one. It looked like an absolute screamer.
She did well to handle that section, and this next one was going to be an absolute cranker, but gets knocked off by the whitewater on the recovering turn.
Discombobulated at the base of the wave. And this is Charlie Hatley. I was talking to Zane Sync before. He's from the Sunshine Coast. And I'm sure Charlie Hatley's the same. When you're a goofy footer from the Gold Coast, you lick your lips when you get to come to a competition at the left point.
Let's have a look at that. An 8-0-0 from Charlie. Pair that with a 5. That is a big, strong lead. The requirement now for Emmy Campbell is a 9-0-0. Lydia Cato only needs a very minor score to jump up into second place. But how's that? An 8-0-0 straight off the bat.
Yeah, so I think Lydia Cato will be waiting on a score as well. All right, let's have a look at this replay. This the 8?
It might be, yeah. We haven't seen it yet. That's a strong start. Things will have to stand up and get going here. That's a cracking turn, that one.
So that three turns.
That was the first wave she caught. So that might be the 5.
It was a pretty good 5.
Yeah.
Very fluent.
Yep.
Wasn't the biggest wave, but didn't really put a foot wrong. So let's see if we can figure out where the 8 was, because
anxious to see it.
Yeah. 11 minutes 20 to go. This heat's flown by. We're deep into the second half.
Interesting chat with Tom Dixon a couple of heats ago, mate.
Yeah, run me through the ground you guys covered.
Yeah, so they're doing this development camp with New South Wales surfers, just getting young men and women out to QS 5000s outside of Australia. So learn how to travel. You know, they've got to take care of their passports. They've got to take care of all the things you have to as a travelling professional athlete. And this is their first exposure. This is the first QS that Winter has been in.
Wow.
And he's surfing with that maturity. It's really incredible. They got Noodle Webster on board, and they also have the magnificent, strong, excellent coaching of Matt Cattle. So Surfing New South Wales, a really good initiative. And Tommy is here as a bit of a chaperone for the young kids. They're hanging just around the corner there to the right of screen. They've got a big camp up there, video cameras, feedback, all that sort of stuff going, and loving their time here in Krui.
Nathan Webster, of course, on the championship tour for a long, long time. Man of many hats and always on point. When it was shaggy hair and trucker hats, that was him.
Yep.
That god-awful fedora era, I'm sure he was in the thick of it, maybe paired with a scarf. These days, it's a coach's hat.
Yes.
And why not? That's the sort of veteran presence that can have nothing but a great impact on the youth.
Telling me that he is the liaison between Surfing New South Wales and all the stable of coaches around the place, because you can't afford to employ 200 coaches around New South Wales, but he is the liaison between Surfing New South Wales and the stable of coaches they have. That's an excellent idea.
I love it.
Bit of street cred, bit of, hey, listen, I've been on the CT, this is what happens.
Yeah, there's a few things that's going on with the Australian government organisations around surfing that I think's great. Owen Milne is a young filmer from Central Coast, New South Wales. He's up here for Surfing Australia, just filming all of the Aussies who are in the comp when they're free surfing.
Ripping.
So that they can review their footage as a bit of a coaching tool, but also then they can use it in their own edits and that kind of thing. So that's a wicked initiative from the Aussies as well.
That really is. And, you know, people are scratching their head about the co-sanctioning of this event. It's not only the results and the heats that people get to surf against each other. It's the Indonesians and the Filipinos and the Indians if they make it down, but the whole Asian region, they are privy to the exposure of those sort of initiatives and those sort of programs, and they can take note and add it to their own surfing programs. So I really am digging this co-sanctioned event up here in Indonesia. As we saw Lydia Caddo there taking a paddle and a miss. She will forego that first priority now, back down to number 3. Hands first priority to our surfer in white, Emmy Campbell. So here goes Lydia now, getting a bit of a rhythm on after she lost that priority. A smaller wave.
A decent drop.
Yep.
Late into it, and now she's got to put the foot down. Hasn't really had much success finding a section. Sticking with this one. Here's the drone that makes everything look good. Ooh, and she's gone down the mine shaft.
Straight down the plug hole.
Yeah, see you later, Lydia.
All right, let's hope Lydia can get out there and show us what she's made of. Love watching her surf over the last couple of years. Here goes Chuckles. Check this out. Nice aggressive bottom turn. That turn, you can take that to a CT if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. That was an absolute beauty. Charlie Hatley showing what she's made of. 2 different turns. Super impressive stuff, Chris.
Yeah, that was great. I think that 5 might be in a little bit of strife right now.
Yeah.
That first turn was so good, so strong, crisp, really precise in the exact right sweet spot of the wave through a bucket of spray. And let's have a look at it. So she didn't really waste any time. First section, boom, just drawing a perfect arc. That was sensational.
I like that she came down with the white water there too, Chris.
Sets herself, and bang, goes again. Second big turn, she's out of there. So just the 2 turns.
Well, she has an 8. I think she's playing that game where, I've got rid of that 5. Maybe if she was in desperate need of a big score, she might have stuck with that wave and had a massive paddle out. Only 6.5 minutes remaining, so I like her strategy too.
Well, she's now got a 6.33 to go with the 8, a 14.33 two-wave total. That's very, very healthy in the first heat of the whole women's event here at the Krui Pro. This is the round of 80. We've got, how many heats do we have in this round? So we've got 8 heats, and then we go straight back to the men.
It's going to be a full day.
25 heats the aim.
Yep, 2 days in a row. Let's bring it on. Let's get it done. So if you're sitting at home watching all around the world, it could be early in the morning, late in the afternoon. If you can't sleep, it could be 2 in the morning somewhere. Stick with us. We've got a whole week of this action ahead. And as the week progresses, we're expecting another swell at the tail end of the competition. And expect the performances and the surfing to go through the roof as the hot's up for finals time. Looking at Emmy Campbell there, our surfer in white. That drone's going to be pretty close, doesn't it?
You familiar with the Japanese drone pilot in Bali? I think his name's Bali Satoshi. Flies so low, tracks with the surfers, gets so close that occasionally someone does a big turn and they wet the drone with their spray.
Yeah, well, that's no good. They can go down. They get a bit of spray into them, and the look on a drone pilot's face once it goes into the ocean is, let's face it, it's hilarious because they get a bit too close to the wave.
Hilarious for everyone bar the pilot.
Bar the pilot and the cost of a new drone. I love the drone footage and the photos. They're fantastic, but along with that ice cream truck out the back, it's got to be the most annoying sound in the world. Massive mosquito.
I remember we were filming at home a couple of years ago with a local surfer in WA at Left-Handers, and there was a drone shooting it, not me, but shooting for us. And one of the old boys out the back, after about 10 minutes, just turned around and he said, "This is like when your other half starts doing the vacuuming while you're trying to watch the footy.
That is perfect. That's a perfect way to describe it. Many of the other halves would be saying, well, if you did the vacuuming, well, I wouldn't be doing one of the footies on. But yes, that's a perfect way to describe it. Right, 3:40 left in this one. It's Charlie Hatley out to a fantastic heat total of 14.33. Of course, featuring that 8. That's probably going to stand up all the way through this women's draw. Emmy Campbell, a 4 and a 3.87. She's in combo land. And so it's Lydia Cato requiring that 3.10. She does sit there with third priority. Hopefully another set rolls through and she gets a chance to show us what she's made of.
Three minutes. So Lydia Cato only chasing a 3.1. Very, very gettable for a lady who's already sitting on a 4.77.
It's making a move too, Chris. Look at this, paddling down the reef, hoping to sneak one under priority. She may do it. It's going to take a mighty paddling effort, and it's not going to happen. But you can see her intention is set.
Emmy Campbell's got priority, so she's got to either decide to get herself over towards Lydia or back herself to catch a wave where she can upgrade that 3.87 and make things a little bit tougher for her opponent.
Back yourself. Maybe a foot in each camp. Chris, get a little bit closer to her.
I think she needs to get a little bit closer to her. A 3.1's not a huge score. You can definitely get that halfway down the reef. If I was Lydia, I'd keep doing what I'm doing right now.
One of these girls is going to get this wave. And it's going to be Lydia Cato in blue. She's making a move. Got to deliver on this wave. Chasing a 3.10. That's a good way to start. It's not a good way to finish, though, going face first into it. So Emmy Campbell may be dodging a bullet there with 1 minute and 40 remaining. Look at the disappointment on her face.
But you know what? Lydia's still in a spot where she can get a 3.1 right there. You know, this is a really, really long reef. And it only takes, you know, a couple of smart turns to get yourself a 3.1. Lydia Cato doesn't really have a need or an urgency to get back to the takeoff zone. You'd be happy cruising where you are right there. Emmy Campbell needs to get eyes on her.
Yeah, it's not time to do your hair. It's time to eye your opposition.
1 minute remaining.
There we go. She's sizing up where the third placed holder is right now. Lots of interesting strategy going on in this heat.
50 seconds to go.
You got to go, don't you?
Oh, you have to go even just to keep Lydia off a wave further down the line. 40 seconds remaining. Okay, here goes Emmy Campbell.
No, she's missed it.
Could have put in a bit more, I think.
Lost priority too.
Well, yeah, she has.
There
Here goes Lydia Cato. So she needs a 3.1. She is going to have to surf this wave well because it is a smaller wave, but it's growing down the line for her. That was a strong turn. 20 seconds to go, and she is on her way to getting the score. This wave continues to reel down the line. It's got a beautiful shape on it. And Lydia Cato is chasing a 3.1, and she surfed this one pretty nicely as far as I can see. She's not done yet either. The siren is going to sound, and I think Lydia Cato at the death has done enough to advance.
Mate, how good was that? The Indonesian not crumbling under the pressure and delivering in the final wave. She's a bit yes, she's a bit no. There's another wave ridden out the back. We don't know if that was after or before the hooter. So scores to drop, but an exciting opening to the women's round. Good on you, girls. Absolutely delivering. This is heat number 1 of the round at 80. And scores to drop. Exciting stuff, Chris.
Well, we know that Charlie Hatley is safe. She had both of her opponents in a combination. Lydia Cato is chasing, it was a 3.1?
3.10, I'm pretty sure it was. It was a low 3 regardless. Wow, we'll wait for those scores. The tension is building.
I know that Lydia Cato right now is feeling a lot more comfortable than Emmy Campbell. Emmy Campbell has everything to lose. Lydia Caddo has
everything to gain.
Gone
and look at that.
well and truly
scoreline.
beyond the requirement. A 5.5 for a wave caught under priority.
Okay, a bit of merdeka happening for the Merah Putih. Indonesia flexing its muscles there and racing through. Well done, Lydia Caddo.
So as the scores from the previous men's heat on the screen, but it's going to be Charlie Hatley and Lydia Caddo through to the next round. In the next heat, Heat 2, Rita Suzuki, Madison Parker, Janir Estabari and Diwa Dui Lastari. There are the scores from this heat. And don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way after this quick break. Pro, it's the WSL QS 5000 event. Second heat of the women's round of 80 is in the water right now, and Charlie Hatley has well and truly kicked off the first heat of the round in style, dropping an 8, and I think she had a high 6.
Surely, let's mark that down then as some highlights for our debrief a little later on. Heat 2, the round of 80 for the women's, is Rita Suzuki from Japan right there in the red. Madison Parker, blue. Australia, oh geez, that's a tough name. We'll roll Janira in out of the UK in white.
Janir Gonzalez Extabari. No, she's from Yukari, the Basque country.
Okay, and Dia from Indonesia in the green. So this is the surfer in white, the one we were just talking about from the Basque country. Got herself a ripping wave. I was just out there having a look at the live conditions, and the offshore has puffed right up. Look at the work this young lady is doing, my goodness. I did not see the first heat, but I'm not going to see the end of that wave, and there it is. But that second turn was just epic. Big full face carve, lots of back foot involved, at high speed. Spray flying everywhere. I would say congratulations to that young lady. I can see with even factoring a little fall off on the end of that wave, I can see the judges are going to love what she just did. You wait till you see this replay, Chris. So how do we say that name again?
Well,
enlighten me. Janir
Gonzalez, and then
Janir.
The Basque language is a collection of X's and Q's and Z's that is pronounced totally different. So here is Janir on the last wave.
Second turn.
First turn was good. She's got speed to burn right now, and she converts it all into this impact at the lip. Held her rail for a long time. That's what everyone's going to enjoy. And now she's still flying. I wonder if she's from Mundaka. If she's not, coming from the Basque country, she's definitely surfed there, being a goofy footer.
That was sick. That second turn.
She looked incredibly comfortable.
How does that stack up against anything that happened in the first heat, that second manoeuvre?
Close to on a par with what Charlie Hatley did on her 8-point ride.
Okay.
She was just fluent through some big carves, opened the shoulders, big fans of spray. Janir was a little bit more down the line with her turns there, whereas Charlie was
667 for that.
There you go, 667. So not quite. That was Charlie Hatley's second score was a 633, so around about in that ballpark.
All right.
So her 8 was significantly stronger than that.
All right, well, there we go. We've got some highlights out of Heat 1. Here's the wave of... well, this might be wave number 2.
This is a fresh wave.
Wow, down the line. Janiri getting a groove on. Early rhythm. It's 4.5 minutes off the clock. A 667 the first. That'll be a mini little backup number.
A 1 went straight in, bang.
Yeah, you don't mess around with those. They're pretty obvious when you see them. The other 3 waiting patiently up the point. The priority proceedings have been recorded. There they are. It's all over to blue now. Who is, in fact, Madison Parker. We have our fellow, well, let's have a look at green here, sticking with it. Dia, an Indonesian surfer. So on the scoreboard, that's a good thing. I don't think it'll factor too highly for Dia, but, you know, she's obviously a youngster here, mixing it up. May even be one of the local contingent, I'm not sure. But yeah, Gia Lagarde in the next heat will be leading that mob out. That's a 4-person heat. She'll be leading that out in red. Plenty of time until we get there, but you would have heard a lot of Giada in the comment booth over the last yesterday and today. We're going to see how she surfs in the next heat. All right, well, the absolute highlight of this heat so far, that first wave of whites, Janea. A couple little mini numbers dropping in for red and green. So let's just have a little look at this for the crew online that are tuning in. Now, women's side of the draw was won in its inauguration year by Lucy Callister out of Australia. That was back in 2017. Maybe a little set coming through. We'll have a look at the women's winner in 2018 was Elise Cooper out of Australia. The women's winner, Leilani McGonigal, did it in 2019. And last year was Sophie McCulloch in some epic waves. They've been our female winners in our other 4 outings here at Krui Point. We've got a few days, probably come Sunday before we'll know who stands there holding the big trophy. Sunday probably being finals day. The swell is forecast to ramp up a little bit again, everybody online. So it might nosedive a smidge tomorrow, potentially Thursday on record as our smaller day. I think Friday it's showing signs of life again in the afternoon, and they're all saying Saturday, Sunday, it's absolutely on. He goes Suzuki.
Yeah, Rita Suzuki with second priority,
Not
and
anymore.
they've stripped it from her.
Yep, not anymore.
All right, so while we've got a little break in play, we're going to cross down to Billy Hangen, who is with the winner of the last heat. She was ripping. Take it away, Billy and Charlie Hatley.
Winner of heat number 1, Charlie Hatley. I want you to look at this. Look at, that's your name, and that's an 8 right next to it. That must feel pretty good.
I wasn't expecting it. I don't know, I've never been here before, so it's my first time, and I'm loving going left because I'm goofy, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Well, you're in the very cool Goofy Club. I like that. Now, first time I've seen you surf, who the heck are you, and where do you come from? I'm anxious to find out, because you've won yourself 1 fan for sure today.
I'm from the Gold Coast. Yeah, I just love surfing. I've been surfing there for like the last 5 years. I moved from New Zealand when I was about 8 years ago. So yeah, I'm just really enjoying surfing and traveling and everything.
Well, it's a very polished performance. Let's talk about your coaches or someone who taught you to surf or someone that's involved in your competition surfing. Anyone you got to mention?
Surfing Australia, all the coaches there really helped with everything, just lots of practice. Yeah, shout out to them, they've helped me a lot.
And is this your first QS 5000?
Yes, yeah.
And you've come away with a win with your first heat. That's a 100% record. You're getting close to the great Don Bradman. Now, talk us through that 8-point ride.
I don't know, I just caught one. Wait, it was my second one, right? Yeah. Yeah, I just caught a wave and I was heading back out and I just saw the set and I was like, no one around. I was like, oh, just might as well go, and I just did a couple turns and yeah, I don't know.
Well, I can tell you what, you got everyone in the commentary booth very excited about your surfing. It must be a great moment for you when you look down the barrel of that camera and give a shout out to anyone you want back in Australia.
Just my family. They're always so supportive. Dad's here with me, so thanks to him. He's been filming me every day. Yeah, Billabong, just everyone.
Well, I'm going to shake your hand because I think people are going to be doing this for many years. Fantastic, Charlie Hatley. Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty, thanks a lot, Billy Hangen. Talking to future star from Burleigh Heads, Charlie Hatley. And I know that everyone from the Burleigh Board Riders will be tuning in to support their girl, and she did not let them down with that performance.
How's the replay right here of Madison's? I think it might be a second wave. Maybe that's a first anyway. There was a bit going on during that little interview. Either way, lots of good use of the rails here for Maddie. Making the most of the top to bottom kind of side of life. A little bit of a slip off right there. Let's see if she has any other scores in the bank. If not, it was still a good way to start. There we go, Madison. I think that might have been a second wave. They're still claiming that White's first wave was the best. Janeo, that's one power turn, top to bottom. Ticked a lot of parts of the criteria with that one single manoeuvre of the surfer in white. So that's the benchmark now for this heat. 6.67, I'm pretty sure it was. Madison Parker a 4.67. Suzuki there with a 2.84. And just a low score for the Indonesian, a mid-range 1.
Now, a fun fact about Janea. She's riding a Johnny Cabianca surfboard.
Mm-hmm.
They are, of course, made famous under the feet of Gabriel Medina.
Yep, that's right.
I've never heard of another pro surfer riding them. They've kind of just been a Gabby special. So Janea Gonzalez has some magic foam and some magic rare foam underfoot.
All right, well, there you go. Keeping the winning theory alive. And who did I speak with earlier today? Winter Vincent on that theory of someone riding magical boards. Winter Vincent was riding Griffin Colapinto's green magic board from his win last year over in El Salvador.
The actual board?
The actual board.
Oh, there you go.
So there's some famous fiberglass under his feet as well.
Well, my one surfing crew, I've snapped one of Parko's old boards.
Sure, Parko will be happy with that stat. And the dig repairman's pretty happy with that result as well, I imagine.
It's sitting about 50 metres away from us right now, getting patched up. The guy said, "Oh, I can do it cheap and fast." And I was like,
well,
I don't want either of those.
This is going to cost you a lot.
I want good. I said, take as much time as you want.
Madison replay there. I think that might be another wave from her. So we probably owed a number here from Maddie. If we are, she'll probably go into the lead.
Is it cheap, fast, or good? You can only ever get two.
That's the tag from her rule down there at Joey Barrel's board repair in Lakey. You get two. Good and fast won't be cheap. Cheap and good won't be fast. And the other one. So
halfway. 12 and a half minutes run. 12 and a half to come. And it's still Janea Gonzalez with a 6.67 and a 1 in the lead. Madison Parker a 4.67. And they're kind of the only two waves of any real significance at this stage. Rita Suzuki and Dia Dualestari yet to really get going. Who have we got up next? Our own Giada Legati up against... Oh, we've got another international heat. The colours of Benetton out in full force. Giada Legati from Italy. Ari Matsuno from Japan. Malia Ward from San Clemente, California. And... from Indonesia, Atiela Tuta Praja Wasita.
Live action. Oh, two surfers missed this wave, and look at the quality of it. Blue says, I'm going to have an investigation as well. So handling a pretty nice drop, tagging the whitewash as a first manoeuvre. Staying close to the foam now, Madison. Just keeping the rails engaged here, just looking for another big section. Here it comes. It's the end section. It's a huge manoeuvre. Please ride out of this thing. She does
sure
indeed.
Did. Wow.
That was so sick.
Oh, and Rita Suzuki flying on the wave behind, but couldn't quite harness all of that speed and went flying over a leading rail. And, well, let's have a look at that last wave.
Hang on, let's watch Red.
Okay, so she's got a ton of speed. First turn was strong. Right about now, she's hooking down the line. Just a little half turn. It's almost like she had too much speed. She sort of didn't know how to keep it all in under rain.
This is the wave that's going to count. This is a really, there was just some average work up into the big dynamite finish here. Just cruising along, just chipping away at some points. Some little mini moves, looking for the big section, as we were saying.
Oh.
She punched the board well above the lip line. Did a really solid effort. It's a hard section to hit, Chris. A lot of people have come unstuck there. So Madison Parker, congratulations on the completion right there. For sure she's about to go into the lead. There's our judging tower. There's Giada getting some words of advice in the next heat. Wonder who that is she's chatting with. Anyway, that's Giada. Woohoo! Hello, G. She's up against Matsuno in the blue. I think Malia Ward, Chris Ward's daughter, and Prajawisita in the green. So we're still owed a number from red, I think, and blue. More importantly, blue. This is going to have a big bearing on the leaderboard, but the surfer in white is Giada Gonzalez, weaving down the line. First wave was just huge. She's picked herself another ripper wave here, and just the line she's drawing on this clean green face is undeniably good. Tidy slap in the pocket. Wrap around there. Look how smooth and clean and green this wave is. Out she goes. Job well done. Meanwhile, Rita Suzuki. Oh, wow. This time does pull off the high-speed down carve. Even with a little bit of lip on the head. Does a great job to make that. And green now coming into play as well. Woo-hoo. Wave to the crowd and a little bit of an untimely dismount. Kind of looks like that might have hurt, but a three-way exchange then, Chris. Green, red, and first of all, Giada Gonzalez. You wait till you see the replay of this wave.
Okay, last score in for Madison Parker of 4.67 for the big closeout bash.
Yep, well, it was a lot of average stuff up until that point. You know, a lot of cruisy work, so probably got a fair chunk of points. I think it's just dropped in at a 5.4 even. Have a look at this, though. This is the wave that's really going to count. This is, I think, going to drop in as the best score, because you can see the first turn she's just pulled off there. You watch this. Some nice rail turns again. This next move is, for me, the better turn.
Oof.
Boom. 5 strong turns. I reckon we're going to see a new wave of. That was really sick. She's got some, when she doesn't mess around, when she does a turn, it's done flat out with a lot of power and commitment.
Okay, the last score for Madison Parker has now dropped in. That was the 5.4.
Yep.
And we're still waiting on the last
this will
score
be huge.
for Giada.
This will be well into the 7s, I'm tipping. Giada, it's got to be better than a first. Anyway, she's going to have a huge lead. The judges are probably debating it. It's that good. They're probably having a second and third look at it themselves. They'll be squaring it off against that first ride. There was a lot more going on that wave. She rivaled some of the moves she did on a first ride for the 6.67 and backed it up with a couple more handy moves. I'm thinking maybe even 8s. All right. Boys are taking their time with it, so there must be some debate.
Six and a half minutes to go. It's about to become a bit of a two-horse race.
Yeah, for sure.
Last score for red just dropped in at a 2.43.
Hang on, whites didn't go anywhere near her for last wave.
And there it is, last score for Giada Gonzalez.
My bad, really.
5.73.
Okay. Maybe I saw something that wasn't there. Maybe I've got sunstroke. Anyway, that's kind of a bit baffling for me. I thought she killed it. So the judges are still hanging all her points really on that second turn of her first wave. Wow, I'm well off the mark there. Apologies. Either way, she does have a strong lead. 7 is a big number for Madison to track down to overhaul her. And more importantly, the other girls probably just about need to double their their totals to get anywhere near Gonzalez for the win or Parker.
Yeah, so this is where, occasionally at all levels of surfing, you see a discrepancy between what the commentators think and what the score ends up being. The judges are always sitting in prime position right in front of the wave. They can see the wave with their own eyes from start to finish. They get a feel for the wave. They write down a score based on that kind of feeling, and then they start watching the replays. Once you start watching replays, you can sort of convince yourself of a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we get to see it once pretty much.
And occasionally for us, it means we might throw the judges under the bus.
Well, I still really liked it. I'm still going to go with. I still thought it was the best wave, even though it didn't factor out that way. There was a lot to like. So Jania, either way, I think you're going to be having a chat with her at the end of this heat. Ask her which wave she thought was the best wave. We probably can't do that, but anyway. She's dead set shredder, and if she continues on this form, I think we're going to be. We better get the pronunciation of her name correct as well, because I think we're going to be saying it a few more times.
Yep, Jania Gonzalez, that much I've got, and then Extabari Basque is an incredibly complex language that doesn't relate how it is written versus how it's pronounced. Is two different languages, and. Yeah, I mean, I will follow up with Jania. She probably speaks Spanish, French, and English. She probably speaks all three better than I do, as well as Basque. So
here's the youngster in the green.
From Jania. Here goes Dia.
Oh, and she's got some fans down here. I can hear them in the athlete area. We're hooting and carrying on. That's her better ride. You can see a little bit of inexperience there in the green rash vest, but hell, it's a learning curve, and one way to get better is to be here and mix it up and be involved, and win, lose or draw. It's a learning curve. So good on you, youngster, for having a go.
So going back to Jania, surfing for the Basque Country, which is the red, green and white flag. It's like a red, green and white it looks quite similar to the Union Jack if you were to change the colours around and throw some green in the mix. And the same way that we see surfers surfing for Hawaii, we do the same with the Basque Country, even though Jania would probably be Spanish. Basque Country does extend into France a little bit, but generally, if you surf under the Basque flag, say Aritz Aramburu was the first Basque surfer to qualify for the World Tour, and Quicksilver gave him his own pair of Basque flag board shorts that looked so cool for his first few years on tour. But you would imagine that Jania would be trying to qualify for the Olympics to surf for Spain, the same way that, say, John Florence surfs on the WSL for Hawaii, but then at the Olympics will surf for the USA.
Well, a long but accurate explanation of all that. So either way, I think we're going to be definitely hearing Jania's name mentioned a few more times throughout the women's round. Dynamic performance. 2 best scores of the heat. Really caught my attention with her technique and the use of the rails. Very little downtime between moves. Really opened up with a big statement with that second move of wave 1. How's the drone footage? Look at the reef. It's looking like, and that's with a bit of tide on it as well.
It always looks treacherous from above, doesn't it?
Sure,
looks treacherous from up close as well.
Sure, there's some fins in there somewhere, and a lot of donated skin. I'll tell you something funny about a fin. What's his name? Lacey in that heat earlier, the men's round, that had a bit of a shocker and then got a barrel at the end. And let me have a little look. I'll find his name here. It was pretty funny. Jack Reagan. Jack had a shocker, right? He had 7 waves that were no higher than a 133 and then got a little barrel. And I said, oh, Jack, at least you got the barrel at the end when I saw him in the athletes area. He said, dude, check my board. I knocked the fin out and didn't even know. He said, no wonder why I was doing some bizarre stuff. He was doing these crazy Larry laybacks and nothing was working for him. And then a little bit of a twin fin barrel was the highlight of his heat, but he did lose a fin.
Here goes Rita Suzuki. She needs a 6.2, so she can't afford to hold back. 1 minute remaining. Oh, that was a good turn. Madison Parker would be watching this one from behind, seeing sheets of spray going skyward with every hit at the lip. Another strong turn. This wave continues to run. It's got great pace. Rita Suzuki a little bit held up. She wants to just keep going at it. She
yes.
needs to milk every last fraction of a point. She's tasting a 6.2, which would be the second best wave of the heat so far. Not sure it had the size that would really help bring that score up. Definitely had plenty of turns. Looked pretty fluent, looked pretty stylish, had the flow.
So
What are
that's
your
got
thoughts?
that's got to be better than White's last wave, is what they're saying. To get the 6.2, it's got to be better than hers. So they're going to have another look at this, and we'll see it again shortly. There was a turn as about a second or third move that looked really strong.
It was big to start off with.
All right, so let's just have another look again. We need a 6.2 out of this. That was a little under the lip line. This is kind of a bit of a setup kind of carve move. This was a really good move.
Oh.
All right, so lots of chook feathers there and some good timing. The judges are now going to give us their thoughts shortly, but it's got to be better than Jania's. And Jania's, I thought, was a bit undercooked. So let's just see where they go with this number, because they're probably going to have to be fair and match it up against Jania's. Was it better than hers? I really like Jania's. I think there was a lot of surfing done on that wave. I think it has to be kind of less than Jania's second wave. But I guess they've got something to think about here, because it was still a well-structured wave. There's a lot of it. I'm not convinced she gets the number, though. Chris, is what? I'll just put my neck on the chopping block again, and let's see whether I get my head decapitated.
Next heat's on hold. That's Giada, Lagati, Anari Matsuno, Malia Ward, and Akalia Tutu Praja Wasita. We are all looking at the scoreboard right now. Rita Suzuki is chasing a 6.2. The judges are taking their sweet time over this one. They want to get it right, because it's a
big decision right here.
They have Madison Parker's fate in their hands right now.
They sure do. Either way, you're going to be having a chat with Jania Gonzalez, so that'll be good. Ask her a few questions about how she got here and what she's been doing to look that strong. That's insane surfing. All right, the waiting game continues. They're still having probably a second and third look at this wave. They might even be bringing up White's wave to go. It needs to be better than White's second wave to get the 6.2. I imagine there's some fairly robust discussions regarding this ride. Rita did a lot of surfing on the wave. Here's the wave again. So indeed they are still stuck in that grey area of where this score drops. First two turns were nice, but not majors. This was a really good turn, probably one of her best turns on the wave. Another high-speed manoeuvre. Another sort of crack that was done sort of out on the face a little. Anyway, she'll be happy with the performance. The judges go just over the requirement, and they drop in at a 6.4, so she gets the chocolates. Rita Suzuki deemed to be better than the second wave of White. Either way, that's the way that dropped. Congratulations, young lady. Commiserations, Madison Parker, Maddie. But either way, the win was clear cut for me. Big, strong performance from Jania.
Yep, so Madison Parker, she was leading when the horn, or coming in second and progressing when the horn went, but unfortunately a few minutes later, that's not to be. We're going to roll on into Heat 3 now. Giada Lagati, Anari Matsuno, Malia Ward, and Arkalia Tutu Prajawasita. We might just be throwing to a quick little ad break first. All right, we are going to an ad break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the crew.
results from the last heat. Rita went to second. Gonzalez took it out. Well, the heat is on. The heat has started. I think we're live. I think we are live. Not yet. So Georgie May Hicks, is that right?
Yes.
All right, we are in fact live. So that took a little while to work that one out. 3 minutes in. We are watching Heat 3, the round of 80, the women's side of the draw. You can see Giada Lagarde is leading the charge in the red rashi. Unri Matsuno from Japan is in blue. Malia Ward is the surfer in white. And, oh, wow, we've got a real tongue twister there. So, give me a hand with this, Georgie. What do we make of that?
Oh, this is Archella. Yeah, she's from Bali.
Okay, all right. So, I'm going to welcome in Georgie May Hicks to talk us through a couple of heats. Georgie, welcome to the booth.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Excited to be here and to be doing a bit more commentary in Krui. Amazing venue. So, yeah.
Here we are. I'm Mark Cliff. This is Georgie. Don't get us wrong. Hey, listen, give us your thoughts so far on your campaign here at Krui.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing event. We have pumping waves, especially for the women's draw today, which is unreal, and it's such a beautiful place. I'm on tomorrow in round 2, and I'm also in the Pro Junior 2, so yeah, just a really great opportunity in such a great location. So I'm so excited to see some of the waves being ridden and some of the crazy scores. It's been a good day so far of competition, and this next heat, there's some names in it, so I'm excited.
Well, there is. It's another one, another pretty strong 4-person matchup. I'm going to ask you a few more questions about yourself in a moment. Let's just see whether Giada or Malia. What do you know about Malia? Tell us about this young lady.
I think I've met Malia a few times at the opening ceremony yesterday. She's got a nice, stylish backside to her, just grooving it down this wave.
Oh, thought about it.
Yeah, thought about it.
You're right. Keep going. We'll stay with this heat, with this wave as well, because this is live action. This is Giada, so our fellow commentator. So Giada facing the wave, screaming down the line. She's picked a ripper, and here's a big opportunity to score it. Oh my goodness! Giada just leaned into that turn and threw a whole lot of spray and rail, and this is going to be a big number. Still going down the line, and as you were saying, that the waves for the women's round have just really lit up. That offshore's groomed it to perfection. And how was that thing Giada caught?
Giada is a close friend of mine. We share the same coach, Ivan, Elite Surf Coaching, and she is a powerhouse. She is such a great surfer, such a great competitor, and a good friend too. But that wave was...
That was sick.
It's
going to be a huge score. We will throw down to Chris Binns with the winner of the last heat and then get back to those numbers. Over to you, Chris.
All right, thank you very much, team. Having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Janira Gonzalez. And congratulations on the win. Waves are kind of firing right now.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, waves are pumping. It's so fun, and almost all the waves are perfect, so it's so fun to compete like this.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. You're Spanish from the Basque Country?
Yeah, I'm from the Basque Country. I came here with my sister to enjoy and to surf these perfect waves, because right now at home it's flat, so yeah, to train.
And the Basque Country, famously home to one of the best lefts in the world at Mundaka, but you were saying you don't surf there too much, even as a goofy footer.
I know I should surf it, but it's so crowded and you kind of stay 3 hours in the water and don't take any waves. So those days I prefer to surf other spots and just train and have more waves and more fun.
Still pretty chilly at home in Europe at the moment. What's it like to come over here and lose your wetsuit and surf a left-handed point break with no one else around?
I think it's that the reason. Well, right now at home it's warm, but here it's warmer. And here there's waves. At home it's so flat, it looks like a swimming pool. So yeah, just train, try these waves and enjoy with my sister.
Yeah, so you're traveling with your sister?
yeah, she's competing as well.
And did you get here early to surf up and down the coast, or have you just been surfing out the front the whole time?
Well, we arrived like 3 days ago, so it was so big, and we surfed a couple of more spots. But yeah, here we try, because it's our first time here.
First time to Indonesia or first time to Krui?
First time Krui.
Okay, well, yeah, you look fantastic. You got that one really high-scoring wave. Run us through it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in these perfect waves, it's so easy to make a good one. So yeah, we are not used to surf with so perfect waves like compete, so it's so fun.
You guys have had a day and a half to wait until your heats got underway. Was it hard to sort of calm the nerves that whole time and fire up when you did get in the water?
Yeah, we were chilling with our team and have fun and surf early in the morning and yesterday like in the last hour. So yeah, just have fun, chill, and I don't know.
What's the plan now? Do you surf again today or just go get a massage and relax?
I think we were surf like in the last hour after the contest. Yeah, we have to. It's perfect.
All right, well, congratulations. That was a great performance. Shout out to anyone back home in Spanish or Basque.
Bueno, a mí esker etxeko dane, azkenean hori hau dena zuen gati da, and I just want to thank you, Nala, for being my caddy.
There you go. Couldn't have said it better myself. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Righto, Chris. Now I know who Jania is, and I can put a face to the name, so that's cool as winner of the heat number 2 right there. But meanwhile, winning heat 1, enlighten us onto that number of Giadas.
Yeah, 7.5 for Giada. It was just speed, power, and flow. I mean, just really nice carves. She surfed it to the wave's pace, and I think that's really difficult to do at this wave because you feel like you have to keep racing it. But here's a replay of her wave.
Yep. This second move, she just leaned into this thing so heavy and helped herself to every ounce of speed and the wave face. It took her a while to get there, but when she did, boy oh boy, she made it count. Look at that.
Huge.
Yep, huge. It's about the only best way to describe that. In one word, huge.
Comes around the section, hits it again.
Yep.
She just surfed this wave so nicely, connecting all of her turns together. She just arrived from El Salvador, and she looks like she's been surfing this wave every single day.
Well, she was here with us last year. It didn't go to plan for her here last year. She did really well at NIAS. So she's, been living in the Indo Islands for pretty much all her life, and as you can see, it pays off. She's well acclimatised. She's been pulling the Rashi on for quite a while, and sitting here watching heats and calling heats, it's a huge learning curve in itself, and I believe you've been doing a little bit of this yourself. Do you enjoy it?
I love competing, yeah.
Oh, do you enjoy sitting here and watching and talking?
These are the commentary. Oh, I love commentating. Yeah, it's so much fun. I love talking, so there you go. And talking about one of my biggest passions. And yeah, it's just interesting to sit behind the booth and kind of analyze the waves further. And yeah,
it's a really good way to see how many ways a heat can be won or lost, and the mistakes that get made quite easily. And it is, something I would recommend for anybody that would perhaps want to be a serious comp surfer, and you want a bit more intel into numbers, and because all we do is watch scores drop all day long, performances, scores, see most waves twice, via the replays. So it really drives home the importance of surfing to the criteria and wave selection and all those little main parts of being a good competitor.
Exactly, and then you get to see all the other competitors.
Well, here goes Blue. We'll stay with Blue and we'll get back to that chat because I enjoy this chat. Whoa, just about bottomed out and went under the reef. That thing really lost all its form. So a pity for our surfer in Blue. But back to that chat. When I started working on events probably 30 years ago, Georgie, and you weren't even a human back then, but and I started doing events. At first I found it really hard because I was going to great locations knowing I'm not going to surf at all that day, and it was like it itched away at me, and I had some sleepless moments. But then I realised, you know what, my work days are going to a beach, talking surfing, meeting cool people, having the odd surf myself. I'm not on the end of a shovel digging holes or laying bricks or anything silly like that, and once I accept they're my work days, I love it. It's so good.
No, there's so many, I feel like there's so many different angles in the surfing world and as a sport, and that's what makes it so interesting and so fun to be a part of. Like Giada, she's a high-level competitor and also a commentator as well, which is super cool.
So she can come to events and also make an earn on the side and surf heats, and the people you meet along the way, it's you make friends for life at surf comps. Some of the cool crew you meet, we're lucky as surfers doing what we do. and then everyone's kind of on the same mindset, and we meet people that are like us but from other countries and have the passion and similar, the most similar interest. You have a couple of frosties at the end of a day and talk it up again, and by the end of it you got a whole bunch of new friends.
Exactly. No, that's also I think why surfing is so addictive, is because it connects people from all around the world, people you don't usually ever get to meet, and yeah, it's unbelievable.
So tell me a bit more about yourself, Georgie. You live in Bali, yeah? How long have you done that?
I've lived in Bali for 10 years now. I grew up in Sydney, but I represent England.
That's a full Nazi channel. That's a bit of everything.
It is, yeah. Both my parents are English, and yeah, represent England, living in Bali. So,
Wow.
yeah, living the dream.
Yeah, good on you. 10 years you've been doing that.
Yeah. Just recently started, well, about a year, 2 years ago, started representing England and going to the ISAs and going over there for nationals, which has been super fun, and, surfing all the waves with the 4-3s and the boots and the gloves and all that.
How much does that suck?
Oh.
Life's better in boardies. Life is better in boardies
Exactly.
and bikinis, and leave the wetsuits to those other regions. Here we go. Take us through Malia's wave here.
Here we go, up and riding. Malia's got a super stylish backside to her. Oh, that,
Ooh.
oh.
That hurt.
Oh, yeah. Got to be careful here with the shallow reef. Looks like Giada looking at this one. This is a bomb.
Sure is. Wave number 2 for Giada. So let's just see what she could string together here. Firstly, she's got a ton of speed. This is a good way to kick off a wave. Does need to get to some clean green area to score. Here comes a first opportunity. Yep, okay, so there's some runs on the board here. Nice little wrap just to stay engaged in the wave, looking further down the line. She decides to stay with it. Another little flat cuddy out there in caddy corner. Things get pretty burgery. You may have to flick off here. Yep, get off. Did you like it? What do you reckon?
I thought her 7.5 is
Oh,
probably
way better.
a little bit better for sure, but that wave some of the waves out here just seem to really bowl up, and by the time you get to it, it kind of fats out, but yeah, you can see I was just waiting for her to lay down something huge. It was a really nice first turn, but she wasn't really able to kind of, I think she thought the section would stand up a bit more, but yeah, just S-ing her way through the turn, looking for that backup score. I mean, with a 7.5 and this, she'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, I think this will be the second best number of the heat. So
For sure.
She will totally extend the lead here. So decision was well warranted taking that wave, because I'm pretty confident. Second best score about to drop in. So if that was a 7.5, it's just about close to 4 points. Oh, just over 4. There we go. Second best wave indeed for Giada. So a healthy lead now. Everyone else playing catch up. Back to the Georgie May story. How old are you?
I'm 17, just turned 17.
Super pup, super grom.
Yeah.
All right, and who are you hanging out with this week?
This week I'm with my coach, Ivan from Elite Surf Coaching. Like I said, also Giada's coach. I usually travel with my dad and my family, but not this time. And yeah, just with the crew from Bali, it's so nice to see a big crew here. This is a big event for us all living in Bali, so we were just so stoked to come over and surf. And I haven't been here before, and I've loved it. So fun.
Not travelling with mumsy or dadsy, do you find that frees you up a little bit and just clear mind space instead, without having the pressure perhaps of mum and dad being at an event? Or do you prefer travelling just with Giada and Ivan, or don't mind either or either?
I don't mind. My dad is like the best non-surfer coach.
You're winning some big points here.
Yeah, no. So yeah, I don't mind. It's been so much fun just hanging with everyone, whether it's with my parents or not. And yeah, you just make so many new friends that become family, and you see each other at new events and all of that. So I've been doing the QS for about just a year, 2 years now, and I've loved it so far, and getting to travel the world and new experiences and new waves and new people. And I mean, there's been places I thought never had waves, and there was a contest on, and it was so sick. So yeah, I've loved it so far.
All right, and so Dad doesn't surf. How did you get into it?
Oh, to be honest with you, I moved to Bali and,
There's
you know,
waves everywhere.
everywhere.
It's a no-brainer,
And
alright.
my friends were surfing. I was a big skateboarder. I loved
alright.
playing all the sports, huge tomboy, and kind of just got into it. And I've always been very competitive. So I was like, okay, this is for me. And I also love being in the ocean too. So
Yep. And when did you get here?
I got here about 4 days ago, I would say, from Bali.
All right, so you've had our first couple of swells for the season of sort of, this is the back end of the second bump of the season. Did you make the most of that first little hit?
Yeah, I tried to. I mean, it's pretty tough with every single competitor out there trying to get a wave, but I wasn't here last year because I was in El Salvador for the ISAs, but I heard last year was maxing out.
It was, last year, that's right. Last year was too much swell. The year before was just, as good as I've seen this
Oh,
wave.
really?
Out of the four goes at it. It was just prime size. It was reeling from up the back. I've seen a guy get 4 tubes on a wave out here one morning.
4?
Four, yeah. Before the event started one morning during a free surf. And, you know, this place, when the angle in the direction gets it exactly spot on and just a nice small to medium swell rolls through, or even a medium push, it is, you know, a super long A-grade Indo left-hand point. It's just about that direction. You don't need a big swell. You just need the degrees to be right, and it just goes nuts.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to see some, you know, we've seen some insane waves since we've been here already. They're tipping the weekend, though, with this another little push coming in the direction. I think there's a lot to look forward to for the finals end of this campaign. I reckon stand by for the weekend, everybody.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. We have some of the world's best surfers from Australia and all over Asia too. So
now, Japanese surfers, we've had this chat this morning with, I think, Chris or one of the other announcers. A lot of good Japanese surfers attending the QS events. This is part of the Asian region, so a lot of the Japanese are contesting here, and last year as well really made me stand up and take notice of the level and quality of the female Japanese surfers. Matter of time, won't be long before we see one of them on the CT. Would you agree?
Oh, one of them, all of them. They are surfing so well, and they're such nice girls too. They all kind of travel together, and they're all friends, and I see them all at all the different stops, and they absolutely rip. And they're super progressive as well. I mean, I had a heat with one of them in the Philippines, and she was throwing air revs in the heat, and I was like, oh my God, yeah, they are unreal.
And that's the next realm of women's surfing, surely. I mean, there's a lot of youngsters coming through that are boosting airs, and it won't be long before that translates right into the Rash Fest kind of side of life, into the CT side of life, and it won't be long before that has to be part of your act, or forget being a pro surfer. It's creeping in big time in the women's surfing.
Oh, definitely. I think that gap between men's and the women's is just getting smaller and smaller, and yeah, you gotta barrels, turns, airs, complete surfing. Here we go, white up and riding. Just few calves there in the pocket. Sometimes some of these smaller ones actually just stand up and jack up on the inside, but I don't think this one is. She's just milking it, trying to make the most out of it, sitting in second.
Only got a burn off at 2.4, so I think that's probably happened. Got a pretty cruisy, relaxed style, this one.
Yeah.
Award. Okay, what about you? Just being a skater chick, and you're on a surfboard. Do you throw down airs? Obviously. Hey?
Well, I mean, not that good at skating, but no, I'm not really doing airs at the moment. I would love to in the future, definitely. Yeah, that's my answer there.
All right, stand by.
Stand by.
Watch this space, the space above the lip. Here we go. Oh, Giada. Oh. Okay, well, a bit of a face plant, but a great heat for Giada. This will have her coming back in full of confidence. She was a little nervous watching for so many days and calling so many heats and not being able to touch it with the Rashi on. So she's definitely made her first opportunity count right from wave one, out of the com box into a dynamic 7.5, highlight of the heat. Take us through this wave of blue.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Oh, blue up and riding. She just looks like she's just on good waves, but catching rail, slipping off. Yeah, you can see she's a bit frustrated there, but it's all right. get back out there. 3 minutes to go. There's so many waves coming through.
Is she a little injured? No, just dented.
Sometimes the nerves in competition can make
Oh,
your
man.
eggs like spaghetti. So
You know what it's like. You pull the rashy on. Everyone is nervous. As you get older, it's easier to control the nerves or perhaps not feel them. As juniors, every junior gets that nervous before the start of a heat. I'm sure you do too.
definitely.
It's just it comes with time and practice and learning how to control those nerves and use them in a good way. But until you get that first wave and finish that first wave, the butterflies are doing laps around the stomach. It's pretty intense feeling.
For sure, and I think that's why it's such an addictive feeling, because you get that over and over and over and over. I mean, I hear Stephanie Gilmore still saying, I still get nervous, and that's why she's still doing it.
Okay, let's have a look at green now. So our Indonesian surfer out of where? Which part of Indonesia? Ooh.
Bali, I think me and Archer are in the same board riders club, Legian board riders, back home in Bali. So I think this is her first QS, so props to her. Pretty cool first QS in Krui, I must say.
So you're part of the Padma tribe?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I am.
It's strange the way they had to change that name to Legian board riders, but
Oh yeah, I
that
think they've
is
just
what it is.
taken over more of
think it's-
all the stretch of
I
beach.
think it's more political correctness coming in. Once our Liga started up, all that, people had to, stick with a region name, not so much a street name.
Yeah.
Anyway. It's all pretty cool. You've been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed meeting you, Georgie. What round and what heat do you come up in this side of the draw?
I'm pretty sure I'm round 2, first heat tomorrow, and I'm also in the juniors too, which has been on standby for a few days, but I have a feeling it'll be on suit.
So you're up against Nanaho and Freya once the Open Women's kick off. If that should be first or second heat or whatever tomorrow, but I see your name there. All right, who do you reckon is the biggest threat in the women's draw? There's a lot of good names there.
Ooh.
Give me one. There's a lot of names. Did I see Sierra Kerr here?
Oh, yes, Sierra's here. She's going to be, I think, just the juniors. I mean, they are Sierra Kerr, Willow Hardy.
Hello, good one. Thank you for that. I'm a
Yeah,
West Aussie. Thank you.
WA. I noted that. No, Willow's great. We're good friends. She's lovely. But no, I actually can't even pin down one name. You're not ever going to have a heat where it's like, oh, we've got to get through. No, it's
The
stacked.
favourites don't always win, do they? That's surfing.
Sometimes, yeah, exactly.
All right, well, there is a lot to look forward to in the women's side of the draw. We've only seen 3 heats out of 8 that are going to run here today. We're calling this the round of 80, everybody. Giada Lagarde has blown the door apart and really stamped her authority on this first placing with the 7.50 straight off the bat. I'm going to go down and have an interview with her shortly. I'm going to shake your hand, Georgie. Thanks for meeting and spending some time in here with us. I can see a seat coming up for you and some more heats if you don't mind as we go through our week.
I would love that.
It gives us a nice break, and it's always good to meet some new crew. We are going to throw down to an ad break, and we'll come back shortly with Billy in here with you. Woohoo!
Okay, welcome back everyone. We are live and we are into heat number 4 of the women's round of 80. My name's Billy. I am joined here by Georgia May. How's it going?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. You enjoying your time?
Oh, loving it. Always love my time in the commentary booth.
All right. Well, why don't you tell the viewers at home who's in this heat?
Okay, so it looks like we have Madison. Oh, I'm gonna butcher some names. Madison Poole.
Poole, yep.
Hinako Kurokawa,
Perfect.
Jade Magine, and Kira Pinkerton from the USA.
Beautiful, I love it. I missed that last heat as we watched. This is Kira going down the line.
Whack.
Yeah, a couple of handy hits there. She makes that almost. Wow, coming out. A bit of action early in the heat. And this is your girl, Madison Poole.
Here we go, Madison up and riding. Just trying to, some of these waves are so hard when it's really chattery and white on the face, but she did well. And Kira, I think she got a nice first wave to begin with. A quick start in these 25-minute heats.
Yeah, it's important. What are we, 3 minutes into it and a lot of waves ridden already. Here's a bit of a replay. This is Madison. So nice, relaxed sort of a turn to start things off with. And another one pushes a little bit more. And finding a way through this bit of a snowboard looking wave. Lots of white stuff on the face. Deals with the bumps and bumps pretty well though. So well done, Madison Poole. We'll see those scores drop in a little while. Meanwhile, everyone's staying super busy. This is Jade Magnion. Is that how we pronounce it?
I think so.
Magnion. That's the way we'll go. She's surfing out of France.
Really nice drop here for Jade. Ooh.
Almost got a little cover up there, didn't she?
Yeah. I love how she's super low on her backside.
Yep.
Super nice. She's got a really nice bottom turn. Just S-ing her way through. This wave not really giving her much. Like in the last heat we saw Giada's first wave, a 7.5. That wave was a classic Krui, just all the way. Lots of high lining speed and lots of turns, and the judges rewarded her well.
Right, Gia Lagarde taking out that heat number 3. That's good to see. It means we're going to see a little bit more of Georgie May in the commentary booth. Let's have a look at this. Now, when was the last time I saw you? Maybe the Grand Patrol.
Yes.
At Kuta last year. You took that out, didn't you?
I did,
You
yeah.
did. That
I
was
did
a
it
great
tiny
day.
halfway.
That's right. Well, you got to win them in the big stuff and the small
sure.
stuff. So good on you. That was the first time I'd seen you surf. So nice and strong. How's the old man?
He's good. Yeah, he's very good. He's not here at the moment. He's in Oz at the moment, but yeah, he's well. That was a fun event. That was my last Grand Patrol, and I've always loved doing them and all the Grom contests in Bali. And Bali is, thanks to ASC and Tippy and all the Liga and the board riding contests, it really allows a platform for the Groms to grow up and surf and compete.
That's right. We want to create a pathway for a young surfer, the youngest you can be, 8 years old or whatever, competing. If you do have aspirations to go onto the Pro Tour, that pathway is open now. Rio has stepped his feet well and truly into the professional surfing ranks. And, if young kids can look at him and go, all right, that's what I have to do to get there. A lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, a lot of negating the pitfalls of being a professional surfer in Bali, but it's possible. So, you're right. Hats off to all the staff at the ASC for providing that pathway. All right, it is Kira Pinkerton out to a strong start. 5, 6, 7 is a heat total. Not sure if that's made up by a couple of waves, but we'll wait once the scoring tablet opens up there. Madison Poole coming in second, and just under that, nothing changing. Yep, Hanako Kurokawa, a surfer in blue from Japan. Yeah, I'll say there are a couple of scores to drop. So we saw our surf France on one, didn't we?
Yes.
Yep.
That was a busy first start to the heat there.
Opening with a flurry, it's good to see. Tell you what, the women have produced in this round of 80. Excitement straight from the get-go. Did you catch Charlie Hartley's first heat?
I didn't. I was actually on the way here to be sitting here, but apparently the scores were huge.
She got an 8. Never seen her surf before, and super impressed.
Wow. Yeah, no, the women definitely for this event with these conditions, the women are it's gonna be a show. So
they're gonna give it all.
Exactly. Stay tuned.
How many times to Krui now for you?
This is my first time.
First time ever? Okay.
First time ever, and I've absolutely loved it.
It's a bit of a ride, isn't it?
It's so much fun. There's so many waves, and the people are lovely. The food's great, and this is an amazing spot, especially for a QS, which is unreal.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hike from Bali, but most of the good places are a bit of a hike. It's worth going that extra 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours a day to get to good places around Indo. The dream is still alive out there, folks. If you don't mind sleeping in a tent, not having cold beer, and sleeping under mosquito net, no aircon, it's still out there. Well, we'll continue with the updates from heat number 4 of the round of 80. But right now we're going to cross down to Mark Cliff for the post-heat interview.
Righto, here we are, team, down in the athlete area with winner of the last heat. So from one commentator to another, Giada Lagarde. That was a pretty well-served heat. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling super good. The waves are insane out there. I just didn't want the heat to end. I wanted one more good one.
Let's talk about the good one you got. That was a ripper wave leaning into that second turn. That must have felt so good. It looked unreal on the monitor.
Yeah, this wave has so much wall to it, so it just really feels like you can, put the rail in and you can use your power because it just comes back right at you. So, yeah, that first wave felt really good. I knew what I was looking for. I was like, I've been seeing it all day in front of the camera, and I finally got the chance to catch one.
Yeah, well, sitting there for 2 days watching and no touching, you finally got a crack at it. And, how good is it competing on a long reef like that, and you're a goofy footer and it's ticking all the boxes, yeah?
Yeah, I definitely felt like I was back at home. It felt like COVID times out at Ulu's at racetracks. But yeah, this is one of my favorite waves in the world, and it's just so rippable. I'd love to take my twinny out here one time, actually. But unfortunately, I couldn't bring it this time.
All right, you could always take your back fin out.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll do that, a 2+1 maybe.
All right, well, listen, I've got one of your biggest fans right here with me. Her name is Lani. She's from Lani's just down the road. She's got a question for you. What's your question, Lani?
How do you rate Krui from 1 to 10?
100.
100! It's 10 times the best. All right, well, that was very cool. Thank you, Giada. Thank you, Lani. Back to the boys in the booth. Cheers, guys.
Well, thanks very much, Mark. There's one boy and one girl. Georgie May, how cute is Lani?
She's very cute. Very good question and very good answer from Giada.
100, yeah. That is Dino's young girl. She's down there at Lani's restaurant. We'll be down there for a few refreshments after the call today. How old are you, Georgia May?
I just turned 17.
17. So Dino's been surfing this place for 18 years.
Oh, okay. Wow.
As longer than you've been alive. Imagine it back then, 18 years ago.
No one out.
Hanako now on her backhand. This is wave number 2 for this young lady from Japan. That's a pretty good backhand attack. A little bit lateral. That one swings it around a bit more and she completes it, which is super important. But our surfer in blue, her second wave, she's opening with a 3.10. The best of it has been Kira with a 5. And Madison Poole following up with a 4. So wait till that score tablet expands a little bit, and we'll have a look at the state of play for this heat number 4.
Yeah, I liked this wave. I liked that from each maneuver there was no pumping in between. It was one to the next. I think she was looking to open up a bit more, but yeah, just nice wave there for blue.
Madison Poole now having a look at this one. She does have priority. Ooh. She's got to go on this one. She's shown intent. She drops over the edge, straight over to the shoulder, and a bit of a wrapping cutback to the power source. That one's had a bit more back foot in it, and that's enough for her. She 2, and I'm done. That wave must have been filling up full of water. So Madison Poole, that is her second wave. We'll see what the judges make of all that. 13 and 45 to go. I was let's just have a look at Little Red's replay here. Drops down with the white water. Handled it really well. Maybe could have got a bit tighter on that first turn.
I like this turn.
The second one was a good one. And then just the flick out after that. Speaking to a couple of old blokes at Lani's yesterday, Dino. The first reported surfer here was around the Jim Banks era, 1982. I think the first boat sailed around here and started exploring the waves. So, You know, there was definitely no aircon then. There was no cold beer. There was no nothing. But definitely the exploration gets rewarded around this part of the world. So if you're feeling adventurous, pack up your motorbike, pack up your kajang, and go on the search. Now, who's this gentleman that's just walked in the commentary booth?
This is my coach, Ivan, from Elite Surf Coaching.
Yes.
And he's actually Giada's coach as well. So I train a lot with Giada, and yeah, I'm traveling with him too. So it's been so much fun so far.
Nice one. He's been checking out the conditions today and the high scoring waves. No doubt you'll have a debrief this afternoon. Is that usually what happens?
For sure. And I had a bit of a surf today, so video analysis, all that stuff.
Nice one. Nice one. Good to see the coaches around Bali, some expats giving back, which is good, and helping out with that pre-mentioned pathway. Now, what about you? We've got 12 minutes left in this one. Let's have a look at Hanako. She is currently in the lead with that 4.60 and a 3.1. Not much of a requirement from Madison, a 3.71. And Kira down there, 2.17 to advance. And not much more to get into the lead. And Jade down the bottom there, just that one solitary wave, a 3.33. Very attainable scores here. Now it's around the 11.5 minute mark. Look at the pods of dolphins out the back. It's pretty sick.
Wow.
Beautiful, pristine conditions here. Now,
wow.
What do you
That's amazing.
yeah, that's super cool. What do you do now if you're, say, in Kira's position? Do you start to panic a little bit? Do you stick to the game plan? What would your Aman say to you now?
Well, Kira is in first priority. She has a 5, which is the highest scoring wave of the heat, and Kira is a really good surfer. So I think right now she'll be sitting with priority and waiting for a good wave with, there's still time to go. But yeah, obviously there's a little bit of nerves when you're in first priority. You feel like, I've got to pick the right one. I mean, she only needs a 2.17, which is definitely very attainable for Kira.
Yeah, you just got to stand up, do a bit of a wiggle, make it down, maybe another wiggle. There's your 2.17. Yeah, so you just believe in yourself and stick to the game plan. I agree with that. Yeah, we went for a little surf down at a wave down here the other day. And as we're walking back on the beach, there was a bunch of local fishermen with a big basket of fish, a couple of massive mahi-mahis. So the wildlife around here, very healthy. This is our surfer in red, Madison Pool.
Doesn't that look like a wall at Ulus?
It does.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
At racetracks.
Yeah, only affording that one turn for Madison, but she'll get out the back. Plenty of time to reset. Just under 10 minutes remaining in heat number 4.
Here we go. Kira up and riding. Huge first turn in the pocket, throwing buckets out the back. Second one, she's already got that score that she needs. She'll just be looking to finish this off. Not quite run away from her, but how are those first 2 turns?
Ripper, have a look at this one. It's our surfer in blue, and that is Hanako. Current heat leader, looking to ditch that 3.10. It's a bit of a full wave, bit of froth on the face, and not really allowing to get tight into that pocket where the points are rewarded. So it's reset time for Hanako 2. Yeah, here goes. Here's a replay of that wave. Really nice high line to get a bit of speed. A nice deep bottom turn, and backed up by that. I was actually looking at stats before. They are really impressive turns. Good call, Georgia May.
That'll be a huge score. Judges are loving the power, especially on these big open face walls. So I reckon, obviously, that'll definitely get her into first position. It'll be a high score, I think.
Yeah, I'm liking the act from Hanako. Just needs to get a decent set wave where it could allow her to open up the arms and release those fins a little bit. Currently with that 3.10, she's looking to torch. And we're still waiting on that score from Kira. Already got a 5. You calling up or down?
definitely up.
Well, definitely up. The thumbs up. And
Here we
look at that.
go.
It's a massive thumbs up. A 3-point thumbs up, if you don't mind. That is the second excellent ride we've seen today in the draw of 80 women surfers. Super effort, that.
8-point ride. Only 2 turns, but she produced the most out of it. She stood up, high line, got the most amount of speed she could, and just absolutely went off on the first 2 turns. So definitely well rewarded for Kira Pinkerton.
Well, it is quality, not quantity, that the judges are rewarding. That's the second 8 we've seen in the space of 4 heats. So the girls putting it on the line. Those requirements have really jacked up now. That last wave of Hanako's came in at a 4.60. So, or it could be the 3.23. Anyway, regardless, her requirement now is 8.40. That's quite a hefty ask to take the first position. Her concentration now will turn to Madison and Jade. They'll be snapping out of heels. 3.84 and a 4.51 are not massive requirements to take that second position and move into the next round. So all eyes on Kira, but the interest has shifted down to the battle for second. 6 minutes 40 remaining.
Here we go, the replay of Kira's wave. This first turn just through buckets. Love this slow-mo.
It's good, eh? There's a little airdrop there that we missed in full speed.
And the second one to back it up too. She was obviously looking to go a lot more further down the line, but she didn't really need to. That was the first 2 turns were.
Well, it's just scraped into the excellent zone. You know, we've got a lot to work on there. That could have been through the roof. And this is Jade. Not liking the look of that. Only a second wave. And that would, one would imagine it would be in the 1 zone. All right, Madison now.
Here we go, Madison up and riding. She's just racing to get past this section.
No good.
Looks like she was on her knees there and just kind of fell off. But yeah, definitely the first section here, you got to really pump to get past it. Kira, liking the look of this one.
Yeah, on a roll. She has priority and she has a bag full of confidence right now. Does the pinny straight under the wave. Not liking the look of that. 5:20 to go. It is a bit early to start playing defensive. I agree with that move from Kira. But it has handed over the priority to Hanako Kurokawa.
Yep, 5 minutes remaining, and looks like the ocean's at a bit of a lull right now, but as always waves. We've seen some, especially yesterday with the swell. It was absolutely maxing out, and I wasn't here last year, but apparently huge too.
It was too big.
Too big.
It was too big for a couple of days. We all went into the Krui left. There was about 100 people on that. I went out there and got out surfed by 11-year-old girls. It was quite fun. No, it was a really good year last year. Right, here goes Jade now. Kind of struggling to find her form and her groove. Only that 333 and the just over half a point. But still only need a 4.51 to advance. She can do that. Now, what's on the cards for you? I haven't seen you surf since the Grand Patrol, so what's that? We're talking a little over 6 months, I suppose, since that contest was in November-ish.
Yeah.
October, November-ish. So one good thing about being away from Indonesia for 6 months and being away from Australia for 6 months, you get to see the improvement in a surfer, not every day, but every half a year. So do you reckon you've improved much in 6 months? Since taking out the Grom search? The Grom Patrol?
Yeah, I think I've put a lot of effort into my surfing, and I've been so fortunate to surf around the world in all different types of conditions since then. Definitely been involved in a lot more competition, a lot more traveling. Yeah, so in all conditions, I guess you improve when yeah, you're around that, and you're around some of the world's best too. Yeah.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see it.
Pressure's on.
Nah, bring it on. Come on. You want that pressure.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm very excited for my heat. Been called off for 2 days, and I'm just like frothing, so excited.
Yeah, nice one. Can't wait to see it. Here goes Madison now, looking to ditch that 3.17. I'm not sure that will do it, but here is the girl of the moment, Kira Pinkerton. That's a cracking turn, but just kind of overcooking it. Going down on the face of that wave. 2 minutes 30 remaining this one. It looks like green will be the victor. I'm not sure how we're going to work this one, whether you're going to do the post-heat interview or Mark's going to crank out too. I'm not too sure, but it go down there. He'll give you some direction.
All right. Here we go, the replay of Kira's wave. Love this just float to get speed. This the second turn, sorry, was sick. And just losing a bit of balance there. Replay from red to trying to find some groove along this wave. I like this turn, very calm and well-paced. Just looking for a wall and, something to open up on. And with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining, Kira Pinkerton in first position.
Looking pretty strong.
With an 8 and a 5. All right.
All right, here goes Jade. Looking to get a groove. There's only a minute 20 left. Hope she's had a good time. Been seeing her hanging around here for a week, enjoying her time here in Krui, the lady from France. Holds second priority, but the priority holder here is our surfer in blue, Hanako. And so she flexes that priority muscle and gets a pretty decent looking wave. 8.40 is the requirement to take this heat out. I can pretty much say this wave isn't going to do it, but she's putting on a great display and getting a groove on. Really important for the next round to finish on a high note. And that wave was, apart from that little hiccup at the end, was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I really liked how she was pumping down the line to get speed, super low center of gravity. And yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, not sure she'll get another wave there, but here we go. Red, loads of waves this heat. Can't. Ooh. Ooh. Couldn't really make it round that section, but yeah, about 10 seconds remaining here. Kira Pinkerton.
Killing it. Yeah, I reckon that will be the result. Nice one. That is heat 4 done and dusted. Funnily enough, we'll be going into heat 5. How's that? That's a pretty good lineup, and a surfer from Korea. All that and more we've got to look forward to. Wherever you're watching around the world, stick with us, folks. This is the Krui Pro for 2023. We'll be back in a moment.
heat to end. I was having so much fun. I desperately started looking for anything. I just wanted to catch as many waves as I could before coming back in.
Rightio, the news is Kira Pinkerton surfed really well in this heat. And now we are looking at a 3-surfer heat. It is Kyla Whitfield from Australia. It is Kayla Martin from America. And our first Korean surfer, I am...
Im Soo-jeong.
Soo-jeong, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a great heat. I think Kayla Martin is a young surfer that lives in Bali as well. I see her surfing Canggu all the time. Her and her younger sister. Her dad must be here as well, supporting, if I'm not wrong. Super lovely girl. I used to see her surfing my home break Canggu before heading up to school. Our lovely sandbar. Big shout out to her dad, her family. I'm sure they're all watching her. This might be her first major QS, actually.
Really?
Yep.
Right on. Yeah, there's a lot of that going around. Young Charlie Hatley, that was her first QS. Banged out that 8 in the first heat. Not bad.
Yeah, the waves are absolutely firing. I feel like the direction has changed a little bit since yesterday, so it does open up and has a bit more wall to it.
He's our Korean surfer now, Giada.
This is Im Soo-jeong on her backhand. A beautiful first carve. Straight into the second as this wave starts to stand up for her. She takes it down to the inside, tries to highlight it, and another turn for our Korean surfer. She squats down low to try finish it off, but unfortunately just comes unstuck.
All right, I'm liking it. My first sighting of Im Soo-jeong. First sighting of a Korean surfer, in fact. That's what these QS are all about. And this is our surfer in white colour Martin. That's a handy looking wrap. And one will do her out the back, try and find a better running wave.
Yeah, Kayla, just a quick in and out. I'm sure she's going to be looking for something a little better than that. As she takes a look at this one, it's looking like a really good wave. She just falls on the takeoff. Kayla Martin.
Right, looking at the next heat, looks like a couple of Australians taking on a French woman, and I think that's
Basque Country.
Basque Country, rightio. Look at this, it's Kayla Whitfield now. Her turn to shine. One will do her. They're kind of not playing much ball that wave there.
Yeah, Annette is Janire's younger sister. Both came all the way from Basque Country. Some of the best European surfers at the moment.
They came for this contest?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Came all the way just for this contest. And I'm sure the conditions are very different to anything they've ever competed in.
Yeah, right on.
I can say so because I've been to Europe and I've competed in Europe.
No wetsuits, that's the best.
No wetsuits, good waves. It's a different ball game. So this is heat 5 of the round of 80 of the women in the Krui 5000. And our beautiful wave, Ujung Bocur. We're still waiting for the first scores to come through for all our surfers. Everyone has had a turn out there, so we're just waiting for some scores to come through before we can give you the situation. First wave was ridden by our Korean surfer, and here we have Kayla Martin on her backhand. A first nice top turn, and here she goes again for her second one. Keeping it, keeping a steady flow down the line, throwing some of that spray, and wants to finish this one off. She does.
Righto, pretty happy with it too. Little fist pump, little right on. That's what I'm here to do.
Yep, she must be feeling pretty good about that one. There in the screen we have Kayla Whitfield.
Yeah, got the Australian flag next to her name. What I love about these QS 5000s, you see people you've never seen before, and as in the first heat, that Carly, Chuckles Hatley, which I'm going to call her, Charlie Hatley. She really impressed, and I've never heard of her before. I guarantee you're going to hear of her again. That's for sure.
For sure. There's a lot of new names in this contest, a lot of young and upcoming surfers. It is a 5,000, so we do see those top seeds still, but a few have gone to get ready for South Africa, the next Challenger Series.
Bolito?
Yep.
Yep.
Bolito. But we do still have some of the top seeds here as well. The first wave of blue came in at a 2.90. Kayla sitting on a 313. Kayla Martin 313, and Kayla Whitfield is 0.63. Yeah, the waves are absolutely firing right now.
How long did you want your heat to go for? An hour?
Yeah, just another 25 minutes would have been happy. I would have been stoked. It was a great heat. Very friendly heat. Me and the other girls are having a chat.
Oh yeah, no daggers out there.
No,
come
no
on,
daggers.
man. that doesn't sell good TV ratings. All right, let's have a look at Kayla Martin up top there, 477 to 293. The two other ladies with one score apiece. I'm not going to be happy with that. This is Ujung. On her second wave, a full-on closeout. She won't be happy with that. Kick off. Don't touch the reef and get back out there.
Oh, she's protected. She's got her booties on.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to see. Really encouraging to see surfers from Korea coming over here and competing. Don't know anyone that's ever surfed in Korea, but I'm sure there's waves.
Don't they have that wave pool?
Yep.
They have that wave pool over there. Im Soo-jung. It'd be nice to have a little interview with her. See where waves are in Korea.
Right, there's the scoreboard there, Giada. Minus scores required again. Still heaps of time just to tick over 16 minutes. We'll be heading into heat number 5. Liliana Bowery, the superstar from Australia, to take on Arabella Tapri. Do you know Sarah?
Sarah Leiciaga. Yeah, well, French surfer. I think she's here with her sister.
Yep.
And yeah, they're from. I'd want to say Hossegor, but I'm not sure. So I'll have to ask her later. And Annette Gonzalez, Basque Country. That's a very international heat going on around here.
Yeah, it really is. Of course, those people from France and from the Basque Country and America are not taking any points with them. It's a bit of exposure and experience.
Everyone wants a piece of Krui.
Yep. I mean, we want to see all that international flair and exposure. It's going to be going on all afternoon, but right now we're going to cut down to the athletes area with the winner of the last heat.
All right, thank you, team. Having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Kira Pinkerton, an 8 and a 5 doing the damage. But the big question is, why are you here?
I was debating coming to this event for like 2 months, and then 2 days before the event, I was in the Mentawais, and I decided to come, and now I'm here.
You're kind of on a free surfing competition thing here because you can't keep your points. Does that change your approach? Are you just kind of out there surfing freely?
Yeah, I just kind of want to catch a bunch of waves and get to surf this wave with no one out, and I have no pressure, so I can kind of just take each heat like a free surf, which is nice.
We haven't seen too many scores in the excellent range. You dropped the 8 then. What do you think it was about that wave that was so special to the judges?
Maybe I was just going really fast and kind of drew out the turns a bit longer, maybe. That's what they liked. I felt like I was flying and I thought I was going to eat it, but I made it, so I was really stoked.
And you kind of went viral in Indo last year with a few of your waves in the men's. What is it about this part of the world that seems to work with you?
I don't know. I feel like I've always had a connection with Indo. The first time I came, I fell in love with this place, and then I kind of just, I don't have any fear when it comes to big waves, maybe a little bit of reef, but yeah, I want to get barreled all day, every day, and so this place offers it.
Don't we all? And 2023, how's your year been, and what's your ultimate goal to get out of this year?
My ultimate goal is probably just take each contest like a free surf. I've kind of lost the fun in a lot of contests, and I'm trying to get it back. And I also am enjoying free surfing a lot, so I want to travel everywhere and just kind of maybe put an edit together. That's the goal.
Do you want to go in points where in contests where the points do matter?
Yeah, I want to do all the challengers, but I'm just wild cards, so I'm not even in them.
Now, everyone back home in the States can be asleep right now, but just in case there's any night owls having a watch, what do you got to say to everyone in California?
Thanks, Mom and Dad, for giving me this life and opportunity. I'm very thankful.
Couldn't have said it better. All right, back up to you guys in the box. Cheers, Kira Pinkerton.
Kira, as we look at Kayla now, Kayla Whitfield banging away on this wave. She's definitely got a whole bunch of turns there. I was concentrating on the interview, so I didn't quite see the start of that wave, but it looked pretty handy.
Yeah, this is Kayla Martin on her backhand. We're going to be seeing a few of the replays of these last few waves. Kayla out the front with a 4.77 and a 2.93. Our surfer from Korea with a 2.90 and a 0.63, but I think Kayla Whitfield will definitely be improving her lead with those last waves that she rode.
Yeah, definitely looking to climb out of third position. And at the moment, just a solitary 0.63 with a score 2 drop. Kayla Martin up there in the lead.
And here comes another beautiful line out here at Krui, Ujung Bocur. Looks like our Korean surfer is going to take a look.
Yeah, why not? Come on.
Go.
Stick the afterburners on.
Yes. This is our surfer from Korea. A nice cut back to start it off. It looks like this wave is going to slightly taper down. Sorry, I was wrong. It started to pick up. And our surfer from Korea, another beautiful cutback. I really like her stance.
Very safe, very strong. I mean, you can tell she's just at the beginning of her whole surfing act. The good news is, got the rest of her life to get better and to improve and to enjoy it. But I'm loving seeing the surfing from Tanjung. Have a look at this one. It's Kayla Martin now. Well on her way to a good score on this one. The wave staying open and keeping size, allowing her to rattle off a series of turns like that. And yeah, another handy wave. So we'll wait for that score to drop. We'll wait for Kayla Whitfield's score to drop and see where that places them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, this wave from Kayla, a little bit of whitewash on the face, but she managed to handle that really nicely. Here, that first opening turn, really nice and smooth, keeping it below the lip. Here, she gets around that section to get her last and final turn there, keeping it nice and safe. She through water, through water, and got across that wave really nicely.
You got a bit of salt water up your nose from the heat. All right, as the nasal drips continue here in the commentary booth, we are looking at our Korean surfer there. This is super encouraging and super cool to see. Someone travel all the way from South Korea here to Krui and giving it a red hot crack. So that gets my favorite wave pretty much of the day. Look at that. Fantastic stuff.
She must be loving it.
Yep.
You don't get these types of waves in Korea, I'm guessing.
I've seen, I'm hanging around the athlete zone for a couple of days now, just loving the act and loving the show.
Yep. This is Heat 5. First round of women, round of 80. With 9 minutes left, we do have some scores still waiting to come in.
Right, there we go. A 5-1-0 from Kayla Whitfield, that good-looking left-hander. Pair that with a 0.63. That's still a very small requirement to take that first position. So Kayla Martin not safe by any stretch of the imagination. She'll be looking to get rid of that 2.93. And I am Ujung down the bottom there. That 2.84 Giada is not too much to climb up the ladder.
No, but
fact,
it
there
does
it
push
is.
her to second place. Our Korean surfer gets a 3.03 on that last one, pushing her to second. Kyla of 5.23 pushes her to first, extending that lead. Now the other surfers, Kayla only looking for a 0.83.
Yep, and she's pretty much got that by standing up and doing a bottom turn.
Yep.
She won't be happy though. She'll keep wrapping it around. She only needs a minor score. There's still 8 minutes to go, so plenty of time to improve her position. A nice little direction change there. Looking for a lip now. Oh, that's a bit more back foot and a bit more style into that turn from Kayla Whitfield. That's a really good finishing manoeuvre also. So you think that 0.83 is attained, and it's just how much higher from there.
I think that will definitely be the best wave of the heat at this moment in time.
All right, here she goes.
Here she goes, a beautiful bottom turn, wraps it around to get back to that whitewash, back to that energy source of the wave, to gain speed and wrap it around again. This is for sure the money turn of this wave right here. Through so much water spray, she kicked that back foot to make sure a little bit of critical surfing and wrapped it around really nicely to finish it off. Seven minutes remaining in heat 5 of the round of 80.
I hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching around the world. We're enjoying bringing it to you. It's one of the best jobs in the world, sitting on a couch in Indonesia, watching surfing and talking about it.
Yeah.
It's pretty good food fun. I hope you're enjoying it. And conditions are going to be varied during the week, but another swell predicted around finals time. It's going to be super exciting.
Kayla's last wave came in at a 5.90, pushing her straight to first. Kayla Martin now looking for a 5.78, and our Korean surfing looking for a 6.97. Here we have our surfer in white.
Yeah, Kayla Martin really cranking off the top hard at that one. This wave, though, is disappearing in size and it's disappearing in steepness, so that will do her. One nice, stylish turn. I like that deep bottom turn she's got going on, but here's our Korean girl. Yeah, big direction change. That's pretty radical stuff. Really not just going along and trimming away. She's having a good old red hot crack.
Yep. That was some great stuff from our Korean surfer. As we see a set approaching with just 5 minutes left. This is the last wave of Kayla Martin. A beautiful first wrap into second. The wave does taper off slightly, so she pulls out and tries to go get priority. And this is a wave of blue.
Yeah, right on. I like that. Super cool. Should have been watching all the action from yesterday and today from the athletes area. I'm Ujung, and trying to replicate that out there in her heat. 5 minutes remaining. And here's Kayla Whitfield in the lead, our surfer in red via that 5.90 and the 5.10. Kayla Martin, her requirement is only a 5.78. Looking to get rid of that 4.77, and Ujung is bringing up the entertainment for all of us.
Yes. It's great to have that international field, have people from all over the world come down here and surf the amazing waves that Krui can offer. You know, it's become one of the most famous events in the world. Everyone I talk to knows about this event, has seen it.
I tell you what was a hit was the double act last year, the Krui, then Nias.
Yeah.
And we will, for a couple of months afterwards, you'd be getting through Indo, and people were talking about the Nias contest, how good it was with the big tubes, and the surfing of Jesse Mendez and Billy Steadman here at Krui. They're really stoked on that, and how it was super entertaining to watch, and they pretty much switched in for every day of contest, and it was a real bit of a compliment to the ASC and the hard work of Tippy and Tim and Ungi and all the crew. So I agree. The fame is increasing, and the amount of numbers of people that want to join from all over the world is testament to that.
Yeah, we have surfers from Spain and France coming all the way just to surf in this contest, knowing that they don't get to bring the points home, but the opportunity is there. This is our surfer from Canggu, Kayla Martin, on an inside runner, setting it up and hits that first section, goes straight to the second, sees if she can finish it off. Unfortunately, does not get to.
Yeah, 3 minutes remaining in that one. I'll tell you what is good about going to the QS, you get all the footage.
Yeah.
You can watch it over and over again. It's a great coaching tool.
Content, lots of content.
Lots of content. Well, I'm sure you'll get more likes, but the likes are less important than learning how to surf. Check this out. That bottom turn, the left hand really wants to go behind the center line of the body, and it gets you up right high, right tight in the pocket. That left hand of Kayla's not quite passing the center line of her body, and it kind of sends her a little bit out to the shoulder. And she can watch this replay and analyze all those sort of things.
Yeah. It's great to have the caddies out there. I remember.
Who was your caddy?
I didn't have a caddy.
Two, yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't have a caddy.
Confident?
No, just cruising.
Wow, everyone else has got caddies, and old Giada goes, I don't need one of them. I'm going to go out and absolutely dominate you two, and don't even need anyone to paddle out with me.
Yeah.
That's our girl. We're proud of her.
The commentator crew.
Yeah, 1 minute and 40 remaining. Kayla Whitfield getting the job done. The Australian over the American and the Korean at the moment. 5.78 is not a massive requirement from Kayla Martin. I am Ujung. Talk us through this. I think she's going to scratch into it, isn't she? No.
Just loses.
I want to see one more.
Yeah, she has 1 minute 15 to.
All right, Kayla Whitfield looking pretty comfortable there. There's a little bit set out the back. Do you take it? I think you have to, because down the line there's some scoring potential, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And take it also because it's such a great wave. Here she goes. She's going again. Has a really strong paddle, and unfortunately doesn't get onto it. Looking for a 6.97.
Not giving up, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Having a good old crack. I like that.
Here she goes. Our surfer in blue under priority catches a really nice first turn. Tries to get around that section and
get around it. No, what a bummer. Taylor closes out on with 23 seconds. You think that would be all she wrote, but have a look at this. Kayla Martin on the inside. She's going to turn, and she's going to go this smaller one. Yep, there she goes. She needs a 5.78. It's down the line, so she's going to have to go big early. Wraps that around, kind of out on the shoulder, and now that wave kind of fading into a bit of nothing, a bit of snowball action. So that looks like the result will be Kayla Whitfield taking it out over Kayla Martin, and I am Ujung coming in third. This is heat number...
This was heat number 5.
5 in the round of 80. So many numbers in front of me, I'm going crazy. I hope you're enjoying all the action here from Krui in South Sumatra. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are on heat 6, round 1 of the women. I'm in the booth with Chris Spence.
G'day, g'day. Good looking heat this one. Arabella Tapi, Liliana Bowery, they're the two Aussies. Sarah Lesaga is from France. And Annette Gonzalez Estabari is from the Basque Country. Just interviewed Annette's sister Janire earlier. They go by Gonzalez, so you can ignore the Basque part of their surname. Straight into action right now. And this is the Basque surfer in question, Annette Gonzalez.
Yep.
She's a natural footer. Her sister's a goofy. They're from Zorath, which is not too far from Mundaka. Not too far from San Sebastian, just over the border from France.
Yeah, we have also Sarah Lesiaga, our surfer from France. I'm sure these two surfers have had heats before in the past in the European region. Liliana Bowery and Arabella Tarpe from Australia. Here we see Liliana on one of the wider ones, a beautiful... setting it up for a nice first carve. Takes it down, and another one as we see this wave stand up for her as she gets a little bit bogged at the bottom turn but manages to come out of it swiftly. That was Liliana Bowery.
And this is Sarah Lesaga, a French surfer, goofy footer. She's got a cool style, effortless. John hands down by her sides. Well, same as Liliana a little bit. Needs to get a little bit more critical. That was better up into the lip. And she is out of there. Yeah, Liliana on her wave, way out on the face, never really getting too vertical. A lot of lateral surfing. Was a great looking wall, but never really stood up too much. Run us through this replay, G.
Yeah, this is the replay of Sarah Lesiaga, our French surfer. A really nice first down carve to get around the section and just a little tap off the top, I'd say. Yeah, you're right about the John hands. Very cool, collected style. Here she goes again as this wave starts to pick up a little bit, and she manages to hit that lip a little more as it goes a little bit more vertical, a little bit more critical. Yeah, so the waves are absolutely firing today. Wind hasn't picked up. It's looking really, really good, and hopefully it'll remain like this for the rest of the week.
Alright, so Sarah, a 617. I think that's just for the one score. Sees her in the lead.
This is a replay of Liliana Bowery's first wave. A little bit of a check turn to get back closer to that whitewash. A little more critical on that one. We see her set this one up. Wave doesn't really offer what she was probably looking for. A 350 for Annette's first wave. Still waiting for the last wave of Liliana Bowery in blue and Arabella Tarpe in red. I spent some time recently with Arabella in Lakey Peak. She had been there for I think a month or and a half. She was absolutely loving it. She didn't want to leave. Told me that she was working as a lifeguard back in Australia and thinking about moving it to Europe, but wanting to be on a little bit of a surf break and give the competing a go. Very tall girl.
She's been spending a lot of time in Indonesia lately as well. I think she's from the south coast of New South Wales.
Yeah.
Could definitely be wrong.
She told me she was from a very small town. I don't quite remember the name of it, but very few people living there, and yeah, very lovely girl, and is good to surf with. She really wasn't afraid of those bigger bombs that came through when we were out at Lakey's. So it'll be nice to see what she can do in the heat.
Yeah, I think she's from the south coast, not too far from Tathra, which is so far south in New South Wales, it's just about on the border of Victoria. Then Liliana Bowery from the same east coast, but good couple of 1,000 kilometres further north, up near Noosa. Liliana is a little bit of a TV star back in Australia as well.
So we're going to go now to the post-heat interview with Billy.
All right, we are down here in the athlete area, and welcome to the winner's circle, Kayla Whitfield.
Thank you so much. I'm so.
Now, tell us a bit about yourself, what border riders club you're from in Australia, and how many QSs you've been in, and how many wins you've had.
Oh, well, I'm from North Narrabeen, part of obviously the board riders there, and I'm sure they're all watching at home, so hi. But yeah, that was actually my first ever QS wins, heat win, so I'm so happy, and this is only like my third year doing it full time, so it felt good to just get the ball rolling. Yeah.
Well, you're super impressive in that heat. How many times have you been to Indo, and is this your first time to Krui, in fact?
I came last year, and it was actually my first time to Indo. It's a bit of a culture shock, but I love it over here. Can't complain.
Those big, long left-handers seem to suit your surfing. Are you liking this size as opposed to the last couple of days when it was a bit raucous and a bit out of control?
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like the bigger stuff, to be honest. It's it breaks a lot like Narrabeen, so it's good. It feels familiar in a way. So yeah, I don't know. Either size is good because it's just such a beautiful wave. I can't complain.
Yeah, right on. Well, it is home to Jamie Tomo, who did really well here last year, won the Pro Junior, sung a great rendition of Country Road. So we're going to keep that tradition going. If you end up winning the women's division, you're going to have to bang out a version of Country Road. So get to know that song, because the way you're surfing, you could go all the way to the finals. Now, I want you to look down that camera and say hello to anyone you wanted to say hello to with your first win in a QS.
God, no pressure. I just want to say thank you to all my sponsors, my mum and dad for their support, and my whole family, and also to all my mates at home who have just been the best support system I could ask for. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, another great surfer out of North Narrabeen, Carla Whitfield. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, a lovely interview with the winner of our last heat. We've had a few waves ridden now. Sara Lisiaga with a total of 11.50. Annette Gonzalez into second. As we see, Arabella Tarpe sharply cuts it back, but doesn't manage to go out of it. A little bit of a slower heat. We still do have around just under 15 minutes left. We're starting to see a little bit of a dark cloud or what looks like a storm maybe coming around.
Yeah, that was Kyla Whitfield in down in the competitors area, having a talk to Billy Hangen, winning her first ever heat on the QS, so she'd be chuffed. Coming from North Narrabeen, hotbed of competitive surfing talent on the northern beaches of Australia. By the looks of things, Kyla is a bit of an artist as well, so a bit of a free spirit. She's clearly loving it over here at Krui. On screen right now, this is Annette Gonzalez from the Basque Country doing all kinds of cartwheels at the bottom of that wave.
That was looking like it was going to be a really great score. And right behind her, we have the French surfer in white. A nice first cut. And gets unstuck as well.
Might need to, if that was a basketball game, the kids with the towels would run out and wipe down the floor, because there's clearly a bit of a slippery spot right there. Two surfers in a row going down exactly the same spot for no reason whatsoever. Stop laughing, I'm deadly serious.
Wow, the waves are pumping out there. Are you going to go out for an afternoon surf, Chris?
Unlikely.
Unlikely.
Yeah, I've been on a huge surfing bender in the week leading up to getting here, well, to the event starting in Krui. I've buckled half my quiver and I've got some life admin to catch up with and thought of paddling out with 150 of my best QS mates for an hour before dark with them in full froth competitor mode is yeah, not that appealing.
I see where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. I definitely struggled yesterday afternoon to catch a wave in the crowd. It was my first surf out. Thought I'd paddle out early after the last heat, and I caught one wave.
Yeah, and you smile at people and you're friendly and they don't mind giving you waves, whereas I paddle out and I'm invisible and people just paddle around me. I turn into a priority boy. Alright, this is Annette Gonzalez from the Basque Country on her backhand. And that was where she came undone. And then we're about to see Sarah Lasiaga from France do exactly the same in exactly the same position. Oof. Just about lands on her mate from just over the border.
Yeah, it was looking like that wave from Annette Gonzalez. If she managed to get a few more turns, that was going to be a really high score. Sarah Lisiaga with a 6.17 and a 5.33 out in the lead. We have Annette Gonzalez in second with a 3.50 and a 0.57. Liliana Barry with just a 4. Looking for a 0.07, just pretty much just needs to stand up. And the last of Annette came in at a 4.10. Yeah, if she managed to get a few more turns into that, I was sure she would have gonna get into the 6s and 7s for sure. That was a beautiful turn, executed in a really critical point. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Oh, we're on screen. Better sit up. Look like we're important. This is us, Chris Pins, Giada Legati. She just won her heat before. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Good to have you back in the booth.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
Fun to be on the other side of the equation in a post-heat interview.
Yeah, it's fun. We were talking about it with Ryan. We've been hoping to get me to interview myself in one of those heats, but
that would have been nice. Giving one of us a heat off.
But yeah, it's great to double dip, have a little bit of both. We will be continuing into the round of 64 for the men. After this round of women. So it's going to be an action-packed afternoon. Lots of surfing still to be done. A little bit of a lull as we're still waiting. Liliana Barry still on just a 1 wave score. Arabella still looking to find her feet out there. Hasn't really caught what she was looking for. Coming up in the next heat, we have from Japan Miyasaka Maiko, from Indonesia Paris Nalendra, and from Peru Catalina Sariquay.
Meanwhile on screen, this is Annette Gonzalez flying down the line. That first turn was sensational, and hits the eject button as things get a little ahead of her. Decides to get out of there. 9 minutes 15 to run.
This is Sarah Lisiaga on another beautiful looking wave. The drone shots.
Oh, wow. Whew.
That would have hurt. Luckily she's looking like she's all good. Here we see the beautiful lineup of Ujung Bocur, one of the funnest waves out here, but so many options. If you just drive down the coast, you can find your own peak, find your own beachy. Everyone loves this spot. Every year the inscriptions get larger, more athletes wanting to join this amazing contest. As we see Arabella out there just looking to find her spot, maybe start to find a little bit more rhythm. It looks like she hasn't really been finding that connection with the surf spot.
Yeah, the two Aussies, not a lot of damage so far. 18 minutes off the clock. Looks like a little bit of driftwood out the back. So one wave each for the two Aussies.
I can't really work out what that is.
That makes a bit more sense. Some surfing. Here goes Arabella Tapi on her forehand, rolling into this one. Gets a long way out on the open face. Second turn, pretty similar to the first one, except she can't ride out of it. So that'll be a third score for Arabella. She's chasing a 6.77. That's not going to be it. 7 minutes, 10 seconds to run. Talk us through the replay.
Yeah, you can see her opening up this first turn, coming back to that power from the wave, back to the whitewash as she goes for a second and tries to push a little harder, but it just looks like her back foot slipped out. She'll definitely be trying to get back out there as quickly as possible to, you know, get what she needs. Liliana Barley, fairly quiet, only one wave caught. Let's see, she's gonna be looking at this one. She does have priority. It's a nice looking wave, and she doesn't go. Maybe just slightly too far out. 6 minutes remaining. She's definitely gonna be wanting to. Here we go. Liliana not going. Just under 6 minutes remaining. We have the two Europeans out in the front. Arabella Tarpi slightly improving her score. Looking for a 6.77. Liliana only looking for a 5.10. So with everything that's been in the past 2 days, Binzi, what's some of your highlights?
Let's see. Quite like seeing my hometown boy Jack Thomas get through a heat, last heat of the day yesterday. I think some of the surfing since the women have hit the water has been really great. Charlie Hatley in the first heat was just really laying into her turns on her forehand, the girl from Burleigh. That was pretty impressive. Annette Gonzalez, her sister Jania in an earlier heat, was surfing pretty well also. Yesterday some highlights. Winters surfing, Elliot Parada-Reid surfing. I actually really enjoyed seeing Dylan Wilcoxon in the flesh for the first time. He grew up in Kandui in the Mentawais, and seen his work on Instagram over the past year or so, and thought that he's pretty good, but you need to confirm these things in real life because, as we all know, Instagram's just a game. But no, the kid can really surf. It was great to see him come in just as a teenager and act like he was right where he belonged. Here goes Annette Gonzalez playing the priority card on Arabella Tapi. That was well done. Couple of turns, disappears down the mine shaft on that one. Probably won't replace her 4.1. Arabella's not going to affect her two-wave total either. And now we see Arabella again having the priority card pulled on her, this time by Sarah Leisaga. So now Liliana Bowery all by herself in the lineup. She's sitting in 4th place, but she could easily jump all the way up to first on the back of one wave. Here goes Arabella. Didn't have priority, so had to get out of there. This is Annette. She disappears, so that'll be a minor score. And here goes Liliana, hooking into that turn. She needs to get a bit more vertical on this wave than she did on her opener. Another bit of a flat slide. Again, out on the open face. Here's hoping this one stands up and gives Liliana a bit more of a section as it works its way down the line. Instead, she goes over the hangers and lands flat on her face. 3 minutes remaining. She needs a 5.1 to get up to second. What are your thoughts, Julie?
I would like to see the first part of that wave before I say anything, but I don't know. It'll be very close. Here's the heat replay. Let's see what she did in the first part. A beautiful first, almost check turn. I think she's got it. I think she's definitely going to be getting the 5-1 she's looking for. Some nice turns. Unfortunately, though, she didn't complete it. So I think she could have gotten it.
It would need to be the third best wave of the heat. It would need to be better than Annette's best wave. That is 3.93. So it does put her up to third. Doesn't reduce her requirement. She's
and that's
still
why I'm
chasing
not a
at
judge.
5.1. 2 minutes remaining. And priority is with our heat leader. So Sarah Leisaga would be feeling pretty good about things right now. They're all the caddies in the channel. They might actually, yep, they're behind the point with the spare boards.
Yep.
So Liliana paddling back out. She still needs that 5.1. She could easily turn around halfway up the point, grab the wave that she's after. We saw Lydia Cato in the first heat of this round paddle halfway down the point to get a wave under priority of Emmy Campbell, who was sitting in second, and Emmy, for whatever reason, just didn't feel like following Lydia. She worked away halfway down the point, caught a wave, got a 5, jumped up to second, and that unfortunately was the end of the West Australians' run. So could Liliana Bowery do something similar right now? Just over 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, here we see Arabella at the back. With Sarah just closely behind. It's not looking like there's much coming out the back. Unfortunately, Arabella also didn't really have a chance to showcase some surfing. Has had the priority card pulled on her a few times and hasn't really found that connection.
She's putting herself at risk of it again here as well, because she's sitting inside of Sarah. So even if Arabella was to take off on a bomb right now, Sarah would have every right to drop in on her.
Yeah, as we see Sarah just coming down.
All right, 10 seconds remaining. I think you are going to be going off to talk to the French woman. And it looks like she'll be joined by her country neighbour, Annette Gonzalez from Spain / the Basque Country, in the next round as well. Next heat is in the gates. That is Miyasaka Maiko, Paris Nalendra and Catalina Zariki. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick little break. We'll be back with more action from the Krui Pro right after this.
WSL QS 5000 Krui Pro. This is Heat 7 in the water of the round of 80. Miyasaka Maiko is the surfer in white. Paris Nalendra from Indonesia is the surfer in blue. And Catalina Zariki from Peru is the surfer in white. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me. Welcome back, Mark Clift.
Yo, and enlighten me on the last couple of heats, mate. I'd sort of had a little break and enjoyed a freshen up, so it was quite nice. But tell me, anything, some big highlights out of those last 2 heats?
So the last heat was a European versus Australian affair, and it was French woman Sarah Lasiaga and Basque woman Annette Gonzalez who ran away with that one pretty comfortably. Unfortunately, Arabella Tapi and Liliana Bowery didn't really fire a shot. Heat previous to that, Kyla Whitfield from North Narrabeen in Sydney got the win. It was great to see
Kyla Martin by the look of it.
Yeah, and it was great to see Im Sujong from Korea take to the water as well. Always unreal to see a new, unusual flag being flown at these kind of events. And this is Miyasaka Maiko rolling into action. Big wave. She's flying down the line.
Always puts together good clips, you know. She does a lot of Instagram stuff and Facebook, and
gosh, she's got speed to burn on this wave.
Wow, what a solid start.
The drone angle making everything look 25% better. That was a beautiful turn regardless of which angle you're looking at. And she's just flowing through the turns from start to finish. And that's going to be a decent number for the surfer in red as she kicks out.
Perfect description, Chris. She did. The flow was evident. Power, plenty of experience in that ride. Really cool.
And before that heat, Heat 4, we saw Kira Pinkerton grab that one by the scruff of the neck. The American surfer who's basically here just to catch some waves with no one else out in the water.
Here's the action replay of Red's opening ride. So just getting started on that first move and then starts to really find her rails and the pocket of the wave. There was plenty of speed here, lots of push through all her moves, so you can see the confidence just oozing out of this performance. Did not nurse any manoeuvre. Really got stuck in, really leant into it. Look at that,
Whoa.
That's a 5th manoeuvre way down the line. That was a great wave. I'm with you. I reckon there's going to be a big number drop in for Miyasaka.
So, Mark, we saw a couple of sections there really stand up and almost threaten to barrel.
617, that's a good number for sure.
What does it take for the tubes to start turning up?
Good question.
Swell direction need to move around a little?
I think a little swell direction. Before, when the women's round had just kicked off, we had a nice puffy offshore. And when I was watching some heats live from the beach, we saw White just get a bit of a dud wave choice there. But from the beach, it definitely, there were some runners out there then that were tubing. So definitely that offshore, it likes a bit of wind out here, so definitely an offshore with a few knots attached to it is really helpful. A light onshore puffing away out there now, so doubtful whether we're going to see any barrels ridden, but yeah, it's definitely about that swell direction, the exact right tide, which I'm still not sure what that is, but the wind is really helpful. Like we saw earlier, you can see the texture of the ocean. There is a light onshore fluffing around at the moment, Chris, so I reckon come tomorrow or over the weekend, I've seen some really long tube rides go on down here. I've seen them straight off the takeoff up about where that white water is kind of bends and hooks around a little more, up where this little wave's about to start breaking from now in the background. But yeah, tubes off the takeoff, tubes on the midsection. I've seen tubes down the end, so it is a direction thing, and a bit of strong offshore. It really loves that, a few knots attached to it.
Almost like a miniature G-land. We need to start naming the different sections of the reef. Speedies Junior. Launchpads Light.
There you go. Monkeys instead of money trees. Anyway, it is a good wave and it does its thing. It's really something to behold. I wasn't, the first time I came here, I wasn't sure what to expect, Chris, and geez, I did see it lining up, and I came away with a new appreciation of this spot, and then I really saw it the third year I came, which was 2019, And that was the year Mendes won, Jesse Mendes.
Oh, the famous Italian surfer.
Yeah, out of Brazil, surfing in Indonesia. He did it, and he did it in a lot of style. Jarvis Earl was a huge performer that year. Billy Stearman was right here. He got a runner-up. It was just cranky. Guys were getting barreled just about every heat, so there's definitely a couple of notches to turn up on what we're seeing here at the moment, and I'm sure and hoping we get to see it on the weekend.
Billy Stearman's back.
Yeah.
Flown in all the way from El Salvador.
That's so cool.
Went over there, booked his Olympic ticket for Paris 2024.
So Safi Vetti that was here, that qualified alongside him. So she was all smiles. I saw her last night. I said, oh, congratulations. Oh, she was so chuffed. You should have seen her. In a thick Kiwi accent. She was chuffed, bro. Good on her.
And the French Olympics next year, the surfing is being held in the complete opposite side of the world in Tahiti, Chopu, which is going to be pretty spectacular. The Olympics are in September, so kind of late in the season, but you know, always capable of a bombing swell pretty much any time from May through till about September.
Should it be bombing? Could be the hardest earned medal out of the whole Olympics.
It really could be.
Anyway, it will be in total contrast to the first Olympic surfing effort there in Japan, I imagine. Should there be some sort of swell. We're going to throw down to Billy Hangen, who's got, Giada, who's got an interview with the winner of the last heat. Over to you, Giada.
All right, I'm here with the winner of our last heat, Sara. So, you're from Biarritz, you're from France. Let us know what's the difference between competing here in Krui and in Europe.
Well, in Europe, there are always shitty waves. So here it's good to surf like good waves, reef waves. And there's like, it's so much fun to have waves that are very long and you can surf really well on them. So it's cool.
So this is your first time in Sumatra. Tell us what you think about it.
I love it. It's wild. There's some amazing landscape. It's amazing, and I love the waves, and the people here are so nice, so it's great.
Did you come to Indonesia all the way just for this contest, or were you traveling and decided to come when you saw it was on?
I was planning to come here, but then I saw that there was a comp, so I said, why not, like, 4 out, it's always great, so I decided to come.
So who did you come here with?
I came with my mom and my sister, who's gonna surf next.
Do you have any plans to go visit more islands in Indonesia after this, or are you going to hang around here?
I'm going to hang here and see how it goes with the swell, and we'll see.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home watching?
Merci de me regarder, même si c'est tôt le matin. J'ai trop hâte de continuer, de vous montrer un peu comment c'est ici, et à bientôt. Bisous.
So I saw your sisters up in the next heat. Are you guys rivals, or are you cheering her on?
We're cheering, and just like I'm going to be her caddy out there, so it's good.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much, and we'll take it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giada Legati, alongside that was Sarah.
Oh, here we go. Blue dropping into a
Siaga.
bowly little inside nugget. So Melendra, first time we've seen the surfer in blue now. Heat number 7, second last of the women's round of 80. Chipping away, tagging away at a few moves there. A little bit of a rail bog on her third manoeuvre. Down she goes. So the 617, definitely a big highlight there for Miyasaka in this heat. Surfer in white got the very first wave and capitalised on a 417. That number there will be a little light for blue, but it was a hell of a takeoff. Gee, she just dropped out of the lip and stuck it. And some little mini moves here. She looks like quite a youngster, so I imagine we may see her in the juniors as well. All right, so let's have a look at blue. Is actually out of Indonesia. Paris Melendra. Heat 8 will feature Gabby Spake, or Sparky Spake, the Australian. Oceana Rogers, another Australian right there, and Hoa
Lesiaga, that's the sister of Sarah, who we just saw talking to Giada.
Yeah, okay, yeah, another French woman right there will surf next in white, and Skye Brown is going to skateboard away into the Green Rash Fest out of Great Britain, and I believe there's a lot of hype on this young lady. I've just seen Rizal roll up, Skye Brown's dad, So the big boys are in the corner, and I believe she's got a huge, huge future.
She sure does. She's an incredible skateboarding and surfing talent. Hopes to qualify for next year's Paris Olympics skateboarding.
All right.
And yeah, she sort of went a bit viral a couple of years ago. She had a horrendous wipeout. She went out of the half pipe and really wrote herself off. And she's bounced back. I think she's barely a teenager at the time. And the grit and resilience she showed to overcome that kind of trauma has been huge. Just a little bit behind that pack of Sierra Kerr, Bella Kenworthy. Just this incredible era of skateboarding female teens.
All right, well, I'm keen to lay eyes on what she can produce with a bit of fiberglass under the feet. I've heard a lot of raps about young Skye Brown. I'm sure we're going to see a whole lot more. She looks quite young. Have you got an age to go with that?
I think she's 16.
Yep, she looked pretty young when she was out the back just checking in for a heat. All right, so predictably Paris's number staying in the lower end of those three rides. We got a 2, we got a 4 and a 6. So Miyasaka, obviously the more experienced campaigner. Here she goes looking at this insider. Conditions look like they're sort of changing a bit out there. The call's been thrown out there for a tarpaulin. They reckon it might rain shortly. Bit of greyness on the horizon. White does have top priority, and here she goes now. So the French, let's get her head around exactly this lady's name. It is Catalina. Really digging the rail in there, wraps it all the way back to the froth, the white stuff, but can't quite deal with the rebound. Oh, here we go. Now let's pay attention closely to this wave. Miyasaka opened full of confidence. She's got another great looking wave here and just leans into these moves. A third wrapping turn, plenty of clean face. Once again, just solid, convincing maneuvers. No downtime. By contrast, here goes the young one. Another little goofy footer, but you can see the difference of the maneuvers here. So for young Paris Melendra, we'll have her wave completely compared to the more heavy-hitted, confident surfing of Miyasaka, and that will give us our number. So you're probably thinking about half of what Miyasaka put together. Time's on her side. She looks like she's a young pup, the one in blue. We're watching a full action replay of all these waves. So I think White did some pretty good surfing to that point. That would have been a first major move, so a low number for White. Blues was pretty decent. Reds was killer. So Paris. I wonder which part of Indonesia she's from.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing Catalina from Peru. So a Japanese surfer, an Indonesian surfer, and a Peruvian. I love the mix of nations that we get at these events these days.
Here goes the wave that's going to make all the difference on the leaderboard.
This is Miyasaka.
Yep.
Strong fan of spray. You can see she's got a bit of a physical advantage over the two girls she's surfing against. Doesn't have to push as hard to generate twice as much spray. That was a strong turn. And yeah, just really looking just sure on her feet. The board looks just glued to her feet, going exactly wherever she wants to put it.
Brimming with confidence, mate. She is on a tear, 5.83, a healthy 12.2 wave total. Is a really solid wave with 10 minutes basically on the timepiece remaining. She can definitely improve on that last wave. Plenty of waves coming through. A 3-person heat is good news. You just don't want to get third. So Paris Melendra will be eager to find out her last number. It's only got to be a low 4, but squared off against the work that Miyasaka did. Probably another fairly low digit about to drop for Paris.
All right, so there it is, 5.83 for Miyasaka, 12-point total. That's should be feeling very confident at this point, but maybe not quite comfortable just yet. Catalina has priority. He's chasing an 8.33 for first.
Well, I think once Miyasaka hears the 8.33 requirement, that will boost her confidence. That's a huge number. I don't think we've seen one today. So I reckon Miyasaka's immediate thought will be, I'm just going to burn off my 5.83. She's definitely got the surfing to do it. She's picked 2 really good waves so far. Now the shackles are off with that second number. I reckon so will the shackles come off on a performance on the next wave. So up the point she paddles. She decides she wants in on the deeper section. Yeah, last wave for the little one in blue. Her best score, 2.9. Struggling to get out of the 2s there, squarely due to the fact that she's riding waves in comparison to what Miyasaka's doing. And you said it well, Chris. Miyasaka has a definite physical advantage. The little one there just can't quite match anywhere near the manoeuvring that the surfer in red is producing.
7.5 minutes to go. Up next, Gabby Spark from Australia, Oshana Rogers, also from Australia, Ainhoa Leisaga, sister of Sarah Leisaga, who we just saw in action, and Skye Brown, who actually won bronze in skateboarding at the Tokyo Olympics.
Ooh, as what, a 15-year-old?
No, so I think she's
Oh,
14 now, so she would have won it as a 12-year-old. And bronze has become very fashionable lately. It's rose gold.
All right.
Owen Wright, he's proudly claiming he won rose gold in
gold.
Tokyo.
All right.
The cool
I
thing
like
that
it.
Owen claims as well, and it's right, he was surfing's first ever Olympic medalist, because they have the playoff for bronze, or the surf off for bronze, before they have the surf off for
First and second, gold and silver. All right. That's a good way of looking at it, isn't it? Glass is more than half full there.
Well, that's the other funny thing in the Olympics is you win bronze, whereas you often lose silver. So you'll often see...
He's the first winner, the first winning medalist.
Yeah, you often see the team or individual that gets the bronze, they've won that because it's a playoff for third.
Yeah.
Whereas you'll see the team that gets the second, the silver, they're often
Lose the
devastated
final.
because they've lost the final.
Oh, glass half full, glass half empty. I like Owen Wright's take on all that. 2 real positives. All right, so Miyasaka prowling the lineup, hoping for one more opportunity to impress and delete the 5.83. A really strong lead for the Japanese surfer in red. Strong surfing, confident attack, eyeballing a wave right here. She looks down the line and says, yep, might as well. So here we go, wave number 3. No, didn't pay off that time. She'll lose priority and drop third into the that rotation. Now heading wide, going, I might as well sit back down here. She's having a look at the very next wave. So it's about 3 o'clock here in South Sumatran time, everybody. We did start this morning about 6:45. So a long, long day. We're at heat 7. Last heat of the women's coming up next, and then we're going to finish all of these 5 heats in the next round of 64 for the men's. I believe we've been dropped a full heat draw. So let's have a little squiz ahead of time and see who some of the... some of our top-rated surfers featuring in red in the next round to kick off the round of 64. Daiki Tanaka will lead out heat 1. Hiroto Araya in heat 2 wears the red. Kajiro Nishi, winner of the very first event, will surf in red in the heat 3. Alistair Reginado is the top seed there in heat 4, and George Pitta, the number 1 seed in heat 5. But all those heats to me look like a real tough affair. 5 of them to finish things off. Who we got, Chris?
Well, this is Miyasaka. She's our heat leader, and she's looking to really slam the door on this one. Not to be on that occasion, but 4 minutes to go and a commanding lead for the Japanese surfer.
All right, potentially wave number 4. It is, so let's stay with Micah here. Quick up and down. Wave just burns off down the reef. Got to be happy with the performance here, opening with the 617. Backed it up with another really strong ride for a 583. First time I've seen her surf live. Lots of stuff on the socials getting around. Always puts up really ripping social media clips, and on Matsuoka is another one I noticed puts up a lot of really good clips. She'll be in the draw a bit later on. Catalina's done a pretty good job to hold second place the whole heat. Not big numbers, but she's definitely got a little bit to like about what she does. Final heat of the day, just starting to position themselves out the back. Surfer in red in the background, awaiting her opportunity, Gabby Spark. So come on, these youngsters. I'm sure they'd like to surf their way through to the beach. It's been a super crowded lineup every time they've gone out for free surf, so they don't get the opportunity to practice too much out here. And right now is your chance to ride a couple of waves and get a bit familiar with the lineup. Paris Melendra having a little look on the inside. Maiko Miyasaka now, wave number 5, surfing off the screen.
Oh, wow, that was a strong turn.
It sure was. Really using a lot of back foot there, a lot of control, full surfboard, changing direction, full wraps, really well surfed. Really grabbed my attention, and I think we're definitely going to see this young lady feature in quite a few more heats. The confidence there, I can see she's got more in the tank as we go through the rounds. Really strong, polished performance. You're going to get to have a chat with her anyway, Chris. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a replay of that last wave. The
first turn was brutal.
Oh, it was huge. Really aggressive, powerful hook.
Here it comes. Check this. Sa. Fully unleashed. Tried it again. She loved it so much the first time around. She tried for the same manoeuvre, didn't quite commit as much, got a little stuck, over and out, 40 seconds to go, job well done. I'm going to mark her down as a bit of a highlight on our page here because strong performance.
30 seconds to go, still waiting on a number to drop in for that last wave. Basically it's going to be for one turn. I think they've just thrown a 4.07 at it, so...
All right, for one manoeuvre.
Just the one turn. All irrelevant at this point. It's going to be Maiko Miyasaka and Catalina Zarakui through to the next round. One more heat to go on the women's side of proceedings, and then we're going to flip back to the men. Gabby Spake, Oceana Rogers, Ainhoa Leisaga and Skye Brown coming our way right after this quick break.
And we are back live action. There's the point. Ujung Bocur is the reef, the loyal point. And I've got Billy hanging in here with me. Billy, last heat of the women's round. Have you been impressed with what you've seen from the ladies?
From the get-go, mate, there was an 8-point ride from Charlie Hatley in the first heat. That has been followed up by a couple of other 8-point rides. I have been impressed with the women's surfing. They've gone out there and delivered tailor-made conditions for them. How was that last heat, mate? Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, I certainly can. The surfer in red just burst out of the gates. Her very first wave, mate. I could have seen a bit more in that. It turned into a 617. But the confidence, the experience, the physical stature, she definitely had a big advantage over the other two and used it, absolutely to a T. She backed it up with a 5.83. One to watch out for. Remember that name, Micah Marginson.
Now, what about young Paris? How'd she go?
Young Paris showed that she's young.
She's the granddaughter of Bobby, from Bobby's G-Land.
All right. Well, in that case, she's a ripper.
She's a ripper. Yeah, straight to the top of the line.
It was like not unfortunate. It's just the circumstances of what goes on. Is what Marginson was doing was miles above the slender frame of young Paris. And
Gotcha.
Paris's inexperienced / small stature was probably the story of her scoreline. She didn't stop trying, though, the whole time. She did ride a number of waves. She took a pretty dramatic little airdrop out of one wave that I was surprised she made.
Cool.
So Paris, a bit of a charger, but in comparison to who she was against, she kind of got a little bit
overawed with the whole thing. Yeah, well, it's experience, Mark, and you can't get experience without putting yourself out of your comfort zone. It sounds like she just did just that.
Kind of, yep. Okay, so this heat right here, we're looking at Gabby Spark in red out of Australia, Oceana Rogers, another Australian in blue, and Hoa Lesaga in the French woman in white, and Skye Brown in green. A lot of hype on green, Skye Brown, so pretty keen to see what she can put together.
I'm sure Binzi filled you in, but she is a world champion skateboarder.
Yep, I heard.
And an Olympic medal winner.
Yeah.
One of the... Gabrielle Medina has competed here, but she'd have to be close to the most famous athlete to compete in this contest. Not just through the surfing world, but she transcends the surfing world in the skating and athletic
celebrity.
Famous celebrity, that's right. So we look forward to seeing what she has to offer. I was just chatting to her old man out there pre-heat. They travelled all the way from Japan for this contest. She's half British, half Japanese. And in that region of Asia.
Now, I heard some rumbling out there, Billy, and the sky's gone a little greyish.
Yep.
What are the chances of some Ujung?
Well, a lot of thunder, like you said. The hills to the south are kind of disappearing. That's indicative of an afternoon shower, we've realised over the years. So I'm going to go with the 50-50.
A Mon King.
Well,
I hope not. I'm looking at the roof, and there's a lot of electronics in here, and there's probably 10 or 12 holes in the roof that may cause some concern should the Hooge come bucketing down. 20 minutes, no waves ridden. Last heat of the women's round.
Straight into the blokes after this.
Well, we're about 5 minutes off a restart, so let's not...
count your chickens.
Let's not. This is heat 20 of the day. 5 more to go. All men's round of 64. The big seeds step into play. So I highlighted a couple of the top seeded guys in those first 5 heats. We'll have a little browse of the heat draw in a minute and come up with some other names that are involved in those 5.
Little fun fact: the caddy for Gabby Spark is Izzy Campbell.
Oh, there
also
you go.
A great skateboarder, great bowl skateboarder, and now competing in the surfing.
And you want to hook Emmy up with Skye just for a meet and greet and a photo?
I've already spoken to the old man, and that is going to happen.
Perfect.
Yeah, they love that crossover. But in the meantime, mate, let's cross down to the athletes area with the winner of the last heat, and I imagine Chris Binns.
Oh, hang on, we're on. Thanks for the
Well, we're
heads
staying
up.
with the live action. So
While we
there it is.
work
That was the
quickly
first
on
wave of the
screen.
heat. Gabby out of Australia.
Chill out, everyone. focus on the screen for a second. And make sure you look there. All right, I'm down here with the winner of the last heat, Micah Marginson. Congratulations on that last heat win.
Thank you so much.
Run us through the conditions out there because it looks pretty picture perfect right now.
Yeah, there's nice waves coming, but I worried about storm, so I just worry about that.
You looked really strong. Your turns were huge. Were you feeling really comfortable out there?
Yeah, but I'm really nervous in outside, so I can do like my best surfing in out there this time.
You didn't look nervous at all. You came here to Krui last year. How'd you go in the competition, and what did you take away from last year that you've implemented so that you can do better this year?
Last year was sucks for me, but I fixed it this time, so I can do like my surfing. Yeah.
And who are you here with? Who are you traveling with? And what do you think of right here in Krui?
With Minori Kawaii, she's a nice surfer, and she's mine too. So I feel like perfect traveling with her. So just I'm now.
Well, it was an awesome performance. Loved watching you surfing. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
Any words in Japanese to your friends and family back home?
ありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。
Thank you very much. Back up to you guys in the box.
Righto, thanks, Chris. We have seen 2 waves ridden now in this heat. One by Lysaga in the white for a 1-point ride. We just saw Skye Brown on her opening wave, the surfer in green. So maybe we've had 3 waves ridden. Let's have a little look because we have priority up there for blue and white. All right, it's nice to hear from Miyasaka. Said she felt a little bit nervous. She did not look at one little bit. Said her campaign didn't go to schedule last year, so I'm sure she's here to extract a bit of revenge.
Yeah, get the act together a bit more.
And lay it down on this track that we're calling Ujung Bocur. The leaking edge is what it equates to in English. Thanks to the villagers here at Tanjung, Setia. That's the location of this piece of reef. And of course it is all via the province of Lampung, South Sumatra. If you're thinking of coming, get your act to Lampung, get in a mobile and get over the ridge here to Krui. Here we go now, blue. So Oceana Rogers. Got a little lump and bump on the face of this wave, but dealing with it. That was a quality turn. Nice little bit of rail work just to stay with the power source. Winding up now, out on the face. Looking at an end section coming out of rapidly and decides to Superman away out of there.
Bail it, yes. Well, that was a pretty handy one by Oceana.
Yep,
a nice size wave too.
Yeah, I like it. So what have we got there? A caddy. She's right down in caddy corner. She's rode that a long way.
Yep, jet ski cutting laps out there. Not sure about that wake. It could find its way into the lineup. It's a learning process here in Indonesia.
Was that Federico?
That is Federico. And a big log out the back. Look at that. Yeah, the work ethic on Federico, Fedi, our photographer, is just second to none. He's out there hours and hours in a day, sitting on that old Luke Studer surfboard. It's got a personality of its own. But here's the replay from Oceana Rogers. Nice high line, getting through that section. Dealt with that. It's more difficult than it looks, Mark, that lumpy lip line.
Yeah, especially given the bump that was on the wave. She did good to control that.
Yeah, she did really well. And nothing is really out. It's not blowing her hair back, and a solid start to the heat nonetheless.
Yep, a completion on your first wave is always a really good way to ride out and release some nerves. It's only a 3.50, but it does a lot more than that for the mindset. So congratulations, Oceana, sitting into second. Not far behind Gabby, who locked in that 4.17 for her opening ride. So plenty of room for improvement for the young ladies. 13.50 on the clock, so there's a bit more to look forward to before we ramp it up and come into the full seeded round, men's 64. We've got Huey Vaughan coming up in heat 1.
Right on.
We've got 3 Australians in that heat up against Daiki Tanaka. So that will feature as our very next heat. Jordan Lawler, there's a big name. He's in Heat 2. Corbin Hutchings and Kai Mariki have made their way through the draw to get to that point. Heat 3, we've got 2 Japanese surfers up against an American and Australian in Kobe Clements. Heat 4, Jack Thomas, our West Sider, is there. Dakota Walters, another Australian, having his first hit out. Alistair Reginato pulls the jersey on for the first time here as well. And then to finish the day, a 4 Australian affair that will feature George Pittard, Caius King, Zane Assink and Saxon Reba.
What a way to round out
Sure
day
is.
2 of the Krui Pro.
Got to stick around for that one, folks. Do not go anywhere.
Right, a bit of a sleepy one thus far, Mark. Best of it is Gabby Spake with a 4.17. 3.50 for Oceania. Hot on the heels of that. Skye Brown, just a very small 0.87, a wave that ran away on her. So be looking to see her get into a decent wave with second priority.
I imagine she's also in the juniors, being quite young, 14 years of age.
Might have to check that out.
So the juniors have been, waiting their turn as well. I'm predicting probably a Thursday thing for that. I spoke with Ty Serrati earlier, our contest director. And, he's thinking tomorrow more of the same. We've done, by the end of today, everybody, 25 heats. He's got that similar thing scheduled in for tomorrow, men's and women's. Without confirming it, he reckons, when I asked about juniors, he shook his head and went, no, not yet. Not while there's, being a 5,000 men's and women, big deal.
They get the priority, and they should. There's big points on offer. The Pro Junior is a bit of a bonus. Super exciting, though.
And let's face it, juniors can froth over anything. So long as it folds over and there's some foam involved, they just want to get out there anyway.
That's true.
So
that's true.
It doesn't take a whole lot to stoke them out, but they are anxiously waiting their turn. All right, 11 minutes to round out 8 heats of the opening round for the women's. No super big highlights. Gabby will be quietly content with a 4.17 being the best wave. Time ticking away. It's probably going to feature as a keeper at this point in time.
Lisiaga with priority and just that solitary 1 point ride. And Skye Brown snapping out of heels with that second priority. Both those girls will be looking to improve their score line.
They wouldn't need much. I'm not sure what it is, but we can probably bring that up and have a little look. I imagine some fairly low requirements needed. Well, let's say surfer in white would only need a 2.5, 2.51. Surfer in brown would in green
2.64.
There you go.
And Oceania, a massive 0.68 required.
Blue, Oceania.
Nothing to lose there, fourth priority mark, so you might
That's
as well have a peek over the lip line. Not much happening.
Tide is dropping, so it may affect decision making. Some of those little waves can bottom out pretty quick smart on a lower tide. Not so for Red. She drops into this thing, Gabby. So let's see how she goes.
All in and out.
All right, that was third priority used. Trying to just get a second number on the board, so it will extend the lead, not by much, maybe a point and a bit. Blue though, here we go, Billy.
Yeah, it's a good looking wave, a bit more out towards the channel. You can tell by her body language that this thing is going to run off at a good pace. Good first turn, second one finds a little airdrop if you don't mind, and wraps it around. Hopefully this wave will stand up on that inside reef. It does. She's going to stick with it for sure. All right, Oceania Rogers looking the best in this heat thus far. Finds a little bit of meat on the bone on the inside as well. Oceania making a great fist of this. That'll do her. Well served, young lady.
Best wave of the heat for me.
Yeah, bring it on.
I like the way she ollied out of that second manoeuvre just to get to the bottom of the wave a little quicker. Let's have a look. This is something that went on maybe behind that wave of Oceania's.
Yep, this is the French woman,
That must have
Siaga.
been. Here goes the wave in question, mate. So good size wave to start with. This first turn, you could see she put it right in the pocket, so it was well timed. Here goes the little ollie. Boom.
Oi.
It looks like she's really starting to find a groove, Billy. A lot of this surfing done fairly convincingly. When she did a manoeuvre, she kind of committed to, although it might have been not in the pocket all of it, she definitely had a nice little whip in her style. A little bit of confidence as she went down the line, so pretty cool.
Yeah, she most likely be paddling out, Mark, and analysing where she can do better on the next wave, and that's a really healthy place to be when you're in a heat. I can't wait to get another wave because I'm going to do this differently or that differently, and try and amass a few more points.
So there we go, 5-3-3. Thank you very much. Worked away into the lead with the best score and the second best number of this matchup. A little throwaway for Gabby. We'll have another number also to drop for White, I think. And it will be White's better score. Don't know whether it's going to be the 4.87 needed. Skye Brown now in the green with priority. There she is, right in the middle of the screen. Going to have to get a little move on here with only 7 and a bit minutes on the clock. She's probably going to have to do it in 2 waves to get up there and maybe win, or one okayish wave just right in the middle of the flat 5 for second.
It sits out there with priority, Mark, and there is a little bit of motion in the ocean you see out the back. So maybe that might result in a set wave to the left of screen that is up towards the point, if you like. The barrel section up to the left of screen, and the
manoeuvre bits
right. Down to the right of the screen. If you keep going right, you're getting up at Lani's
caddy corner.
Yep.
All right, 3-5-0 turns into Lasaga's best wave. Now only needs a 2-3-8 to go into second, so Gabby Spake will be a little nervous once she hears that score.
Yeah, definitely within striking range.
Yep. Oceana Rogers will be not phased one little bit. Surfer in blue, strong lead. Needs to just burn off a 3-5-0. Hang on, there must be someone over here. No, there's not. Back we go. White lets it go. Blue had a sniff. In 4th priority, you might as well. Somebody's right up the point. Here we go. Oh, so red right out of picture.
Wow, Gabby Spake. Yeah, absolutely nailing that turn. Skye Brown did have priority. I'm not sure she was aware of that, and she let her have it. But this is turning into a great looking wave all the way from up the point. I can't wait to see the beginning of it, because she's rattling off some really high scoring manoeuvres. That's a real ripper right there, Mark. Nice, deliberate surfing. Her intent is clear, and her execution was great until I've just pumped her up. Gabby Spake, a very handy wave.
Doesn't even matter about that fall. Where was she? I reckon for sure she'll go back into first position. So she got some work done early. You can see none of that was above the lip line right there, but she got close that time. There's a manoeuvre coming that looks really, really solid. Lots of spray there. I think the best manoeuvre is still yet to come.
Beautiful.
Here it comes
wave.
now. You watch this.
Zah.
Boom. That was it. So lots of surfing done on this wave, Billy. A lot of it a bit repetitious, but still pretty strong. Regardless of the fall, I reckon for sure she'll go at least into second here. Oh, sorry, she's in second. She's definitely going to go to the lead. Well, that was my iced tea I ordered a while back. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, thanks very much to the ground staff here, doing a great job, looking after us. Always a pleasure to come to Krui. All right, action out the back now. The priority holder is green. There is a wave right in her grill. She's going to kick her feet and try and get onto this. This is our surfer from England, Skye Brown. A good looking top turn, really aggressive style, which we would come to expect from these bowl skaters. That's another good looking turn. I'm impressed from what I've seen so far, Mark. Nice flow, nice style, and that big rail work right up there. There's no holding back for this young lady.
No.
Well, take that, everybody.
No sign of nerves right there, Billy. With only the 0.87, you could have forgiven her for getting a little bit safety on that, but there was no safety involved in those manoeuvres.
And Hyatt, she is not standing back and taking it one little bit. A wave of her own. Just coming unstuck right there in front of Skye, so it could be a bit of a paddle battle on here.
Well, we're owed 3 numbers, Billy. We can't forget about Gabby's wave.
Yep.
All right, so that probably gets her into the lead. This wave of whites. That was pretty nice first turn.
Was.
Very measured approach. You know, and the surfing she's putting together here, in stark contrast to what Skye Brown was doing, who kind of let loose a bit more, I think is going to extract the bigger number for sure. Here we go. So you have a look at this comparison.
Yeah, I am drawing comparisons between this and Izzy Campbell's surfing. The common factor is that their bowl skating is world class, and there's no, you know, when you're skating in a bowl, there's no half measures. You've really got to go for it or you're going to fall off, and that's reflected right there in that last turn, Mark.
Yep, good pickup. Whoa.
A bit of thunder.
Yep.
Look at the girls looking around. What is that noise? Welcome to Indonesia, ladies.
Yep. It's play on at this stage. About the only thing that will pull the pin on the format, potentially lightning.
Gabby Spake a 6 and a 4.17. There we go. The score has come through straight to number 1 as predicted by you, Mark.
Well, Skye needed a 7.96. That last wave had shades of excellence in it.
It's going to be scratching the excellent on that, which is my prediction. I'm
So
quite often wrong.
So Skye could shuffle into second with that one wave.
Yep. There's 2 minutes remaining, and a lot of surfers today have got a tail end wave down from the point just to get that 2 or 3 points. So things hotting up in the last 2 minutes here. Heat 8, last one of the women's round.
I just heard something about being on hold from the beach announcer. I'm not sure whether he was referring to this heat or the next heat.
Well, the only reason we would stop, Mark, if there was lightning.
Yeah, we got that.
Oh, look at this, Skye
again.
Brown dropping into one on the tail end as predicted. We've only seen that one turn from her. Now this is the interesting part, the ocean awareness. Trying to get around that white water. It's a difficult thing to do. She does it now and wraps around to that inside section. She probably only needs a couple more turns and this heat would look safe for her. She's going in to the Raphael section. We'll lose sight of her for a second and she'll end up going right. She sticks with a wave. There she is. She's behind the scorecard. This is dangerous territory because it's really shallow right there, Mark. 1 minute remaining.
She'll go to first, needing a 7.96 on one wave. If she doesn't get it on one wave, the second one will put her there. Yep, so that'll be from last to first in the space of a few moments. So here's a replay. So that's the first turn that we did see. It took her a while to get around the wash, but added something else. So regardless of what it drops into, it's going to drag her out of fourth into first.
Yeah, pairing with that first wave, mate.
Yep.
I think you're spot on there.
No, for sure she goes to the lead. So good work here with Rizal, I noticed. So Rizal Tanjung.
Yeah, he's chaperoning the Brown family around. Had a little chat to him as well. He's stoked to see all the young kids down here. He loves this contest. Of course,
his boys in both divisions, I think, Opens and Juniors.
Boy's an absolute gun. Lovely young man too. Well, they're counting this one out, Mark.
They are.
I'm still waiting for scores. A lot of scores. Look at Onishasana Rogers. She has not given up. Can she stand up before the hooter? Who knows?
I don't think so, mate.
I don't know if there's any lag in the broadcast, but if that is spot on, she stood up just afterwards.
Yep.
What a pity, because it's a good-looking runner. It's only a medium-sized little one, but she's getting her flair happening. Chucking that board around 180, and we'll see how it goes. But, mate, let's cut to an ad break, and we'll either be back with the men's round or we'll be on hold. But stick with us wherever you're watching around the world. Krui Pro 2023. We'll be back after this short commercial break. All right, as the rain falls here at Ujung Bocur, we can tell you that the surfers are out there and getting word from the tower that we may be on hold or we may be going ahead, but we are still waiting for scores from that last heat. And I believe you have some information, Giada, about being on hold.
Oh, no.
What did Chris Spence just yell at you then?
That he's going to do a post-interview with Skye Brown.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at this. Skye Brown has come away with an 8 and a 3.70. She's taken first place over Gabby Spake, a 6 and a 4.17. So Oceana and our French surfer, Anio Hoa, out. So really entertaining that last heat, the last of the women's round.
Yeah, that was a great way for Skye Brown to go to first place in the last minutes of that heat. You know, she only had a 0. She didn't have. She only caught 3 waves and caught them all in the last 5 minutes of the heat. And
yeah.
This is our men's. This is our men's heat 1. In red, we have Daiki Tanaka. In blue, Axel Kurata. In white, Hugh Vaughn. And in green, Casey Lane.
Right on.
Yes, the rain is pouring a lot out here.
Yeah, it's going to test the broadcast booth for sure. I can see a couple of light coming through the roof. We'll see how we go.
So yeah, as we've heard, we actually are going on hold until the storm passes.
Okay. So the surfers are out there. There have been waves ridden. We'll see if they will be counted. I'm pretty sure they will be. But just getting word through now that we will stick with the action and check out the round of 61 Heat 1, Casey Lane. And we'll stick with the action here until we get onto the beach interview, looking for Skye Brown from that previous heat. So yeah, there's probably a couple of reasons we'll go on hold, Giada, and the biggest one is lightning. And if we're seeing that on the horizon or coming with the storm front, we'll definitely stop, because we don't want to be the only objects sitting above the ocean as the lightning storm comes through. So we are on hold. The surfers will have the choice to come back into the beach or stay out. I'm not sure about you, but I've surfed in the rain in Indonesia a lot. I actually really like it. But we have a duty of care, and we've got to follow protocol, and that's what we're doing. So we will be on hold until this storm front passes, and that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We will get to you with the details of the scores in a little bit.
I'm the opposite. I hate surfing in the rain.
Really?
Hate it. I'm absolutely terrified of lightning.
Yeah, well, you'd have to be super unlucky, but
terrified.
It only takes that one thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably the only time a white boy like me can surf without a rashie, because I'm not going to get sunburnt, so I actually really like it.
I am absolutely terrified of thunder and lightning, and I don't like the fact that the rain is always in your eyes. I feel like the drops don't let me really see, so...
Yeah, right on, okay. So I
yeah.
think everyone should take note. It starts raining in Indonesia, just go straight in, and if I'm out there, I'll be okay. I might get a wave or two, so I'll be the only one out there. All right, that's a pity that was going to be a cracking heat. We may have action after the storm front, but yes, we're just taking care of our duty of care. These are our control measures. We have to go on hold if there is lightning in the area. But in the meantime, let's cross down to Chris Benz. He is there with Skye Brown, winner of the last heat. Over to you, Chris.
All right, down here with the winner of the last heat. You did it on your last 2 waves in the last couple of minutes. Congratulations, Skye Brown.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm super stoked. It's a little sketchy. I was like not sure if it was gonna come, but it came, and yeah, I got super stoked.
Tell us, what are you doing at this event? Because you surf for Great Britain, you can't gain any form of points here. Is it just for experience?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do get points because I'm doing the Asia region.
Okay, didn't know that.
Yeah, but I'm so stoked to be here in Indonesia. It's my first time in Indo, so already just surfing these waves are so good, and being in this comp with all these amazing surfers are just so fun, yeah.
And tell us about the 8, because that really got you back in the picture, and you were able to snatch the victory right at the end.
Yeah, definitely so stoked that wave came. It was pretty, I don't know, I kind of just went on a bad wave on my first wave and wasn't feeling so good, but getting that wave just gave me a lot of confidence, and yeah, so happy about it.
You're never short on confidence, come on. First time to Indonesia, getting the full Indonesian experience, a late afternoon tropical downpour and the win. Skye Brown, congratulations. Any shout outs to people back home?
Thank you to my dad and brother for coming, to Rizal for helping me, my friend Kako, and everyone who's watching me back home, especially my mom. Love you.
That was your first heat in Indonesia, and it was a really good one. Well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, Skye Brown, back to you guys in the box.
Yeah, nice one, Chris. Good to hear from the little champ. Those crossover athletes are super, super impressive. You can see that aggressive style come from those bowl skaters. Well, as we get wet inside the commentary booth, we are on hold. As you can see, that weather getting quite thick and vicious, shaking the camera towers around. All right, so folks, there is the information right there on your screen. We will be on hold. Stick with the action, because these showers can pass in a good 10 minutes. If it does come back on time, we will continue with the round of 64 of the men's. All right, so wherever you are around the world, I hope you enjoyed the action today. We are on hold. Go get yourself a coffee, go get yourself a meal or something like that, and keep us on your screen, because there could be some really good action to close out the afternoon. See you shortly.
QS even in Indo, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. How did you find out about it? I just heard about it. Like, I'm there. We did go to Indo. Even the waves look crazy. And have you been going around Krui so far? How do you like it? Yeah, we were in Bali before we came here and got to spend some time there. And yeah, being here is really cool, seeing cultures and people and seeing it all. It's just so sick. And you have your heat in junior as well. Are you excited for that? Yeah, I'm super excited for juniors. That's going to be super sick too. Again, I get to surf out there with a few people. It's just a dream.
Alright, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mine. That's mine. No, you lying. It's mine. I put my stuff here before. No breathing. 5 minutes, okay, 5 minutes, okay. Now what? 8 minutes. Oh, it's not live.
just
Sorry, Papa, something first contact. First contact. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Get Marcia the bear out.
What happened?
The next seat is together.
Ya besok bersama hit ya bersama. Hitnya berdua. Ya berdua besok. Ada ini.
Ada sih di tas.
iPhone.
2人でもいい経験。うまくなった。
Ready for that? Taco. Ready, yeah? On Skye. Ready to beat Taco? Taco ready to beat Skye. That's it. 頑張って。
Can we go home? So are we going to stay here?
High score. High score. Good point.
The highest point of the girls.
One more guys.
So they like you. That last time they like you race it. The last one. Not the last one. The last one on that team. Hey, what? Don't step the border.
I'm not.
Last week.
No, it was under 5.
8 minutes left, yeah. No. Oh yeah, 6 minutes something, and then you have 4 minutes, 3 minutes to go, you get away, yeah.
Did I have made it so I could get that was
Yeah, you got a 0.8. That was the window, you get clean window, you get. 6 minutes. First win.
It's probably so confusing. There's so many good waves out there.
And her hit like 5 minutes flat.
5 minutes flat, 2 waves, 10 minutes flat. So there was 5 minutes flat, and 3 waves, 10 minutes flat.
I got my way from the side.
Yeah, Yeah. Whatever.
And then the last one. This one was so sketchy.
I thought you were going to go right.
I thought you were right too.
It's so sketchy.
Almost stuck there. Okay, I want to say, come on, Skye, go, 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 go. Yeah.
Right there. Everyone was here.
Lightning hit.
Everyone is screaming. Everyone was like, do it.
If you did a floater at the end, that was a dry reef though.
Yeah, dry reef, yeah. That's like
I saw the rock.
And you only got 2 boards.
Four.
No, yeah, you probably would. Step up.
So should we get going?
Yes. Unless you go anytime?
Let's get some ramen.
Go back first.
Go back.
Go back first.
Do you want me to choke you milk?
Let's do the ramen. Are they gonna run the heat?
Any machine that stop the player?
No, we have to wait, yeah.
1 hour?
Oh, is it?
But why is it girls no more night? I didn't hear it start.
Oh, you're gonna run 4 heat.
Did you compete?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Quick heat. It's good, huh? There's some sometimes they let you have a roll.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Dangerous. Yeah.
Until I really watch the heat.
Yeah, come the law. That's what I mean. It's important to don't waste time. The law.
I got mine just
Don't try high side, that's totally different.
Reef, yeah. But at the beginning, everyone pass you, yeah, and then they don't go. Remember, I said, go, keep going, don't, and then 2 waves come, bum, bum, bum. But anyway, yeah.
You're the one who made it. What did you do?
What's your name when you
Oh, you see a Japanese surfer boy.
In the junior tomorrow, yeah?
Ya Bapak. Apanya? Laptopnya. Masa? Saya kuliah.
Apa itu nomor
Jati.
teman itu? Where are you now? Oh yeah, wait for you.
Where are you staying?
2 minutes.
Next door. Oh, that's close. It's really close. It's a good spot too.
You cannot change some person.
It's been too big for Mandurri. This one here has been a good man. It's gonna see maybe here, yeah. Maybe after the rain, maybe it's gonna be glassy there. But big, too big. They're killing it. Yeah.
And everybody don't go to do round 1. They just want to wait for that run. Somebody to
Maybe you can carry, take 2 balls. Maybe you guys can carry each other.
These guys scheming to get back out. Amongst the items. Save my gear.
Yeah, so do you. So do you. Yeah, you both got a little yeah, like
That's all.
Is that the contest for the ISA?
Oh, yes. Should we get going? Taco? You guys are all in the same I'm carrying
Japanese.
Japanese.
Oh, number one, two. Or number one, number two. Make. All the way.
Still in Tennessee.
Oh, I saw him down Oh, Paching.
Who you want Teddy for you? Ocean or
Catching the wave.
He's gonna take away, yeah.
He can tell us stuff.
Okay, I can do it. Tell.
Have to win, yeah? If you get money, you have to give me some. Because I'm catching. You have to give me $5.
Makanya burger.
Anywhere? You guys surf?
Yeah,
Maybe the boys can go surf, maybe, yeah?
No. What if I say no?
Yeah, maybe I drop them surfing together.
Okay. We feed you a lot of meat.
No. We feed them to the tiger.
Mustard tiger.
And then maybe tonight. Are you guys coming to Bali at all?
I'm fine.
Yeah, Bali. Bali. They're gonna do all Asia region now.
Guess how old she is? Don't tell. 16? 20. You're 20? 21. You're 20? You're older than my brother. You're older than me. Oh. You're older than my dad. What? When?
America's kind of hard because you gotta go East Coast also, the wind can be really flat.
Can I beat up your brother with one finger?
Yeah, like but the waves are like whatever. I've seen like that. None of this. The East Coast, one of the East Coast.
I get one. I get one.
They were doing this.
And you get to do it, and I get to do it.
Yeah, this is your hometown, huh? The crazy guy. Yeah, like doing errors and like.
く始めて4時20。
Got no audio.
Hold, and now we are back on. This is going to be the first heat of round of 64. In red, we will be seeing Daiki Tanaka. In blue, Axel Kurata. In white, Hugh Vaughn. And in green, Casey Lane. There you see all the names up the front. I think we're just waiting for one more surfer to reach the lineup, and then we will be trying to finish 3 heats of this round before maybe just calling it off. As we see, it is quite dark, and it's been a really long day of heats.
It's been a long day. Word on the street is we're looking for 3 more heats. That would be good fun. Get a big chunk of this program out of the way. It's been a super entertaining day.
Yeah, the waves have been firing all day. We have never seen the wind even turn slightly bit onshore. It's either been super glassy or that quick offshore as we see now. We're live. This is the Krui Pro 5000 in South Sumatra. The wave Ujung Bocur. And we're all very excited to be here. The waves are firing. Everyone's happy. A little bit of rain won't stop this action.
No way. We got 3 hungry lads out there at the moment. Not yet started. I see a red rashy there. So 4 competitors out there.
And here we go. We're about to give it a start.
All right, we are underway. Giada, 25 minutes. Heat 1 is resuming.
Yes, we are officially back on. As we've said, we're going to be trying to reach 3 more heats. We see the end of the well, just as before we went on hold, we saw some really good waves being ridden by this heat actually. Unfortunately, none of them counted as we had to put it on hold. This is Daiki Tanaka in red. Starting off, unfortunately, doesn't get around that section, but he will jump off, and it's still very early in the heat. Plenty of time to get his ball rolling.
Yeah, that one running away on him. But is our surf in blue now, trying to deal with the squally conditions that rain has brought. Let's put a bit of texture on the face of the wave.
Yeah, here we have Huey Vaughn on a bomb. You can see a beautiful first opening turn and straight into the second one. Really nice flow and taps actually, smashes that one finish. That was a beautiful 3-turn wave by our surfer Huey Vaughn. Here we have the replay. He's such a small surfer but throws so much water. Here we see him first hit that lip right under it, throws a fan spray, a little bit more of an open carve, and smacks that one finish.
Yeah, he's having no trouble with the texture on the face, that's for sure. If you stay aggressive and go right to rail, you're going to get results. That was really good surfing by Huey Vaughn. No wonder there are big raps on this lad. Waiting for a couple of scores to drop. I think Axel's has dropped. There wasn't much in that 0.87.
Yeah, this is the round of 64, Heat 1. We've had a massive day of competition. Finished the round of 80 earlier. And now we're into the round of 64. We had the first women joining us today as well. Round 1 of the women. So there has been non-stop action. Everyone tuning in, I'm sure it's been one entertaining heat after the other.
Yeah, the girls did put on a good performance, didn't they? From the get-go, that Heat 1 was an absolute belter. And continued all the way into the last heat of the women's round. Skye Brown coming from behind in the last 5 minutes. Showing us what she's made of. Very patient, sitting out there waiting for those set waves. A really good display by all the girls this afternoon. Super impressed.
Yeah.
Our Korean surfer. That was entertaining.
Yeah,
I really
that was great to watch. Adding into that international field, she might be the only Korean surfer here, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, no doubt.
It was great to see her catch a few waves. She definitely, she was having fun out there. I saw some photos from Fede that he took from the water. She was all smiles, happy to be here. I mean, who isn't, you know?
Yeah, she was coming up to the athletes area post-heat, all smiles, all chatty, all high fives, along with all the other athletes in the area. It was real super cool to see.
Yeah, I had a nice chat with Sara Lesiaga as well, surfer from Biarritz. I see her competing around Europe mostly, but it's nice to see the girls down here as well, the two sisters from Basque Country. We have surfers from America. So it's a very international champur here in the Krui Pro 5000. The all-famous Krui Pro 5000.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more attention this year with the likes of Skye Brown and Sierra Kerr here. Of course, probably the most famous surfer to surf in the event would be Gabrielle, you'd think? Yep.
Yes, for sure. And somehow he didn't win the event.
Yeah, because the world is full of fantastic surfers. Everything's got to go right to pull off an event win. That's why you see the surfers so happy and so joyful when they do pull one off.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can be a 3 times world champion, not win a 5-star QS. All right, this is Axel again, going really square and high on that first turn. Good looking wave now. Only 2 turns on offer, but he takes full advantage and rides out of that beautifully.
Yep, that was the second ride of Axel Corrada Rose. Here we're going to be seeing the replay. Hits his first section and absolutely belts the second one as well. Manages to stay on. Board goes completely upside down. That was some beautiful surfing from Alex Corrada.
Yeah, I like the timing on that last turn. Super impressive. Casey Lane now in green. Hammering down the line. It's just like it's going to be one turn for that wave. First score's in for Huey Vaughan, 5 points. So the judges will build from there. Of course, they haven't seen the guys surf for a few hours.
Yeah, it looks like the storm has really cleared up the surface water, like the surface of the water. Looking glassy out there, just looks slight offshore, but I'm sure it's not going to be bothering these surfers too much. This is the replay of our surfer in green. A really nice finishing, hops off. And we've had a wave ridden by the surfer in red as well. So a few scores to come through for the first heat of the round of 64 men. Huey Vaughan. How old is Huey?
I'm not too sure. I reckon it'd be around the 14-year mark.
I think so
Yep.
too. He's could be maybe our youngest competitor.
Mature surfing though. I really like that first wave of his.
Yeah.
You see that texture on the top of the water there we were talking about before, which the squall has brought into play. One way to really get affected by that is to have the flat part of your surfboard skipping along. If you go to rail to rail, it negates that problem.
Yeah, still waiting for the last score of Alex Corrada. It was a really nice, only 2 turns, but very solid surfing. And I'm not sure if Daiki Tanaka got to do anything previous to what we saw on that last wave. But we'll take a look and see what the judges think. We did see a few free surfers out in the break, trying to get their fair share of waves as well.
There's some people went out in the rain?
Yeah.
I was actually crossing my mind, and then the call to come on to continue these 3 heats, and on came the T-shirt, hat goes back on, and back in the office. But that's what we're here for, Giada, is to call the action. We get 3 heats out of the way. It'll be a big bonus. There's Axel out in the front, a 6 and a 0.87. Huey Vaughan with that solitary wave of 5. That's a strong position to be in. Tanaka and Lane with the work to do. 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, still waiting for a score of red and green. And then we'll be able to see the situation. But Axel starting off nicely with a 6. But, you know, as we get into these higher rounds, you're going to need some big scores to be taking down some of those bigger names. As we see, the last of Daiki Tanaka came in at a 7. So we definitely missed something interesting out the back before he finished that.
Yeah, good pick up there, Giada.
And there we have it. The scores settling in. Daiki Tanaka out front with a 7 and a .67. Axel Rose a 6. No one really has a backup yet. Casey Lane came up short of a 3.33. So it's going to be interesting to see the next exchange. It's all about the backup, I think, now.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call. 7, 6 and a 5. All pretty strong opening waves. Exactly what you said. It's going to be about all those 3 surfers will be hoping that those scores are backups.
Yeah.
They want to turn their highest scoring waves into their backups and take out the heat. But it was worth the wait. Got through that squall and some good scores being dropped.
We have seen the men's. We've seen now a little bit of the women's. Billy, tell us some of your highlights.
I'm going to go with Charlie Hatley and that 8 in the first heat of the women's. Never seen her before. I've just seen her kicking around the contest site, and to see her go out there and take it on without hesitation was really inspiring stuff. Got to do the post-heat interview. Really nice young lady, travelling around with her old man. So, yeah, just great stuff. Also, our man, Mega Atana, in his heat. He had to come from behind, sneak in a couple of waves under priority. It's always good to see that young man doing well. Big shout out to all the halfway board riders. You've got a great representative there in Mega. And how's this tube draining for Axel? He gets out the doggy door. Sideways jump off.
That was a really nice ride from Axel. Under priority gets it. Everyone else didn't really want it, and he was like, you know what? I'll take my chances. And it was probably a very nice vision for our surfer, Axel Kurata. Here on his backhand, manages to sneak in, makes it out the doggy door. He must be feeling pretty good.
I love the way he's doing that finger painting on the inside of the barrel. You know what I mean? It's getting his chest pointing towards the hole. Textbook stuff. Textbook backhand tube riding. However, that wave just shutting down. He did pretty well to get out of the doggy door, and that could be a handy wave in the scheme of things. We'll see what the judges come up with. Wasn't super deep.
Yeah.
A bit of work inside.
Only needs a 168. I'm pretty sure he's got it. But it's going to be interesting to see what the judges score tube riding in this event. You know, since it's not a wave really known for it, so it'll be good to see where that stands in the level of points.
Oh, there we go. 4.50 for that little tube ride. All right, no worries. That's still in the average range.
Yeah,
I can dig that. Good
it
job.
could be a backup.
Good job, judges. Yeah. And the requirements in the far right-hand column are still quite small, very attainable. Tanaka can do that in his sleep. Love to see the replay of the first of Reds. We just got the tail end of that, didn't we?
It would be great to be able to see that replay of the first of Red. We unfortunately missed the first part, and it ended up being the highest score, highest wave for now in this heat. So must have been something really good. Especially as we're getting into the round of 64. These are some of the higher seeds in this event. Tomorrow is also going to be hopefully another big day of surfing before we see the swell drop a little bit.
Yeah, talking to Taisarati last night over a few refreshments after the day's play. He's talking he wants to do 25 a day. Now, I've been interrupted by the rain, but if the squall didn't come, we would have ticked that off today.
Yeah, for sure.
23 still a good effort, 25-minute heats. Of course, I've seen a heap of waves ridden today. A little bit of drama, a few standout performances. If we can do that again tomorrow, it's going to be a big chunk of the draw out of the way before the swell disappears for a few days, comes back for finals time.
Yeah. We also still have the Pro Juniors to do.
Yep.
And the next round of women's, round 2. So still lots of heats. But it'll all come down, and lots of action still to come.
I love the Pro Junior paired with the Opens because you see some really excitable efforts in the Pro Juniors, and then you see the standard really picking up as the Opens paddle out. Billy Steadman, I'm really looking forward to that. The runner-up here last year behind Jesse Mendez. He'll be looking for a bit of vengeance, I would imagine. Really quality surfer.
Yeah. I saw a couple of his heats when we were in El Salvador. Managed to qualify for the Olympics. He will be going to 2024 Olympics.
That's so cool, huh?
Yep.
Something to pin your hat on.
As well as Safi Vet also managed to take that.
Tanaka now on his third wave. Opened up with a 7 and just gets the 2-turn combo in there, falling on the latter. So need a 3.50. I don't think that is there. Back out the back and into the drawing board.
Here is the replay of our surfer in red. Beautiful first turn. Tries to go quickly into the second one, but just explodes in the whitewash. He's looking to replace a 0.67. Does it with a 2.5, but he will be looking to improve on that backup. As we see White patiently waiting with priority. Doesn't need a big score. We haven't seen anyone with a significant backup just yet. So we've seen a little bit of a lull.
Old Huey Vaughan is holding his nerve out there. He's had priority for a while now. Not paddling around, not panicking.
No. See all the guys now paddling up the point.
Yeah, applying pressure to the young man, Casey Lane and Alex Carota. There must be something at the back we can't see on the monitor.
Yeah, there must be something coming. I see a few lines. This is good sign for our little man, Huey Vaughan. He'll definitely get excited.
Looks
He's gonna
like
take a look, and he goes.
Oh,
no.
He's absolutely coughed up priority there amongst two hungry countrymen. Huey Vaughan will be ruining that lost opportunity. Look at him. Not even paddling, just sitting there cursing himself.
Oh.
Casey Lane there in the meantime has got the backup. Not much good to him either, so that has handballed the priority over to Axel.
Oh, poor Huey. I really feel for him.
Still 7.5 minutes remaining, G.
Yeah. He still has he got second priority again, meaning that he's still up at the point. Still has a second chance. 7 and 15. You're right. That's still a lot of time. As we see Axel on his backhand on a really great looking wave, hits it vertical. A little bit of steez on that fall. Gets back to the power whitewash as he also comes unstuck on that last one.
Wow, a bit of attack of the fumbles here by all three surfers.
Yeah.
In the last three waves, but Axel with the best of it. We'll see if that will improve his 4.50. Casey Lane on another wave. We didn't see the beginning of that, so stand by for replays. But a bit of action happening around the 6.5 minute mark.
Yeah, that was fun. Pretty fun exchange. No one with any real big scores just yet. Again, Huey back out with priority.
That was a quick changeover, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was quick.
So kind of no harm, no foul. Just a couple of minutes off the clock.
Yeah.
Guaranteed that won't happen to him again.
No, he's ready for it this time. But I like the commitment. Huey saw that set and he was like, "This one's mine."
Yep. Beat it, you too. I did like the pressure applied by Axel and Casey. Tanaka now looking for some information.
Close by. He's staying close to Huey. Maybe trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Trying to sell him on a few waves. Get him to swap the priority over. But it looks like there's not much coming in the horizon. Huey's gonna be hoping that another one of those sets come through before he runs out of time. We're just reaching the 5-minute mark. So there will be a little bit of pressure being applied now.
Yep, we tick down to that 5-minute mark. Yellow flag will be going up. He'll be going, come on. Give me one more chance.
Yeah. Huey Vaughn, 16.
16, okay. Yep.
16 years old. Has won Best Male Junior of 2022 by Stab Surfer of the Year.
Wow.
So he's a very talented young man. Has already a title under his belt at 16 years old. Some great stuff. Has joined the Australian junior team for the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador last year.
Okay.
So he's had his miles around the world. As we see Daiki Tanaka again.
Oh yeah.
Oh, just coming off. I thought he had that one.
Here he is, Huey Vaughn, having a go again. Delivers on the first turn this time. He's waited a long time for this wave. He swapped priority, and he has taken it to the big boys. I like that. Well done, Huey Vaughn. Looking to back up that 5.
That was some very critical surfing. Now we see Alex backing up his 6. A beautiful floater and a nice turn. Almost cuts Daiki's head off on that last one. And finishes it off with a nice vertical snap and behind. Let's not forget Casey Lane. Beautiful first 2 waves. Gets around this section. Let's see if he can give anything for the finishing. This is definitely one of the bigger sets ridden in this heat. Wow, that's a big exchange. With only 3 minutes left, it'll be interesting to see where everyone sits after that exchange.
Yeah, a big flurry of waves and some really good turns delivered. Check it out. This is Huey Vaughn. Waited for a long time, so it's easy to be nervous, but he showed none in these first couple of attacks on the lip. And I like the way he timed that last maneuver to come down with the lip. Didn't even look like it was going to fall off. So well done, Huey Vaughn, our surfer in white. And then we had Axel on his wave, and then we had Casey on his wave. Bit of a slow start to this one. And yeah, pretty decent turn for the first one. Finds the second, repeats the dose. Not much variety in that, and this thing is just out of his reach, it seemed, the whole way. So he did extremely well to rattle off those 3 turns, and that was all he needed. Casey Lane, and let's not forget this guy. This is a replay of our Japanese surfer. He comes unstuck on that last turn, so he rattled off a couple before then. So we'll see where these judges place everybody on the scorecard.
This is a replay of Alex Kurata. A nice first carve. A beautiful floater. Keeping that variety, which I think is a great thing. And right behind him, Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah.
Huey as well. We've seen another exchange happen here, and before we even get the scores of the last one, Huey taking it all the way to the inside. It looks like this wave is going to stand up for him. He looks back.
Super cool, isn't he?
Yeah. He's not sure. We're still waiting for all scores for all the surfers, really. This is a replay of the last wave of Huey.
Yeah, super good timing from this young guy.
Yeah. He reads the waves really well. Very mature competing strategies for at such a young age.
Yeah, well drilled from his coaches in Australia, I would imagine.
You know, he sat out there with priority. Didn't let the nerves kick him. This is Daiki Tanaka. A beautiful looking wave.
Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah.
That's third one was good too. So this is one we missed. There's a good first half of that wave. Man, I'm going out on a limb and saying this is the best thing I've seen this heat.
That first turn was incredible. Right in the pocket, really good timing.
Only 10 seconds remaining in this one. There's going to be a heap of scores to drop. One would imagine we will go on hold.
Yep. Axel's last score came in at a 6.60.
Yep.
But we're still waiting for scores of all the surfers. We are going on hold to see, waiting for the judges to come down. And we will be hitting into an ad break and I'll give you an update situation later. All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro 5000. We are currently in the round of 64. This is Heat 2. We are still on hold as we're waiting for the last scores of that last heat to come in. We're waiting for scores of white and green.
Yeah, so Daiki Tanaka in the lead with a 7 and a 6.13. Axel Kuroda a 6.6 and a 6. Huey Vaughan has a 5.4 and a 5. He needs something pretty special. And Casey Lane is chasing a pretty decent number. Okay, it's looking like that was it.
Yep.
So Heat 2, let's go. Hiroto Arai, Japanese talent. Geordie Lawler from North Narrabeen. Corbin Hutchings, born in NZ, moved to Australia in his teens. And Kai Mariki from Japan. And Arai and Geordie Lawler, the two seeds coming into the draw. We've already seen Corbin Hutchings and Kai Mariki in action at this event. And conditions out there are looking pretty glassy. We've got that post-storm oil slick kind of smooth effect going on. Grey sky. It's a heavy sky. It feels like every time the thunder claps that the skies might open up and soak us. There's about 200% humidity out there as well, so it doesn't really matter if it starts raining because everyone's soaked to the bone.
Yeah, even before that rain came by, just standing there was really humid. You could really feel the heat. But that's a very Indo thing. Rain comes, rain goes in like 10 minutes. Looks like it's going to be the end of the world in one point, and then like 5 minutes later, it's beautiful and sunny again.
How many degrees south of the equator do you think we are right now?
I wouldn't be able to answer that right now, but pretty close.
Yeah, about 5. And you think the equator goes straight through the Tallow Islands, so we've got the Ments straight off here, so we're just south of the border of the equator.
We've had a great last heat, so many waves ridden. It's gonna be another action-packed heat, as we have some really big names in here. Jody Lawler, I've heard, has won a few QSs.
Yeah, Geordie's doing pretty well on the Challenger Series this year. One of those guys who's always sort of in the top 20 and just hasn't quite cracked it for the championship tour yet. Here goes Corbin Hutchins on his backhand, and nothing significant is going to result from that apart from him going to 4th priority. Well, and the lead, I guess, for 0.5. That's not going to hang around in 22 minutes 10 seconds time.
Yeah, he'll be hoping for a little bit more than that.
Hiroto Arai, super talented Japanese surfer. He has been around for years. I remember him doing the juniors, World Juniors back in, would have been the South Coast, Kiama in New South Wales a long time ago. Same sort of era as guys like Ethan Ewing and Griffin Colapinto were taking it out. Corbin Hutchings, a little bit younger, from the Gold Coast. He's been chasing some big pits the whole time that he's been here in Sumatra. Geordie Lawler flew in on the same flights that we did, so a pretty late arrival, but he's surfed in this event plenty over the years, knows his way around a long left point break. Kai Mariki, Japanese surfer, was looking pretty sharp when he was surfing yesterday. Well, we've got a little break in the action. We are going to throw it over to, I think, Billy Hangen, who is down having a chat with the winner of the last heat.
Okay, I am here with the winner of heat number 1, Daiki Tonaka. A very close heat. Daiki, your last wave, a lot of pressure. Can you talk us through your last wave?
So it was really good condition today. Yeah, I'm so happy to couple good wave and the last wave. Yeah, I'm so stoked.
All right, we are stoked as well. Been watching you surf that last heat. There was a lot of really good surfers in there. Huey Vaughan amongst them, and Axel was really going to town. So very well surfed. How many times have you been to Krui?
I've been 3 times in Krui. Yeah, I'm so happy to come back again. Yeah.
And where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
What part of Japan?
My hometown is Fukuoka City. Yeah, there is not good wave, but sometimes typhoon season. Yeah.
Beach break or reef break?
Beach break.
And your favourite part of the surfing in Indonesia? Is it the tube? Is it the turn?
Yeah, really good condition. Yeah, I love it.
Okay, well surfed. Put it here, buddy. Fantastic. We'll hope to see you in the rest of the draw, and good luck.
Thank you so much. ありがとうございます.
All right, back to you guys in the booth. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Billy Hangen. And that was the winner of the last heat,
Daiki Tanaka.
Tanaka.
An incredible surfer, had great style, super precise surfing. It was great to watch. This is Heat 2, round of 64. As we have finished the first round of women and are into round 3. This would be the 3rd round of men we see. All the higher seeds are going to be in this mix. We're thinking of doing 3 heats today to finish off, as it is already almost 4 to 5 here in South Sumatra.
So one to go after this. And rounding out the play is going to be Kajiro Nishi, Takuto Ota, Rafael Castro, and Jack Thomas. So JT surfed in. Well, hang on a second. It's different to what we've got on our screen. Okay, Kobe Clements is going to be surfing in that heat. Obviously, whoever printed that one out got that one a little bit around the wrong way, but Kobe Clements surfed in the last heat yesterday, and he's going to be surfing in the last heat today as well. So a lot of sitting around, waiting and watching the ocean. It's funny, when we went on hold before, it was for the storm, there was some thunder and lightning around. A few of the competitors had come in saying that they were a little bit anxious being out in the ocean around that. Didn't stop a whole heap of the competitors bolting out for about a 40-minute free surf. And yeah, some of the boys we're seeing now, like this man, Corbin Hutchins, were losing it over how good the surf got as it just sort of slicked off. And here goes Corbin. This is his third attempt, and this is going to be his best wave. Whole lot of downtime, but 2 strong turns. Well, one to start off with. The second one was a little bit sketchy, but he's dug the nose out in the end behind him. Here goes Hiroto Arai. Oh, could have just about stuck with that one, but hit the eject button and made it official. We'll have to catch up on what he did to start off with on the replay. Talk us through it, Giada.
Yeah, this is a replay. He tries to get around this section and feels like he couldn't. I feel like he could have, but maybe we saw something that we can't see, something that he could. A really nice first airdropping turn from Corbin Hutchins as he struggles a little bit to get around this whitewash. When he does, a really nice finishing, almost gets
almost poked the nose and went down there, but dug it out. Interesting comparison between those two waves, because Hiroto Arai looked like he had plenty of speed and he jumped off, and Corbin Hutchins completely the opposite. Did the big floater, landed, had no speed whatsoever, and then just through pure sort of gritting of his teeth managed to fight his way past all of that white water, get out in front and bash another turn. So Corbin will get the far better score of that exchange, despite probably things not lining up as well for him. So Corbin Hutchins really getting the bit between the teeth and hustling his way through that wave, manufacturing a score. Hiroto Arai, I'm going to say gave up on that one a little bit too soon.
Yeah, me too. I agree. He could have definitely gotten around that section, but I don't know. I guess it's all up to the surfer at the end of the day. Hopefully there will be a bit more waves coming through, as it has gone a little flat. Jordy Lawler and Kai Moiki still no waves ridden. We're already reaching the 15-minute mark.
All right, there you go. Last score for Corbin Hutchins is in. And it's not going to be a 5-7 because he did have a minor score already. It's probably going to be around a high 4. Still waiting on the last number to come in for Hiroto Arai. So a 4-7-7, the result for Corbin Hutchins. Jordy Lawler and Kai Mariki yet to open their accounts. They've sat and waited for over 10 minutes. 14 minutes remaining in the heat. And this is the second last heat of the day. Next one featuring Kijiro Nishi, Takuto Ota, Rafael Castro and Kobe Clements is going to be rounding out proceedings. That's going to be a 23 heat day, so fair old marathon. We started 45 minutes earlier today than yesterday. We didn't have an opening ceremony of about an hour and a half in the middle of proceedings, so yeah, just the minor rain thunderstorm delay about an hour ago, but otherwise, yeah, full tilt from start to finish.
Yeah, it's been an action-packed day, non-stop. And not even the storm could stop us. I did worry for a second. I wasn't sure we were able to finish, but at the end we pulled through, and here we are, finishing off the last 3 heats of the day. As we're reaching halfway, it's looking like Jordy Lawler and Moriki still haven't caught anything, but as we've seen in the other heats, you can still change everything in the last few minutes. And this is Hiroto Arai on his backhand. Gets a little bit stuck on that first turn, a little bit caught behind. A nice check turn to get around this section. This time he's gonna pull through and he's gonna go all the way, as this wave seems to just taper out a little bit and not really give him what he's looking for.
Yep, that is going to slightly tighten his grip on second place, but not going to be something he hangs on to. Here goes Jordy Lawler, the North Narrabeen lad, looking to open his account. Beautiful opening turn. It's only a small wave, but it's got plenty of pace. Just the one turn so far. Gets the section now. That wasn't too bad at all. Really precise surfing from Jordy. That was pretty dynamic up into the lip. And a big layback. So plenty of variety. 3 different turns and 4 in total. Now Kai Mariki had priority, but only momentarily. He's cashed it in on this wave. Bashing away on his backhand. Top to bottom surfing for the powerful Japanese guy. And he is ripping his way down the line. Not done yet either. Open face carve. That's a bit of a setup turn. Gets the close out. He'll want the big finish. Holds on. Nicely done. So great exchange between Jordy Lawler from North Narrabeen, New South Wales, Sydney, and Kai Mariki from Japan.
Yeah, we really see the 2 surfers who were patient and waiting and used their priority finally getting started in this heat, and it looks like it paid off. Both getting really great waves. I'm not sure who got the better of that exchange. As we see the replay, this is the first wave of our surfer in blue, Jordy Lawler. Beautiful opening carve straight back to the whitewash.
This wave's a fantastic comparison between what the surfers on their forehand can do versus what the natural footers on their backhand have to bring to the occasion. Jordy there, the big layback. We're going to see lots of those from the goofy footer, from the goofy footers. You know, those big open face carves, getting the rebound, pushing it harder when the section allows. Whereas Kai Mariki on his backhand, a lot more kind of rhythmical, vertical surfing, but just you're going to see a lot of the same re-entry, and the judges are going to be looking for scores based on how hard everyone hits the section. Talk us through this one.
This is Hiroto, as I said, gets a little bit stuck on that first section, a little bit behind. A really nice connecting turn, but this time he does go and come through all the way. But the wave just, you know, tapers off, and we see this a little bit more on that high tide. It tends to just die down. And this was the last wave, ridden of green. Beautiful surfing, very stable and super low center of gravity by our Japanese surfer.
Yeah, this is Kai Mariki.
He really wastes no time in between turns, little check turns, and I really think this last one was very nicely done.
All right, let's see where the judges go with all of these scores. They've got a lot to figure out.
Yeah, personally, I think Jordy Lawler is going to be taking that topping from the exchange. I think he had that more variety, more flow, one of the set waves. But yeah, as you were saying, I just think between the goofies and the regulars out here, the goofies just have more variety, have more choice to move around.
Okay, last scoring for Geordie Lawler, a 5.67, so enough to push him up to second place. Kai Mariki, his first number still to drop. And we'll get that comparison between the natural and the goofy footer. Well, a 6.67 for the surfer on his backhand in green, Kai Mariki. So 1 point better than Geordie Lawler's forehand attack. Eight minutes remaining.
Well, I was wrong.
Yeah, judges clearly not falling for, but enjoying Kai Mariki's big end section manoeuvre. Had a little bit of drama. Had to battle to pull through with that one. I did like Geordie's wave. The two calves. The Larry floater was kind of dynamic. But Kai Mariki shades him by 1 point. It's still Corbin Hutchings in the lead, only on the strength of having two waves. Kai Mariki has the individual best wave. Geordie Lawler has the second best wave. So once either of those guys get a backup, they will move into the lead. Hiroto Arai, not a whole lot so far. Just the 3.67, his high score. He wants to start again, scrap both of those waves. 7 minutes to go. He's going to have to surf a 7-minute heat if he wants to progress in this one.
Yeah, as we reach that high tide, we're seeing a little bit of a lull. Not as many waves surfed by these surfers. We're reaching the last few minutes, the last 6 minutes of this heat. No one has really caught any backups yet, so it's been a very slow heat.
Yeah, this is very much anyone's ball game. Hiroto Arai in the worst position with just the 3.67. If it does come down to one last exchange, he's got a lot more work to do. Corbin Hutchins definitely won't be resting easy, even though he's in first. He just has a 4.77 as his high score. Kai Mariki in the box seat. Geordie Lawler breathing down his neck. A couple of sets before this one is curtains would be much appreciated if you don't mind, Huey. One last heat to round out the day after this. It's an Aussie, an American and two Japanese. Kobe Clements, Rafael Castro, Takuto Ota and Kajiro Nishi will be taking to the water, and it's starting to get pretty dark out there. Combination of well, the sun's not going down, it's completely vanished, but the sky is very dark with clouds. There's lots of rumbles of thunder. The lightning has backed off, hence we're still running. Yeah, it's going to get dark very quickly tonight. Inside the last 5 minutes, and still little movement on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's looking like there's not much action coming. Actually, I take that back. I see some lines coming through. Every time there's this overcast, I actually really struggle to see if there's any sets coming. It's like as if the color of the ocean just like camouflages with the sky.
Oh yeah, the horizon's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to be seeing any of those beautiful Sumatran sunsets today as we have been seeing in the past. But it's all good. The waves glassed off. They're still here. Enough to finish these last few heats after a very big day.
All right, 4 minutes to go. Let's hope we get some more action to call this one an even battle before it's all over. Geordie Lawler sitting with a 5.67 in third. Kai Mariki, a 6.67 sees him in second. But they are the two best waves of the heat so far. Corbin Hutchings in the lead, but not by a whole lot. And he has 2 scores to his name. So here we go. This is Kai Mariki. He's sitting second. Not going to take much to move up into the lead. He's just about done it already, you'd suggest. And third turn, not the greatest wave. White watery little inside runner. That might have just been a smart move to try and consolidate a score. It will put him into the lead. It's not going to be a significant number. It's not going to be something that Geordie or Hiroto or even Corbin will struggle to chase down, but it is a target.
Yeah, I think this is more of a strategy move just to make sure he has a backup, because it's not looking like there's much. I'm pretty sure he had 4th priority anyway, so for him it wasn't really a struggle. But now we see a set coming, and Geordie with priority using it. He goes down the line, a beautiful section out front, and it carves it all the way down. You really see him using those arms to just hit this section and manages to finish it. That's going to be a really good feeling to back it up.
All right, here goes Hiroto Arai on his backhand. He's down in 4th, but it's not going to take much to get up to 1st or 2nd. 2 strong turns. Vertical, big fan of spray, and Hiroto Arai is feeling it. We got the clap, we got the finger snap. He's out of there. Corbin Hutchins, he's sitting in 1st, but he will not be comfortable there. He needs something big. He's got speed to burn. Big rooftop float, needs a little bit more. Wave races off without him. Okay, all 4 surfers have caught a wave. Oh, for mine, it was Geordie and Hiroto who got the better of the exchange. Kai Mariki, one last roll of the dice. His was only a small wave. You'd think he'd be looking to get rid of that one. It's not going to happen on that occasion. I think Kai Mariki could still be in a little bit of trouble right here. Corbin Hutchings, he's going to improve his score. They're all going to improve their scores, but it's just a matter of who and by how much. Nothing to start off with the first turn from Hiroto, but that was really good. Big fan of spray. Repeats the treatment a second time. Again, a bucket, and then goes vertical. That was the money turn. And when you ride out in front of the wave, nice and balanced on your board, you're feeling it. Why not give it a little clap and a snap of the fingers? Geordie Lawler, this also a very significant wave for the North Narrabeen lad. He never went 110%. He reined it in a little bit, but he did, I think he has done what he needed to, and the end section was very smart. He belted it and finished off again like Hiroto with the big high point. And then this was Corbin scratching basically. He needed to try and consolidate his lead. And the first turn was okay. The floater was there. Would love to have stuck with it and squeezed in another turn or 2, but not to be. So 10 seconds remaining. Kai Mariki has moved into the lead with a 3.63. Geordie Lawler has now dropped a 6.5 to move into the lead. We still have a number to come for Hiroto Arai as time runs out. I think we have another number for Corbin Hutchings as well. And, the judges have some numbers to add up. Hiroto Arai, we're waiting on a score. This one is in the hands of the judges. Huge crack of thunder. And everyone can probably hear that. That might be it for the day. We're still waiting on the last number to come in for Hiroto Arai. Geordie Lawler is in the lead. He's safe. He's got a 6.5 and a 5.67. I think Corbin's score is not going to trouble the advancing positions. It was a 2.17. So the numbers we're looking for now. There's one more wave to come in for Kai Mariki. And Hiroto Arai, there it is, a 7.83, best wave of the heat. He did get up into Was it the lead, Giada?
No, he went up to second place.
He went up to second. So Geordie Lawler held the lead. Hiroto Arai in second. And we are going to go to an ad break here at the Krui Pro. Don't go anywhere. More action right after this quick break. All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. That is ASC Big Boss Tippy Jabrick assessing conditions because we just had the mother of all thunder peals in the sky. Pretty much everything just shook then. Anyway, play rolls on. Geordie Lawler took the win. Hiroto Arai came through in second. He didn't sneak through. He smashed his way into second with a 7.83. As Snoop Dogg's decided to start performing in the tent next door.
Geordie and Hiroto, good work. Kai Mariki consider himself pretty unlucky. Smashed one wave to pieces, but proved not to be enough. Hiroto, that's got to be a hot part of our highlight reel, doesn't it? A 7.83. Do we make note of that? So I'm a little bit confused as to whether we're rolling or not with this next heat.
Oh, no, we're off.
We're off. Okay, how's that? I'll step into the booth and we get shut down. It might just be me. It's got nothing to do with the lighting. That's happened twice now. So...
Okay, so I think on that note, it's
I think we're off, yeah.
It has been 22 heats. We were aiming for 25, but a second
I don't think we're even running.
Weather delay is that's going to be the end of proceedings for the day. So that was an exciting day here at the Krui Pro. Exciting right to the very last heat where Geordie Lawler and Hiroto Arai have advanced to the next round. We're going to be here bright and early tomorrow morning to wrap things up. We're going to keep going through the heats. We got the women in the water today. I would imagine we'll see the first of the juniors tomorrow.
I seriously doubt it. I spoke with Ty Sarati earlier, so I'll have to say, and I asked him that question. He said, "Nah, more of the same. Men's, women's, chipping away at the 5,000 rated events. Got priority over the juniors. Been just 1,000s. The Groms can surf anything. The surf is going to drop off, so I'm chipping tomorrow for sure. They'll tidy up and finish the back end of this round of 64, so that will be 14 heats, and then go straight into the women's, which I think still has 16 heats in that next round. So I imagine tomorrow's format, just preempting tomorrow's briefing, but I reckon they'll just roll into the women's and get as far as we can in that round, and that'll probably be tomorrow's program. So I'd say the juniors will have to wait a little bit longer, frothing at the bits as grommets do, but
they'll be fine. They'll be surfing up and down the coast.
There's enough to keep them busy. Yep. When they get their chance, we'll expect some fireworks from the groms, but they roll up every morning. They're like, "Are we on?" It's like, no. They're like, "Oh, why?" Bad luck, because you're groms.
Yeah. Well, that was Corbin Hutchings on screen. Unfortunately, Corbin just bowed out. He was sitting in first. Didn't have a whole lot of points. Didn't get the wave that he would have liked to consolidate things at the finish. Left the door open, and it was Geordie Lawler and Hiroto Arai who both jumped up from third and fourth to go up to first and second.
What else went down that was noteworthy, Mr. Chris, on the round of the men's? We only did two heats. What about
the women's. We got some women's highlights there that were
oh.
pretty
I think
hefty and
Skye
plenty of-
Brown, her last 2 waves, first ever heat she surfed here in Indonesia. There was a thunderstorm at the end, tropical downpour. She got a real taste of Indonesia all in a heat. And she was sitting, I think, in last. Got the 2 scores, got an 8 to put herself back in the picture, and then held her nerves to get a 3. Didn't know she'd even won the heat until she got back to the beach.
That's right. There was about 6 minutes remaining, and she was sitting on about a 0.37, dead last. Got an 8, got a 3 or something, but would have got into second with the 8, so that one wave would have been enough to do it. So yeah, that was a huge moment. I'm going to have a little look at this as well.
This lady, Charlie Hatley, the Burley girl, she started off the whole of the women's round of 80, just came out all guns blazing, probably a bit excited coming from Burley to finally get to go left as the goofy footer, and she was one of the highlights for me. The 2 Basque sisters, Janire and...
the other one's over here somewhere, I think.
Where is she? And Annette Gonzalez. They were great. The 2 French sisters were great as well. Anhoa and Sarah Lesiaga.
Remember the show that Micah put on?
Yeah, Micah Miyasaka as well. Japanese artist by trade, but she's an artist on the face as well. Absolutely tore her heat to pieces.
We're missing one. Giada Lagarde, fellow commentator, opened with a 7.50 G, so took out heat 3 in fine fashion. She'd been looking at that many heats, finally got the opportunity, didn't waste the moment, and took out heat 3. So there were some features out of the women's round. We surfed 8 of those heats, and prior to that we did tidy up 12 of the men's heats. What can we see there that we liked, Chris?
Tolly Wiley, he was one of the standouts. Ben Lawrenson was really, really strong in the last heat of that round. The Aussie dropping a 7.17 and an 8.67 to, I think, put together the best 2-wave total we've seen so far. Thomas Carvello not too far behind him in the same heat, so those 2 guys really upped the level. And we saw an 8.17 from Ryaru Ito. We saw Dane Henry and Kau Butler fly the flag for sort of the younger Anzac push.
Just on that one, I think the best wave I personally saw all day. Remember that left-hander, the young fella in blue rode, and just how stylish and fast and the flow.
Ryaru Itu was who Mark was pointing out on the page.
Yep, there you go, sorry. And they, out of heat number, what was that? 13. For me, that was the best wave I saw personally, because I missed a couple of the other 8s that went down. But a big day of surfing competition, a bit of rain-affected play, but we still managed 22 heats.
I'm wondering if we are going to get Giada Lagarde talking with the winner of the last heat.
It's a maybe. She's probably gone down there to... I can't see too much action up there in the athlete zone. It may happen or it may not. But either way, I can't see her up there, so I would say it's probably a wrap, Mr. Chris. And
okay,
everyone else has grabbed their stuff and peeled out for the day, so we might as well also.
If you're still with us, thanks a lot. We'll see you bright and early first thing tomorrow morning for more action from the Krui Pro. This is a WSL QS 5000. It's co-sanctioned between the Australasian and Asian regions. Best surfers from Asia, that's mainly Japan and Indonesia, with a side of the Philippines. We had a Korean surfer in action today, and then lots of Aussies and Kiwis, and then a few surfers who aren't gaining points. They're just here
having fun
to surf a point break with only a couple of others in the water, and the action's been fantastic, and we're going to see plenty more of it tomorrow, so we hope you'll join us then. Chris Binns, Mark Clift,
over and out. See you tomorrow, team. Thank you.